Welcome to the WDRB Weather Live tonight. We have a tornado watch in effect for parts of the area. I'm meteorologist Mark Weinberg. This is meteorologist Matthew Wine, and obviously we need to discuss that. So Matthew, we kind of have been watching this one for several days. Friday, it really became apparent that we would need a risk for today. And as it has evolved, obviously there's been numerous tornadoes in Illinois, parts of Missouri, and now moving towards Indiana. And ultimately, the Storms Prediction Center put out a tornado watch, and it doesn't include our whole area, and we think they were very strategic in that.
Absolutely. It's specifically for this first round that's moving through. There's going to be a second. Wouldn't be surprised if some more places got added with the second round. But really what we've got happening over the next few hours, I think is probably going to end up being the worst of it. I mean, we're seeing it out there in central and southern Illinois right now, and it's not been pretty for those folks. We've seen multiple confirmed tornadoes, like you said. Lots of damaging wind gusts there. The whole event has just only gotten started over the last few hours. There's plenty more to go.
And there is a mid-level disturbance generated by the severe that occurred in Kansas yesterday. That is the area where all of those warnings are, and we'll show you here in a moment. But what happens south of that is the challenging part to this forecast. So first off, if you don't follow Matthew Wine on Facebook, please do. If you don't follow me, please do. If we go live tonight, you will get an alert to let you know that we are live if you want to watch through Facebook. If you're one of our YouTubers, please subscribe. If that's a better medium for you to get the information, some love being able to put it full on their TV, you can subscribe to our YouTube page. And we'll go through a lot in this. I think the first question that we're probably going to get asked out of this whole thing is, does this resemble Wednesday night into Thursday for our area? And I think we're both going to say the same thing. I don't think
definitely different. Definitely different.
The length of tornadoes being on the ground for our area would be less. The chance of strong tornadoes, I'm not saying it's zero, but I think it's a little bit less. And then some parts of our area, I mean, we saw this on Wednesday night. Some didn't really get a whole lot of severe and others did. So lastly, a reminder, please share the video. If you are in here right now watching, we've got about 1,500 people in here. Let's just say 100 people follow you. If every one of you shares the video right now, 150,000 people are going to be like, oh, there could be severe weather. I wasn't paying attention. Maybe I should. And they can jump in the video and they can get some information if they need that. So we would always ask you, please share. So let's jump into this. As we start, Tornado Watch was just issued northern part of our area. This goes from Orange, Washington, Scott, and Jefferson County points north until midnight, and you can see what we're talking about there in Illinois, Matthew. A lot of red.
Yeah, red and orange, meaning obviously the red, the tornado warnings, orange, meaning the severe thunderstorm warnings. And you see them, it's like one after another, after another, after another. And that's kind of the problem with this. That's going to lead to two things. One, there are going to be places that go underneath multiple tornado warnings in this event. I'm not saying that it's impossible. It's unlikely, but could be hit by two tornadoes.
It does happen.
It does, especially when they train over like this, and then that leads to a flash flooding threat as well. So we're honed in on a bunch of different things for today. On Wednesday night and Thursday, yes, we had all of those things on the table as well. It's just that this one will probably have, I would say, overall less of a threat, especially for our southern counties compared to the last one.
And if you kind of like put the numbers together, like what's the wind up there in our area?
Yeah.
It's about half. Now, that's not to say it's not adequate, but it certainly doesn't jump off the page. I mean, Wednesday night for June was unheard of. I mean, it was just unheard of to have that kind of wind energy. Remember, Tornado Watch, northern part of our area, this is until midnight. So let's look at some of these threats. What you can see here, I'll touch on the tornado risk. I'll give you the damaging wind one. The tornado risk you can see maximized from Hardinsburg, Louisville, Madison, Seymour at 5%. Like 5%, that's not a tall probability. Agreed, it's not a monumental probability here, but it is a probability. Below that, you've got a 2%, and you do not have a tornado risk once we get to around Columbia. Second, you see a hatched area. Hatched means that a significant tornado could occur. What does that mean? EF2 or stronger.
Right.
The Storms Prediction Center now has a significant 1, significant 2, significant 3. Because it can get so ridiculously confusing, we've just decided we're going to show the Sig 1. And that means where you see the hatch, which does include Louisville, a strong tornado could occur. And yes, I know what you're thinking is this is the second time this week. And yeah, it is the second time this week that we've had that. Matthew, interestingly, they have their hatched damaging wind
Yeah.
coming right into our area, which means they believe this is going to south build.
Yes, and I think obviously it's going to be the northern areas that are going to get this stuff first, and then we'll have an opportunity later tonight as well. But if, like you said, south building storms, so if these storms start to push a little bit further south, it's going to bring more of that damaging wind threat down here. And we've already talked about hatched means something a little bit more than just a regular wind threat. Severe thunderstorms are warned for 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts
58.
and higher, right? This hatched area means potential for 75 plus. So yesterday I was saying most likely scenario is 60 to 70. And then today they have upgraded that to 75 plus. Potentially. It doesn't mean that everyone in that hatched area gets it. It's just that's the area that's most likely to see a few instances of that within any of the storms. And it doesn't matter if it's a 75-mile-per-hour tornado or a 75-mile-per-hour
100% right.
wind. A straight line wind. It's still going to cause the same type of damage.
They lay down trees. If it's
Yeah.
75, it doesn't matter if it's twisty or not twisty. Things go down onto the ground. So most of our areas included in the 15% probability, but you can see the far south, that would be Columbia, is in the 5%. This is the other thing that Matthew alluded to. So there is a flood watch for the northern part of our area. When in effect at 2 goes through Monday at 8 a.m. And where you noted those storms training, we have two types of red on the map. We have the tornado warnings, and then we have the flash flood warnings.
It's crazy that you can have all of this going on at once. You've got straight line winds, you've got tornado warnings, and then you've got the flood threat as well. And usually what will happen first is your straight line winds or the tornado warning, and then those storms keep hitting the same spot over and over, and then you've got that flash flooding threat, which is what you see in all those red boxes across southern Illinois and central Illinois. And that, again, is exactly where all the tornado warnings are, too. So they're really getting hammered right now. But that was a location that we knew had a higher threat overall.
Agreed.
And was most likely to start off the show. And that has been the case.
And so on the southern extent, if that leans into our area, the same thing's going to happen. We'll get tornado warnings. We'll get a flash flood threat. So the question then will really quickly become, as we go through this, how far south? So this is radar right now, and let me just take you closer in. Terre Haute severe thunderstorm warning, Lewis, Indiana, and remember, the beauty of our lives is that we're not really bound necessarily by viewing area. So there is rotation with tornado warning right now. That one is near Buchanan Corner. So that is going to be near Brunswick, Illinois, south of Lewis. That area of rotation is right where the inflow is sucking into this storm, right here. So that is one area where we do have a tornado warning on a storm. And there are obviously multiple tornado warned storms. So this then creates challenges, and many of these have had confirmed tornadoes. Stockton, Indiana, under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then Matthew, we've got the purple one, which is bad. The purple one is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground here. This one is near Bond, Illinois, near Birds, Illinois. And that one will cross over into Indiana near around Oaktown along Highway 41. So multiple areas where we have tornado warnings, and you can see back to the west. And this then becomes more interesting for us, Matthew. The tornado warnings that go from Olney through Salem, Illinois, and then east to St. Louis, this part of the line, a lot of the data targets that and moves that a little further south, which would mean, can that get into our area? We alluded to this when we started this video, that the Storms Prediction Center seemed very strategic in that they feel higher confidence is what we believe in the northern part of our area. That, of course, is not to say they don't get south, but the data is still a little bit inconsistent in that part of this.
Absolutely. So there are always uncertainties when it comes with any sort of severe weather setup. Basically, any forecast that you make, I'm uncertain if it's going to be 85 or 86, but I got to go with one of the numbers, right? For a high temperature, something. There's always a level of
uncertainty. That is a good
uncertainty.
analogy.
But when it comes to severe weather, there's always a higher degree of uncertainty until basically things are happening. So we've got a better idea of what's going on, and it does look like our northern counties have the highest threat. I still think that there's a real chance that more counties in southern Indiana and some closer to I-64 here in Kentucky are going to be added to this tornado watch, especially if there's any southward component to the motion of these storms that are all tornado warned right now. And as you mentioned before, we've got that one tornado that is in the purple box, the confirmed tornado, and looks like that just dropped one probably about 5 at most 7 or 8 minutes ago. And I'm looking at correlation coefficient on it. It's not a real strong signature, but it was definitely there to the west of Birds or Bonds. and south of Flat Rock over in Illinois. So I'm hopeful that these will be shorter lived and not quite as strong as what we just went through, but again, they have outlined us for EF2 plus potentially, and that starts at 111 mile per hour winds for an EF2, goes up to 135, and I think our strongest tornado the other day was 130, right?
EF2 130, correct. So worth noting, southwest of Olney in Illinois, we have a tornado warned storm as well. That one's showing notable rotation. We've got another tornado warned storm right now. You're like, oh no, that one's in Louisville. Yes. Louisville, Illinois. But the area rotation, if you have any family near Louisville, Illinois, let them know. Just right now, it's over the Riffle area. And then we go back to the west. Omega has a tornado warned storm out as well. And then west of that, we've got one that is near Leicester, Illinois. So there's a lot going on here. And what would be very specifically on trajectory for our area is this stuff.
This type of supercell south of the main group of storms.
And that is intriguing because supercells tend to affect less people.
Yes.
But sometimes they can produce more significant severe weather. So these are things that we are watching. Let me put this in motion so you can get a better sense. I find this one pretty interesting here because we can see the mid-level low. We call this an MCV. What? That's the leftover from the storms yesterday. And then we see somewhat of a gap between the storms that are over southern Illinois and what's likely to become the second cluster that's developing in far southeastern Kansas. And what that means, and we, I think, agree there could be a gap between the northern and what goes through southern Kentucky. And how large that gap is, does that include Louisville, E-Town? Does that include all of that area? These are some of the things that we are trying to dial in. Now, if you stepped outside, you know it's turned a lot more humid. I'm not going to call it elite humidity. No. Certainly not as humid as it was on Wednesday night, but dew point 65 is going to generate some fuel.
Yeah.
84 in Louisville, it's warm.
Absolutely. Winds are out of the southeast right now, and, you know, having that southerly component is definitely going to help inject more fuel into these showers and storms. It's going to help keep things alive a little bit longer. And bringing in that energy as well. I mean, E-Town's sitting at 81, dew point is 68, so it feels like 85. Southerly wind at 12. It's not
that
like
wind, all of them are almost south or southeast. That little twist is there.
And that's right. Higher in the atmosphere, it's going to be more of a southwest, and that's when you get that twist that Mark was just talking about. And you need that. You can't just have really fast-moving winds to create tornadoes. It's tough. It's tough. But you start to put the spin, and you have the wind shifting as you're going up through the atmosphere. That's when you're going to get the turn, and you can get something to come down to the ground rather than just damaging wind gusts.
So we've got a dew point of 70 in the E-Town area, and Seymour right now sitting at 81 with a dew point of 67. So we won't spend massive amount of time on this, but you get the idea. There is quite a bit of higher dew points, so it is warm in our area. It is humid in our area. And to generate fuel, I say this a lot, but you need to have warmth and high dew points. So the high dew points done. Again, won't spend massive amount of time on it. I'm looking at temperatures. It's warm around the area. Unlike Wednesday night when we had really strong gradient winds at night, that wind is not going to be as strong tonight at the ground. This is important because it means temperatures can fall off. It means storms can't, like the other night, just literally go all night long because the temperatures didn't fall. It was the same temperature, I think, at 10:15 as it was at 5 a.m. when the storms got into Louisville.
It was crazy how long we stayed in the mid-80s.
Right. So the fact that we don't have quite as much changes things around this time, meaning that the temperatures can fall off a little bit overnight tonight versus what we saw on the other night. So that fuel does, in a sense here, have a shelf life, unlike the other night where it was almost an infinite shelf life. So I'm going to touch on the fuel here. This is right now. The data is showing fuel of about 1,000 to 1,500 units, but we know the storms aren't here yet.
Right.
But you know what was it the other night? It's 2,500. It was
significantly higher.
Significantly higher. You'll notice that we do see these tailing, and this really then gives a shelf life to this severe. We don't think that this can go all night long. We think that when it gets to an area, it's going to start to run out. And I find this interesting, Matthew, this particular image, because you can see approximately I-65 in west, more fuel, I-65 in east, less fuel. And as we've seen in the data, that is a demarcation zone where we may start to see a notable weakening trend. So just worth noting that the fuel continues to tail as we go through the overnight hours. Best fuel is going to be pre-midnight, pre-1. And then this is the wind energy. And this, by the way, is the
big
newest
one.
run.
Yeah.
So you can see there's a very distinct difference between what's near Terre Haute and what's near us right now.
Yeah. I mean, we've got winds that are moving, again, around 20, so upper 20s to almost 40 in some places. And we don't have the atmosphere for this just yet, but you look over in southern Illinois, man, they're rocking and rolling, probably 60 plus over there.
And that's a mile above the ground, not at the surface,
Right.
but that's the part that storms are looking to work
Yes.
with. That's their atmosphere.
And that's what we're waiting to move over our area. And if we can get that here, which it's going to be mighty close, I would say with the next scan, probably around midnight, yeah, most of ours are going to be somewhere around 50-mile-per-hour winds that are moving. You see the change in direction there out of
You
the southwest
really
just
see
after
it.
midnight.
And that's part of the reason why we have concern that there can be rotating storms tonight and tornadoes. And you understand now why the Storms Prediction Center has this. Matthew, we showed a product the other day called Supercell Composite.
Yeah.
This was the propensity for thunderstorms to rotate. We showed this on Wednesday night. What were the values on Wednesday night? 18 to 20. What? 18 to 20? Yes. What's the highest I've seen in this area? I believe we were in the 45-ish range
Except for Henryville.
in Henryville. And then in Western Kentucky, I think it was 45 to 50 in 2021. So anything above zero is notable, but it's not what it was a couple of days ago. These numbers are peaking at 3 to 5 overnight tonight. Does this mean there's no tornado threat? Of course, it does not mean that. But it means that the threat is lower. The propensity for storms to rotate is not quite as high. It doesn't mean we don't see severe. We're just showing you what the atmosphere is capable of. So Matthew, from here, we can probably answer 99% of the questions we will have, which will be, I live in blah, blah, blah.
Right.
What should I expect? When should I expect it? So Advanced Track is great because we're going to answer your question right now. Top right part of your screen. You see it? That's the time. The red, the white, that's the storms. You're like, well, Mark, I live in Salem. My town's not on this map. It isn't. But Paoli's one county away from you, as is Seymour. Mark, I live in Shepherdsville, Mount Washington. You're only showing Louisville, which is one county away. So orient yourself right now. Get a sense of what you're looking at, and what that's going to do is help you to get an idea of when the storms are going to be affecting my area. When do I need to be prepared? Am I going to have to stay awake? Now, in the initialization here, it's not bad.
Yeah.
The data is not doing a bad job on where it starts the storms. And I'm going to actually move this back to 7 because that's where we are. Pretty good initialization, isn't
I
it?
would say so. And
Finally.
That's one of the most important things that you can do
I
when you're
know.
talking, especially about a severe weather setup or any sort of attempt to make a forecast. But when you've got a severe weather setup and it's ongoing and your model run lines up with it almost perfectly, that's what you want to see, because then you can put a little bit more trust in the solution that it gives you for the rest of the night. It'll never be perfect, but if it has a good initialization, it's
Got a
probably
better chance.
Yeah, better chance of actually being right.
So this is 7 p.m. You're looking at this map. You've picked out your town, and we're going to go through this, and we're going to call out areas. So let's start this moving along. We're going to move it into the 8 o'clock-ish time frame, 8:30. So this is an area that was affected a couple of days ago. This would be near Bedford, Indiana, near Seymour. Obviously, Freetown was affected. And what you notice is there's that advanced area that's ahead, and then there's the backed area that's a little bit further west. That area that goes from, let's say, around Owensboro, it's north of Owensboro, but in that area, west through southern Illinois, that's the play. That if that gets going, that's what can get into Louisville.
So again, there are going to kind of be 2 rounds here. You've got your initial round that's coming in over the next few hours, and then you could see training storms that just take a little bit longer. So our northern counties, you might get one big swoop that goes all the way across, and then these, it tapers off some, and then if you get training storms, so you just get hit time and time and time and time again, and that'll probably be along or closer to the 64 corridor. And that one again is a scenario where could have multiple tornado warnings throughout the evening or overnight, and could also see, quite a bit of flash flooding potential.
So this is 8:30, and now you see that initial wave of storms goes across our northern counties between 8 and 9:30. Bedford, Mitchell, Seymour, Freetown, Brownstown, and then around the North Vernon area. That second cluster that's a little bit further south is coming into our western counties around 9, which would include areas like Paoli, Jasper, Indiana, through around Tell City. You're not looking at that in Louisville at 9:30. You're not looking at it in E-Town at 9:30. You're not looking at it in Campbellsville. And by the way, this is a new model run here, so we are viewing it as you are. The southern edge, I think, is somewhat interesting as I look at this, Matthew. There's definitely in this run, it's showing more cellular structures on the south tail, which is actually quite common in this situation because the lift is not as significant. It doesn't flash over into a line, but if it unfolds like this, those would have a greater likelihood to tornado.
Yeah, you see right there near the H in Hardinsburg, I think is what you're kind of talking about with more of a supercellular shape to it. And that will be interesting to see. I mean, we talk about the storms being on the southern side of a system or maybe out ahead of other storms, and those are the ones that get the best fuel to ingest.
You got it. And if you're on the southern side and there's no storms to your south and it's southerly wind pushing that warmer air in, you now have the better fuel.
Yeah.
So what that means is areas like Seymour now, you've already been worked over a little bit by the initial wave of storms. That then would lower your severe weather threat. But on the data here, around 10, we're talking areas like Seymour, Salem, near Henryville, near French Lick. We're talking about approaching Corydon. We're talking about near English. We're talking south through around Brandenburg and Hardinsburg. Moving it forward, this is in Louisville somewhere probably between 10:30 and midnight.
Okay.
And what you can see here, and I think we probably kind of agree on this one, is it does look like as it's crossing 65, especially in southern Indiana, the intensity is coming down, but you're also noticing repeated strikes of heavy rain.
Absolutely. So it's just a big mess. And, somebody just asked a question in here. Why does it feel like we're getting more spring-like storms than we actually got in spring? This is actually a perfect summertime setup, I would say. We talk about MCVs. June is the season for MCVs. In the spring, we tend to get more QLCSs, a long line of storms moving through, and it's kind of one fell swoop. So you get your big temperature run up to around 80 degrees and that southwesterly wind, and then on the backside of it, after a big round of severe storms that are usually pretty quick, one fell swoop, you get a big push of cold air, and those winds will be out of the northwest. With these types of scenarios, your atmosphere can rebound pretty quickly. We tend to see that in summertime scenarios. So this is exactly what we would expect to see this time of year.
June's MCS season. We see it all the time.
My first couple of summers up here, this is what we had multiple times over and over and over again. In fact, it's been a little bit quieter this year than the first 2 years that I've been here.
So these lines of storms coming across our area. Now, I will admit, the last week has been significantly more active than it was for much of May. May, we had the event Derby week. That was a Monday into Tuesday that we had severe weather, but it doesn't feel like we've had since March multiple severe weather days within a week. So again, near midnight, we're talking about North Vernon to near Madison to near LaGrange, Crestwood, Louisville. The data is still showing a degree of cellular structure, but you're noticing as it breaches I-65 and also around midnight, the intensity is starting to come down. Now, of course, this doesn't mean in the southern part of our area you still would not see strong storms, and they could be near Hardinsburg, Elizabethtown, through around Bardstown, Boston, Kentucky, Springfield, Lebanon, around 1:30. And this is where I think is the most interesting part. So you have very clearly two areas. My question mark is on the southern edge of this. How real is this? Because I firmly believe that this second round is probably going to dive south of us into the fuel because we know the fuel's better, and you can see it really does that. So the questions here would be on that 2 to 4 a.m. Is that real, or is that erroneous within the computer model data? I would say that that's the most uncertain part, because I think that second line that comes out of the Topeka area is going to miss us to the south. So there could be areas and a line from Hardinsburg through around Bardstown that may be missed on this one. And that is not a certainty that you are going to even have a severe weather threat. I would be most certain about the northern part of our area and then far southwestern Kentucky. And then when you get to near the river and south in our viewing area, it gets complicated.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service offices work together to say, hey, we're going to do 2 lines of counties in southern Indiana for our region specifically that are included in this tornado watch, but we're not going to do the counties that are directly up against the Ohio River. We're not going to do Kentucky counties right now because of the uncertainty of how far south can these storms actually push. Do I think they could get to 64 and still be tornado warned at times?
Absolutely.
I think so.
It is possible.
But you go a lot further south of the Kentucky parkways, and there's just too much uncertainty there to be able to say we deserve or they deserve a tornado watch right now.
And what we're, I think that I do get it. There is definitely a strong degree of people want to know yes or no. We understand that. Please understand we're not dancing. We're just trying to explain to you and explain the science of what we do. We work within weather data. We look at conditions within the atmosphere. There's times where we have high confidence, medium confidence, low confidence, and we're trying to explain areas where the confidence is higher, where the confidence is medium, and where the confidence is lower so that you have an understanding of what to expect. It just doesn't work always in our field that it's going to rain or not. There's really great summer examples where you can be driving down the highway, it'd be bone dry, and then you drive into an area where you can't see because it's pouring so hard. And then when you get to your house, you're like, yes, my lawn's going to have got tons of rain, and you get home and it didn't even rain. Nothing. So we have to understand, and again, I understand why people want a certainty, this is exactly what's going to happen. But just please do understand that there is uncertainty in what we do. So Storms Prediction Center has the 15% chance of damaging winds. This is not a 30.
Right.
This is not a 45%. This is not a moderate. This is not a high risk. They are not going with those categories. If they were certain that you would see severe, trust me when I say this, it wouldn't be a slight.
No.
And then lastly, your tornado threat stays at 5% through Louisville. And you can see the hatched area does indicate that potential for a stronger tornado. So with that, we always like to end our videos with some Q&A time because we always get a lot. Hopefully you guys paid attention to advanced track and helped you get some understanding on the concept, the timeline, your town, what to expect. But we always have time to answer some questions. So before we go into the Q&A portion, if you enjoy our videos, please give us a thumbs up and a like. Or a heart on our video if you guys appreciate these. Share the video because even after the video comes to an end, people can come in and watch the video still. And then let's open it up to Q&A. Matt, I'm going to put the 4 box up here only because this is going to allow people to see our cameras, us, radar moving, and then radar still with the warnings on there. Yeah. So this gives a lot of everything in there from Matthew and I. So let's open it to Q&A.
All right. So obviously, vast majority of questions in here is, when is it going to hit my town? That's why we try and hit that advanced track really hard.
Should we do it again?
We could do it again in a minute, but okay. I think that there may be some other questions in here that I think could be answered a little bit easier. One of the first things, you know what? Everybody always asks, when can I go to bed? I would say tonight is a night that you should definitely go to bed after you watch the newscast, because the storms will be here during the 10 o'clock and the 11 o'clock newscast. Why don't you just go ahead and watch, because you're getting live information there. We're going to be doing another video here in a couple of hours or so.
Yeah, we're thinking about 8:15 or so. Yeah. And obviously, we may go on before that. And it is entirely possible, Matthew, because the tornado warnings are only 2 counties away from us. And the trajectory is very likely to bring these into our area. The likelihood of us not getting a tornado warning tonight, to me, doesn't seem very good.
Right. We will definitely
Otherwise,
have some.
I wouldn't be here.
I agree. And you know what? I appreciate you being here. I know you guys do, because a one-person team, that's great. They're getting the job done, right? But 2 people can always look at a little bit more.
I know.
And so it's helpful to have somebody else in there, another extra set of eyes. Sometimes somebody just bounce some ideas off of, a little extra expertise. So
it is helpful, and we try to staff as appropriate. If this escalated to another level, we would obviously bring in more people.
Yeah.
Jude
will be here real early in the morning if these things do last a little bit longer.
Right. But you guys get it. If you're in Bedford, Indiana, if you're in French Lick, Paoli, if you're in Jasper, let's stay weather aware.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good chance that you're going to get a tornado warning. How far east those go, how far southeast is our biggest challenge. But again, you see it. There's a lot of tornado warned storms, and you can see on the top of the screen, those are all marching eastward. And there is that one that's east of Mount Vernon that has a tornado confirmed on that monster there as well. Quite an interesting evening here. Quite an interesting week for me. True story. I'm going to tell you that this, I think, is the most active week of June I have ever seen in this area.
Really?
I've never seen a belt of wind in June be this strong. 70 on June, what was that? I think it was 18th.
Okay. Yeah.
70 mile an hour winds a mile above the ground in the middle of June is unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of. Now, is it like something changed or something different? You know, we had a December monumental tornado when the Western Kentucky tornado went through Mayfield. I've worked tornado events in January, in February, in March, in April, in May, in June, in July. Now you can't July. New Middletown, Indiana, a few years ago, July tornado. We had a video of it on the ground. August, a lot of times August and September is tropical related. October, November, December. There is not a month that I have not worked a tornado event within our area. So while I would say this belt of wind that we saw a couple days ago is exceptionally unusual, it's not unheard of. Some of this stuff does happen.
For folks wondering, where is there some sort of delineation of severe weather's more likely, severe weather's less likely?
Good question.
North of 64 has a much higher chance of getting tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flooding potential. That's where all of our watches, our tornado watch and our flood watches, are in effect right now, mainly along and north of 64. And I think that that's exactly where they should be, because again, you see these storms, this first round that's coming through, there is a ton of action going on in Illinois and now moving across I-69 in southern Indiana. Ton of action. And that's the unfortunate part, is for our folks in southern Indiana that are Orange County, Washington, Scott, Jefferson, and north into Lawrence, Jackson, Jennings. You guys could see tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning.
We'd have to watch.
And yes. Now, do I think that we're going to have areas south of 64 that get warning, 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 warning? Significantly less likely that we would have anything like that. So if you're north of 64 this evening and tonight, I would say that, especially this evening, I want you guys to pay even more special attention to what we're doing when we're streaming, to what we're doing when we're on TV, because this is going to pertain to you more. In fact, you see that purple box east of Mount Vernon, north of 64 there in southern Illinois. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've already had multiple of those in Illinois. It wouldn't surprise me to see multiple of those in parts of Indiana tonight.
And Matthew, the problem is
even the one south of 64,
that was what I was going to
Beaver
say.
Creek.
So you have basically Fairfield, Illinois, and that storm that's unwarned right now near Enfield is also a notable supercell.
Yeah.
And all of these are heading east, and that's really where the data is struggling, is how far on the southern end will this go? Anything that's on the southern end will all be tornado warned because it's not part of a line. And you can see kind of when you look at this, notice near Christie, Illinois, you have this very, very obvious hook on this storm near Claremont in Illinois. And all of these storms, if you look closely, they all have those features of hooks on the tail of them. And that means that our wind and our fuel is supportive of rotating storms, and every one of these is taking advantage of that. We are now basically about a county away from a tornado warning conceivably being in our area. That one could affect Mitchell and Paoli, and those are things that we're going to be watching, just so you know the way this is going to go. What we're going to do here is, at some point, we'll probably end this video. We will make sure that we are prepared in case a tornado warning is issued, to go live on TV, and then to make sure that we can stream out of C, our Studio C, onto Facebook and YouTube if a tornado warning was issued. So that way we can get you covered on TV, on the WDRB Plus app, on WDRB News app, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And in all of these areas, you would be able to get that information. So we will end the video probably within about 5 minutes or so we can make sure that we are indeed prepared if that were to be the case. And another tornado confirmed here now, and the one I just noted that has that crazy hook on it near Christie, Illinois.
Yeah.
Now there's a confirmed tornado on the ground on that one. So, I mean, obviously we've got another night where we've got a problem. And the interesting thing here is the southern extent of this MCV, the southern extent of where that mid-level low went. Almost everything is rotating. Almost everything is rotating.
So there's going to be a lot of action tonight across Indiana, especially. That'll happen first, then it'll push into Kentucky later. I do think that once we get past midnight, a lot of these storms will start to decrease in intensity.
Agreed.
And so that's the important thing. The further south you are and the later we go in the night, the less of a threat there is. So for folks that want to get to bed, let's just get through this first round, especially our Southern Indiana folks. And I know some of you are already thinking about, well, I don't want to be tired Monday morning.
No, I don't want to be tired either,
Yeah.
but sometimes, it is
Stick
what
with
it
us
is.
through the newscast tonight. We're going to do another live here in a little bit, and we may be going live for any warnings that cross over 69 here soon. So
Somebody asking, Nancy is asking, why is Clark County, Indiana, not in the tornado watch? So the Storms Prediction Center didn't issue south of where they have, because there's some question marks in terms of how far south those storms will progress. Their feeling is let's get the initial watch out. Let's get a little bit more data, see storm behavior, and then we can make that adjustment. They've already put the risk out. The risk is there. But they want to delineate between what is a watch, it's more likely to happen, versus no watch, less likely. And another watch very possibly could be required south of the current one if those storms continue to hold their intensity, especially near Fairfield, Illinois, and that one that is north of Carmi, Illinois. Numerous tornado warnings just west of our area, as you can see here. Brooklyn's asking about Louisville. Louisville ETA is going to be between around 10:30 and midnight. It is possible that we do get tornado warnings tonight. It is possible in the metro, so we need to watch that closely.
absolutely.
How concerned would we be about, Matthew, about winds toppling trees? I mean, trees are in full foliage. If you get a warning, it can lay trees down.
We had a lot of trees down with this last round of severe weather. And even if it's not the whole tree, it's large branches. And that in and of itself can do, especially if it falls on a car, does some decent damage. Maybe it goes through a roof. So I would say with a scenario like this, again, especially if you're in Southern Indiana, you've got the best chance up there to see damage to trees and of course, trees causing damage to cars or to roofs or blocking roadways. Keep that in mind tonight. If you might be out and about, returning home late from work or going to work or whatever you might be doing after storms have blown through, sometimes in the dark, you just can't see that tree limb or that tree that's in the middle of the road. Just take it extra slow out there. Obviously, if it's raining hard, you should anyway, but particularly because you don't want to hit one of those.
And one of the questions we get asked a lot, and Charlie's saying, the stuff that comes through Scottsburg, will it be worse than last time? So I'm just going to use an example. If you're east of Austin, I mean, you had an EF2 tornado come through.
Yeah.
If you're in Scottsburg, you're like, it missed me. I didn't see anything.
Right.
So understand that some of those questions are in a sense, a loaded question that cannot be answered. My house didn't see any damage from the last storm. If, let's say, I have a shingle that's torn off my house this time, you would be able to say that it's worse at my house than the last time. However, we would also say that, well, I'm kind of being a little bit disingenuous because an EF2 tornado is on the ground for 23.5 miles. Do we anticipate an EF2 tornado being on the ground for 23.5 miles? That would be unlikely. Can you get a strong tornado, which is EF2 plus? It's not impossible. Could you get a longer track tornado? I would tell you it's not impossible, but I think it's going to be a little bit more likely as we go towards Illinois, Western Indiana, and the intensity we're hoping is going to come down a little bit as it comes across our area. So, by the way, if you're asking questions like that, we're not ignoring you. We do our best to get to as many questions as we can, but sometimes they just fly by so fast. A lot of people are asking in Louisville, so let's just gobble this one up here. Is Louisville going to see severe weather tonight? We can't say yes. We can tell you that the window opens between 10:30 and around midnight. We can say that there is enough fuel to support severe. There is wind energy, as Matthew noted, that changes direction with height. It's not as intense as what we saw a couple of days ago,
Right.
but nonetheless, Louisville could get severe. Louisville could get a tornado, and we are going to have to watch Louisville. I cannot tell you yes or no as much as I know, and I would love to. I would love to know when I can make sure that I protect everything on my house if there was going to be severe 2 days out. Unfortunately, this is just not the way our science works, at least yet. And Back to the Future, they were able to say to the second when it was going to rain, so I'm a little jealous.
That'd be nice. What year was that supposed to be in?
You know what? That's a good question. I think
It was already supposed to happen, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's my understanding.
So,
Haven't gotten there.
Somebody's saying thanks to us, but you guys don't have to thank you. We appreciate it. But just know we do this. This is our job. Would I like to have been at home resting today? Yeah, and the truth of the matter is, Matthew, you and I have done this for a bit now. You've worked in 2 tornado-prone markets. Sometimes it's worse sitting at home.
Oh yeah.
because
All you're doing is looking at radar the whole time.
so like you're at home, if I'm working and let's say Matthew's at home, Matthew's going to be doing this.
Yep.
If Matthew's hanging out with anybody, Matthew's not going to be present because you're going to be looking at data, wondering when you should come in. Should you come in? If a tornado happens, you're going to feel guilt that you didn't come in. It's
Right.
just really hard because this is what we do. So there comes a point where my scenario for me, Matthew and I talked last night, we knew that this was a pretty good probability. And you know, we don't, when, if I was sitting at home right now with a tornado warning, 2 counties west of us, I would not be at home anyways. So the time comes where it's just smart to come to work and we're going to watch these things and watch them across our area. And that's what we're going to be doing here. So let's do 3 more questions and then Matthew and I will prep, make sure that we're ready in case we need to go live for a tornado warning. As we noted, the storms are not that far away from our area.
I got a good one for you here,
Okay.
Mark. Crispy Biscuit wants to know, Mark, is there a trend in the data today that you don't like compared to yesterday? What has changed? Does it look worse? Does it look better?
a good
Or
question.
trend of timing? Whatever it might be.
So Crispy is one on our YouTube that is always in here. And Crispy told us the other day that he has weather anxiety and that Crispy felt that by learning weather, it's kind of lowered the anxiety and
Absolutely.
understanding. And I kind of felt like that's really cool. You know, if we can like affect a life and make your life a little easier when they're severe, we're all for that. So what has changed? My opinion, very little. Like when I looked at on Friday, looks like what I looked at yesterday and what I looked at today. Now, there still is data that doesn't agree on certain parts of this. But if you watch my video on Friday, you remember me saying, I want to make sure that that directional wind shear is real before I play up the tornado threat. The directional wind shear was real. I showed fuel and I showed you 2,500 Crispy, but if you recall, what I very specifically said is I think that's erroneous and it would probably peak around 15 to 18, which is real. So I don't think much has changed. And we had planned several days ago that if necessary, that we would come in and do a live. So worth noting that we just got a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of the area. I do want to look at this one.
Barely touches just the tip of Lawrence County. is
And I
what it
want to
looks like.
see if this is a tornado possible on this one.
They
because-
may have it's so big, they may have thrown it on
I'm
there.
just going to pull that up here right now. So this is the impacts. They did go with Tor possible on this
Yeah.
one until 7:45. So I think we should probably stay in on this for a little bit at
Okay.
this point now because we have a severe with Tor possible under
Can you
normal.
zoom out on that?
Of course.
Okay. I see the new one.
It's
Has it-
st-
there it
way
goes.
ahead of that one.
Hasn't been just updated on my radar app. I was like, whoa, is that in the right spot? Yeah. I see
So
it.
what we'll do at some point, Matthew, is maybe you can go into A
Yeah. Finish up
and
the show.
make sure show's finished. Make sure radar is up
Yes.
on second computer on the right, and then make sure on the main weather computer that we have the weather show open to the severe weather one.
Yep.
If you could open mine because it has all the cameras in there.
Gotcha.
That way we're good on that, and that way I can stay live with you guys here, and we can make sure that we cover in all aspects of this. So let's do a track on the storm that just got the Tor possible on it. I want to get the movement on these. I'm kind of curious because we were going 55 the other day. Let's see here. The storm motion is
Let's see if I can pull it up.
east at 4.5.
Yep.
So they are cooking as well. So 45 mile an hour off to the east. Let's give you some ETAs on when those storms are going to be making their march off to the east. Bring up my storm track. Again, the beauty of having a weather system at your fingertips at all times makes life pretty good in what we do. 4 or 5 miles an hour is right there. So this puts it in Richmond 3 minutes from now. Bloomington, Indiana. I know we still have kids in summer school in Bloomington at IU 10 minutes from now. Marshall 21 minutes from now, which Marshall would be in the northern part of Lawrence County. So let me say that one more time. 21, which puts it in western Lawrence County around 10 minutes from now. And then in the Nineveh, Indiana area around 42 minutes from now. That is for 60 mile an hour winds and a tornado possible on that particular storm. Well, getting into an interesting point here, though, because these storms are probably going to tell what they're going to do. That back line, everything was tornado warned, and maybe not everything tornado warned now. So maybe there's a slight downward trend,
Seeing a
which I would love to
transition.
see.
Yeah.
But those storms that you're looking at right in the middle of your screen right here are the ones, if they can hold, and the key there is if they can hold, that would get into Louisville probably between 10:30 and around midnight. But that is, some data says yes, Some data says those will be coming down in intensity. So that is one of our more uncertain parts of this. Irvington, Kentucky, when could it be in Irvington? I'm going to put you around probably midnight or so, unless the storms get go. I don't think they can get going south well. That Carmi storm is coming down in intensity now a little bit. The Fairfield storm doesn't look as intense either. I am encouraged a little bit by what I'm seeing. We do know that these should come down in intensity at some point.
Yeah.
So we're hoping that that would be before they get into areas near the river, and that's why the watch doesn't include everybody. But we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, Indiana, not in our area as we stand right now.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody asking on a Corydon, one of our cameras sitting in Corydon. ETA is not that far from Louisville, 10 to 11:30, approximate.
Probably. Yeah.
So let's do this one more time here. Somebody asked about, we're getting a lot about what time should it be in my town.
You want to do another advanced track?
Yeah, let's do one last advanced track, Matthew, and I'll let you walk our way through this. And then what we'll do after this is Matthew will go prep the studio, and when he's ready, he can come back in here and we can continue.
Yeah, all right. So let's run you through this again. It's doing a good job initializing where the storms are at now, so we can put a little bit more trust in it and what's happening in the future, but it's not perfect. No group of storm or no model run is ever going to be perfect. So here you go. You can see the training storms coming out of southern Illinois into western and southwestern Indiana. I think that represents what's going on right now pretty well. Maybe an hour ahead or something, or hour behind, but overall good. Let's run you through. Again, you see storms that have already passed through some of our northern counties. Then you've got that main batch running right along the Ohio River. This is why we were really hitting on earlier. If you're along and north of 64, you got that best chance of having severe weather, tornadoes, severe thunderstorm warnings, and flash flooding. That's the most likely scenario. You keep moving through here.
Intensity's coming down in this run.
It is. And coming into Louisville, it starts to weaken some. Now, that doesn't mean the show is over. Again, we're sitting at 10:30. Mark has been saying somewhere between 10 and 11:30 is when it should start to cross the river into Louisville. And I think that this is playing that out perfectly at this point. There will be plenty of folks in southern Indiana over the, 8 o'clock to midnight period that get strong and severe storms. You go south into south central Kentucky, it may not really get started for you until well after midnight. You see that there starts to become more of a southerly component. They get pushed out from the north down south, closer to E-Town, just before midnight. Hardinsburg, you're catching more here. That, again, is definitely possible, but this is where the uncertainty really lies. How much can these storms actually push south? How far can they do that? Because we're going to be watching another group of storms go through western Kentucky in a second here as Mark progresses in another couple. You see them building in southern Illinois. Those will probably run through and run into a lot of energy down in that direction. But how much will there actually be to work with in central Kentucky, south of the 64 corridor, north of the parkways? You start to see them actually almost lift northward. I mean, may stall out. Is that possible? Yeah. We saw that happen with the last storms on Wednesday into Thursday.
We did, and that caused a flood risk.
Yes. Could that happen here? I think it's very, very possible. So maybe the initial round that's coming through Indiana right now doesn't get all the way to southern Kentucky. But then we've got this other batch that's further to the west that we'll be watching. I think it probably falls apart before it gets here, though. And that's kind of how models have been trending it.
I think that's right, too. And so wherever that north line stalls, and this run of our advanced track, this is the HRRR computer model, by the way, shows this right here would have an enhanced flood threat. So those are things that we're going to watch as we move through this and continue to move through this during the overnight hours. There's multi-threats here tonight. This run of advanced track shows the storms coming up a little bit short as they approach Louisville. And I think it is worth saying. We think that midnight's going to be a period where the intensity starts to come down, number one. Number two, a lot of the data shows near 65 is where we also start to see intensity coming down. So these areas west of I-65, north of 64, these kind of areas we think are most primed for severe weather. When you get east or near those borders we just mentioned, the intensity could start to drop off here just a little bit. So this is where I'm going to send Matthew back over into Studio
Appreciate you guys.
to make sure that everything is ready in case we have to deal with severe and or a tornado warning. And then what will happen is, if necessary, Matthew's going to go prep the show, come back in here. And if we do get a tornado warning, obviously we would go live with that tornado warning. And you can see now tornado warnings, you can see why we feel that we need to make sure that we're ready in case a tornado warning is issued. Matthew, can you do me a favor as well? Can you grab me either traffic? Can you grab me the traffic mic? That way, if I do have to go over and hit the nuke button to go in there, it will be able to take them. If you could, my IFB should be hanging in my locker. So we're just making sure, like I said, that we are prepped in case the need comes for us to do a tornado warning. So you can see from Vigo, Indiana through the Odin area, now there is a tornado warning, and this is not that far away from us, guys. This is the obvious reason why Matthew and I are talking and prepping in case we do have to go into live coverage here for a tornado warning, because it's pretty obvious that it is indeed possible. So let me pull up the Evansville radar. It just has a better view on that area rotation that is near Vigo. Wow. Definitely a very, very, very obvious hook on that storm. And we can look in there and view some of the winds within that portion of the storm. And there you go. 2 areas of rotation on either side of Vigo, northwest of Vigo and east of Vigo. We have rotation where that tornado warning is ongoing right now. That is a good looking storm, and that one is on a trajectory that takes it towards Odin. And then if that holds, that would move into Lawrence and Orange County. So if you're in Orange or Lawrence County, I'm not saying right now you're under a tornado warning, but it's not a bad idea to know what you would need to do should you go under a tornado warning. Latest right now here, so if you're joining us in our northern counties, we are obviously not forgetting about you. So good news on the northern part of Lawrence County is that you notice the bow. So if you kind of look at this area here, it has the shape of a bow and arrow. What does that mean? So the bow means that the winds are surging out in the apex. This means an enhanced risk of damaging winds right here within the apex, which is heading towards Clear Creek, Indiana, Salt Creek, Indiana, and yes, about to move into the Bloomington area. So those are areas that we have to watch if that gets towards you. And Matthew just handed me off some things. So in case you're curious what I mean when I say IFB. So the IFB is how I can hear our producers. So should we have to go live on TV, I obviously would need to be able to hear our producers so that they could speak to us. Let's just say the producers like Mark were getting damage reports coming in out of blah, blah, blah. They would then talk to me in my earpiece. So the earpiece then goes over my ear. We then connect this to the back of our shirt collar. That way we can keep it away from our kind of like dangling around and being distracting. And then we've got just a kind of general plug here, which we plug into that box I just put on my belt pack. So just making sure that I'm ready. And then you'll also notice that I am going to put a microphone on, again, just in case we do get a tornado warning. Because when we go from C to Studio A, where we do our television coverage, we use these belt pack mics. As you know, we don't actually have this mic in front of us. So we need to have a normal mic on. So we have it set up out of C here, that if indeed a tornado warning was issued, we have a way to immediately transition into television coverage. So at some point, I'll probably let Matthew take over here for a little bit as I go put a tie on in case we do have to do a tornado cut in at any point here during the evening, or if I'm still live here. So latest information on this warning. This is the warning in effect for Lawrence County and a sliver of Jackson County. Tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 3/4-inch hails the main threat. This one continues to be a warned storm, not a tornado warned storm. Not a tornado warned storm as it stands right now. Continuing to watch everything that we've got out there. Numerous severe and tornado warned storms extend from Odin, Indiana, through around Vincennes, and then all the way through Olney, Illinois, and then backward towards around Centralia, Illinois. A lot of areas north of Mount Vernon under tornado warnings right now. While we look at this, I do want to still give you guys opportunities for questions, because we did have to shut that down a little bit quickly as those tornado warnings got close. So let's see. How's Charlestown looking from Jeanette? So Jeanette, your time's probably between 10:30 and about around midnight. And not that different from Louisville in that there's still a little bit of differing within the data in terms of how far south the storms can survive. High-res data on the now is saying that that can get into Louisville. But there is high-res data that still keeps this out. I'm looking at the latest runs right now. It still puts it in Louisville exact same time and still shows the potential for some tornadoes. So, I'm going to revise what I said a little bit earlier in the west of I-65, because in Indiana, all of southern Indiana could be in play. So I'm going to say north of 64, very specifically, is the area where there's a better chance of severe. Near and south, a lot of the data is showing that is going to be the point that it starts to weaken off somewhat. So if you're in southern Indiana or near the Ohio River, which or near 64, which does include Louisville, your chance of severe weather is greatest. Let's see here. Grateful for you and your team. We appreciate that. Thank you. Clarksville, that message is the same one as I just answered. Can we expect tornado warnings in Louisville from Kelly? Kelly, I wish I could answer that one. If I could, I would never have to work a day in my life again, right? There's no way, unfortunately, to say this many hours out if a tornado warning could occur in Louisville. Generally, tornado warnings, even in the really, really, really violent tornadoes, are only about 45 minutes to an hour ahead of time. And that's in the most violent of the most violent of the most violent. So in a scenario like this, tornado warnings are normally going to be 20 to 30 minutes out. Anything beyond that is difficult to say. What about Henry County? Henry County does have a chance of seeing severe, and there unfortunately is a chance that you can get a spin. I would say that I think west of you and north of you is a little bit better chance of a tornado. Orange County, ETA, that initial line that may stay north of you is probably about an hour or so from now. I'm going to say your window opens about an hour from now and could last through about maybe 11 or so. Any hail chance? So not a huge hail chance on these. The reason there's not a huge hail chance is our fuel is not as high as what we've seen in some prior events. So hail, yes, there could be some hail, but it's not going to be monumental size hail. Again, in a positive signal here, we're seeing less tornado warnings and more severe, but we still feel that we're going to get some warnings. Okolona, I mentioned Louisville, no difference for Okolona than what to expect in Louisville. Elizabethtown, the truth of the matter is, Lisa, Elizabethtown may not see anything. And that is a distinct possibility. A lot of the high-res data shows that this thing is going to weaken and fall apart and grenade somewhere near 64. And it's possible areas like E-Town or maybe Hodgenville or Litchfield or Munfordville, you may not get anything out of this one, which is really a possibility. Madison, Indiana tonight, what time? So Madison, I'm going to put it in Madison, Indiana. Within about 2 hours or so is when your window would open. So let's say 9:30 through about maybe midnight. Louisville, remember, is 10:30 through around 11 or so. I'm sorry, 10:30 through around midnight. New Albany, same thing, 10:30 through around midnight. Bardstown, it may not make it. It may not, but if it does, it's probably going to be after midnight. Let's see here. Bardstown, Kentucky, it may not make it. It may just not make it that far. Will Louisville see a watch of some kind? So one thing you have to remember is we get this a lot when it's going to snow. Will school be open? I have no way to forecast what the Storms Prediction Center will do, just like I have no way to forecast what a school system will decide. There are many times where the Storms Prediction Center puts us in a risk that I don't agree with, or they don't put us in a risk where I think we should be in one. And so it is important to note that I can't forecast what they're going to do. I have no way to do that. So I can't tell you whether we're going to go under a watch or not. I would be basically doing an impossible thing. The Storms Prediction Center will decide what they're going to decide. I just can't tell you what they're going to do. It's impossible for me to forecast what another forecaster would do. So that area rotation is not as intense as it was east of Vigo right now, Vigo, Indiana. But that is an area where we do have a tornado warned storm right now, and that is an area we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for the northern part of Lawrence County, Marshall, Pleasant Run. Be aware of that. Also, extreme northwestern Jackson County. Unfortunately, yeah, you went under 2 tornado warnings Wednesday night into Thursday, and you're already under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's something that we obviously need to watch. And then you can see all the tornado warned storms to the west. Is the instability or CAPE different from what we saw tonight versus earlier in the week from Karen? Yes. It's actually a lot weaker. It's 2,500 units on Wednesday night. It's arguably around 12 to 15, but should be tailing off after sunset. Somebody's asking, do I think that we should go under a tornado watch? Fair question. Right now, I think that the Storms Prediction Center has the appropriate action, which is to put the northern part of our area and give that other area a little bit of time to show its hand. And what I mean by that is this area here, you'll notice that there are thunderstorms here that are non-warned. And I would love personally, I don't think we need to get it out yet because you still have 2 hours until that line could even get towards our western counties. And why just throw the watch out 2 hours into the future when there's a level of uncertainty and let's say it wasn't needed? Why alert people if it's not needed? So I think the Storms Prediction Center is doing the right thing in they have the time. It's not going to be here for several hours. And let's just see how well those storms manage over the next 2 hours before just going crazy and firing watches out. That's my opinion on that one. Let's see, what about Crestwood? Crestwood, no different than Louisville. I'm going to say around 11 through midnight-ish would be 10:30 to midnight's your time. Somebody asking about how confident I am that there'll be strong winds in Middletown. In transparency, I am not. And this is unfortunately one of the hard parts of my industry. I think we have seen, a lot of people are feeling that in the current world with our technology, we should know exactly what's going to happen hours out. The problem is when you start to get into the science of what I do, is we're trying to model the atmosphere using approximations. There's things that are unsolvable. We use statistical methods to try to solve that. We use convective schemes to try to simulate thunderstorms. We try to use points where the atmosphere is a continuous fluid in motion. And so it's almost a miracle at times that we are able to get data that can show what it can show. Knowing what I know, I am actually very impressed by what weather models can do. But what they can't do, unfortunately, at this juncture of what we do is say many hours out what's going to happen in a very, very specific location like that. I can tell you that the severe weather threat will still exist in Louisville. I can tell you that Louisville could see damaging winds and could see a tornado, but I cannot tell you that it's a guarantee, unfortunately. I understand the question, I really do, and so don't take this as me being negative in any way, but I just am trying to be honest and transparent. I could throw darts. I could put a 10 or 14-day forecast on TV. I could. We can put a 20-day forecast on TV if we want to. I have stood for accuracy, and we know statistically that beyond 7 days that the accuracy goes down to 5%. So why would I insult you? And that's just my opinion, is I just tell you what I can within the ability of what my science allows. So these are good questions, but let's see. Looking back for other questions here. Marengo, Indiana. So Marengo, pretty close to Corydon. I'm going to put it in your area in Marengo around 10:30 to 11:30. See if there's any other questions. Far western Jackson County here, winds picking up some. Yeah, so you can see those storms, and I'm going to go back over to that radar again and zoom in a little bit more closely. Apologize, put the arrow on there instead. Let me remove that. And let me zoom in to the north, and we're going to pull Indy radar just because it is a closer sight and it's going to get a better view. So the strong winds are now on the fringe of northern Lawrence County. That is in Bloomington as we speak right now, and that is moving towards northern Jackson County. That would be in the extreme northern part of Jackson County. Let me give you an ETA, and I'm just going to do a very small storm track. That way I can get the towns that would include our viewing area a little bit more, a little bit better. Elkinsville, 13 minutes from now. Christiansburg, it would be around 20 minutes from now. Near Freetown, around 25 minutes from now. Rossstown, 36 minutes from now. And 42 minutes from now, the Sand Creek area. So that takes it across our northern portion of our area. And I hope that gives you a little better sense on what specifically that we're talking about there. Just looking through anything the Weather Service is chatting on. Hold on one second. They're discussing scan strategies on their radar. Okay, good. So they're planning already on going to high res scan motions as it gets a little bit closer, which is what we would prefer. That obviously affects air traffic because we can't get the super high scans, but it gives us a lot better resolution in the lower levels where you live, and that way we can tell a lot more about what's going on there. So let's see here. Just reading through anything on the chat here just to make sure that there's nothing that they're planning that we're not prepared for. So nothing right now. Back over to some Q&A. Let's see. How bad will it be in Louisville from ever? So 10:30 to midnight, damaging winds, and a tornado warning is not impossible for the metro. I'm in Salem. Do I need to go to the basement? Just tuned in right now. So you do not need to go to the basement right now. Is it possible you could need to go to the basement tonight? It is. A tornado warning is not out of the realm of possibility for Washington County, Indiana. So that is something we're watching. And that is right now the stronger part of the line. Let me pull that track off there as well, just so we can view that without the track on the map. I'm going to zoom you out just a little bit here. And you can see there's so many tornado warnings out there still on this part of the line. That go from West Salem, Illinois, tornado confirmed on the ground near Stevenson, Illinois. Odin is under a tornado warning. South of that, the storm going over Vincennes, that has a tornado warning on it right now. So that one's going along 41. The area rotation is going to be just south of Vincennes, or actually I would say right over Vincennes. And that one's heading towards Monroe City, South Washington, and Beale, Indiana. And then the other area of rotation that we have right now, and I'm going to change radar sites again just so I can aim a little bit different into the storm. I always personally use different radar strategies just for different areas so I can get a better sense. Plainville, northwest and southeast, there is still rotation. That's about 14 minutes from Odin, Indiana. So that is an area that we are watching. That's under a tornado warning. And of course, if that was to extend, that could get into our Indiana counties in our viewing area within about an hour or so. So since I am going to have to put a tie on at some point, I am going to probably end the video and then we can start a new one up should a warning get issued. Is anybody, if anybody feels they need more quick information on the northern part of our area, come in and comment. If you're near Guthrie, Northern Lawrence, Northern Jackson, I will stay if you guys need me to, and then I could just bring Matthew back here and go put in a tie, so that we can stay a little bit longer. And then also I will probably get some hot tea at some point because it's been a tough week and my voice is definitely struggling some. Is a tornado possible in Palmyra? It absolutely is possible tonight. So yeah, Southern Indiana, you really do have a chance of getting a tornado tonight again. Litchfield, Kentucky, Litchfield, lowest confidence. You may get missed entirely by this, meaning you may not even get any rain out of this. That is a possible scenario out of this. So Eugene's joining us out of Jennings. I'm going to stay with you guys. My voice will recover at a later point. So Jennings County still have a ways until it gets to your area. Let me change again radar sites. Again, I love strategy on this. Jennings, nothing right now. The initial wave of storms could be in your area, I'm going to say around 60 to 90 minutes. And you can see they're still putting out tornado warnings on that northern part that's heading towards Indy. And that is just north of Bloomington. And this is an area that saw an EF2 tornado a couple days ago. So, I mean, it's insane. It's insane what we're dealing with here in the third week of June. This is just not the way it goes for our area normally in the third week of June. Seymour going to get a bad storm soon. So the severe is north of you. However, there is a secondary area of strong to severe right now coming through. Let me just get some specific spots. It's coming through Odin, Indiana right now. It'll be in Mitchell Tree, Spice Valley, Bedford. That one is on a trajectory to get to you. So be aware, even if this line near Bloomington doesn't get to you, the second one has a pretty good chance of getting to you. Somebody's asking where Jude is. So good question. Jude's got to work tomorrow morning. Jude goes on air from 5 to 9. So the way that traditionally, because we have to continuously staff when there's a chance of severe, on my shift, I would stay until about 2 a.m. Matthew as well, and Jude would come in normally around 2 a.m. Now, if this comes up in concern, they would then increase, or we would then bring Jude in a little bit earlier. So we staff because Jude could sometimes have to stay during severe till 2 p.m. So in my team, the night side is 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. and then the morning side is 2 a.m. to 2 p.m. So Jude just texted me, and he makes a really, really, really valid point. Is how did the Storms Prediction Center keep this one as only a slight, even when everything was starting to happen? There's a lot of things they do that I don't understand. And that's why when people ask me, what do you think the Storms Prediction Center is going to do? We were in an enhanced risk of severe weather on Wednesday night in the metro and a lot of southern Indiana, and it was the right move. And in a baffling decision around 8, they yanked us out of the enhanced and moved us into a slight. You all know what happened. A tornado was on the ground for almost 25 miles, and it was in a slight risk. They had the forecast right originally, and they changed it. It was ridiculously bad decision. And I don't know why. I don't know. And I see this all the time where there are things that are obvious. I posted it on Twitter. I said, I can't believe they did this. I said that our area is going to see severe, and they had the right forecast, but they changed it to the wrong forecast. And I don't know why they do what they do. I just don't. And it frustrates me. It is baffling at times. So when people ask me what I think Storms Prediction Center is going to do, I don't know how to answer the question, because there are a lot of things they do that make absolutely no sense to me. When you see the tornado count from today and seeing that it was in a slight risk of severe weather will be absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But that's where they are. So, all right, now it's just a little bit more real, because now we have a tornado warning that is near the Evansville radar site that's also on trajectory, should it hold, to come down 64. So I just want to show you have tornado warned storms on trajectory to get into a significant portion of the northern half of our area. So these are things that we're going to have to really, really, really watch tonight. Really, really watch tonight. Let's see. Somebody's saying, I appreciate your honesty, and thank you. I don't want to disagree with the Storms Prediction Center ever again. I don't want to disagree with the National Weather Service ever again. I would much prefer that we're all on the same page and we stay on the same page every single storm. But at the same time, my reputation means something. It means something to me, and it means something I feel to the community. I've tried for a lifetime here, 20 years, to just give you accuracy, not sensationalize, not overhype, not underplay, just call it as I see it. There are times where I think that the Storms Prediction Center is wrong. And that this goes back a long ways. This is a true story. April 26th, 2011, that monumental tornado outbreak that occurred over Alabama. So I was on the morning show at that time. I still worked WDRB in the mornings, like from when I got here in 2004. And I went on the air that morning and I said that I think the warm front's going to be too far south. I said that I think our area is going to be protected by the cool from seeing large-scale severe. A storm came into Grayson County. It immediately got a severe thunderstorm warning. The Storms Prediction Center immediately put a PDS tornado watch in our area. That means a particularly dangerous situation, which are the worst of the worst tornado watches. I started to get hate emails that day. You said nothing was going to happen here. You're an idiot. I want to have a job where I can be wrong 50% of the time. The true story. That was the only warning that was ever issued on our entire area on that day. And they never issued another one, but they put us under a PDS tornado watch and there was not a single warning. So, I just try to call things like I see them. Look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm perfect. I'm a human being like you are. I believe my accuracy is extremely good. But am I right every single time? I'll never be right every single time. I'm a human being. If I can get 95% accuracy, I'm gonna be quite pleased. And I feel that that's what we do. But it's a humbling thing in our industry when things don't go the way you expect, because it's hard. And there are a lot of times where I put myself on an island. Let's use another example. This year, you guys saw it, the 12 to 15 inches of snow that was forecast for Louisville. If you recall that day, I said that for days out, I said there's a sign of a sleet contamination in here, and we normally don't get the huge snow totals when that occurred. And I think we had a 6 to 10, and we ended up in that range. I think we had about 6.5 inches. But it's uncomfortable. People were like, "What's wrong with you? Everybody's forecasting more snow than you. What's wrong with you? You're an idiot." People will say, they'll send really rude stuff to me. And in the end, we did end up getting it right. But it's not comfortable being on an island when your forecast differs from a lot of what people are seeing. It is hard, and I just have kind of over the years just believed in trusting in my instinct. I feel like I've got a good meteorological background with the scientists I learned from, and I lean on that. So that's kind of why I do what I do. Louisville, what about when should I bring umbrellas in? Diana, I think it's probably a good idea to bring the umbrellas in. I'm not going to guarantee the storms make it to Louisville, but my argument is why risk it? If I had something outside I was worried about getting blown around, if you're asking me would I bring it in, I would. Now that said, the data does show a downward trend in intensity when these get towards Louisville, but whether that happens in Louisville, a county before, county after, tough to say. Ellen's saying, can I update people that just tuned in? Ellen, the video's been ongoing here for, let's see, over an hour. So just understand, I have been updating for the last hour. Somebody asked a question, and I just want to answer it. So, please, I ask this all the time. There's no reason to be rude in here. We're doing our best to get to every question that we can. And we've got the radar up here for you so that you can see here. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the northern part of Lawrence County and extreme northwestern Jackson County. This is for winds to 60 miles an hour. I'm going to look from I want to get best perspective on this. Unfortunately, none of our radars are going to give us great perspective, but you'll notice that we've got that Boeing segment right near Nashville, Indiana. So that is an area where I'd be most concerned about the damaging winds, but that could be in Marshall in the next 2 minutes, and then fringing the northern part of Lawrence County. Continued with severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings ongoing right now. These go from Odin, Indiana. There is a tornado warning that is 1 county away from our area. If it's extended, it could conceivably get very close to our area. If that happens, what I would do is I would go into Studio A and we would start our tornado warning coverage. Those warnings go southward through Vincennes, where there's a very notable hook on that storm. We've got a storm near West Salem, Illinois, about to cross over into Kentucky. And then we've got one right now that's going to be north of Evansville near the Montgomery area. You'll notice south of that area, there is not near as much severe. And then I'm going to put that into motion because you'll get a sense of what this means for our viewing area. And you can see trajectory on those storms near 64 is almost due east. So those could get into our area. So those are where we stand right now. Tia saying, has there been any reports to confirm tornado touchdowns? There absolutely has. There's been numerous touchdowns. Let's see. Is Meade County in the threat of tornadoes tonight? Meade County could see a tornado. It's not impossible for you, yes. I would say, I think you're right on the fringe area of where I would say that. Let's see. Do I think that they could get to Simpsonville, or could they weaken? I think you're right on the edge of where they're going to be weakening. So it's possible that they could still hold severe intensity as they get towards you. Let's see. Which areas are most likely to get tornadoes? North of 64 would be most likely. Just trying my best to go through all the questions because they're flying across the screen so fast tonight. Do I think these storms are as intense as what we saw Wednesday? They're different setups. Near this thing during the afternoon is going to be probably as intense as Wednesday, but at night, this one should lose intensity more quickly than what we saw on Wednesday night. The wind energy and fuel are just not in the same league as what we saw Wednesday night. When will it be over for, let me check. When will it be over for Jackson County? So Jackson County, probably by around 11:30, it should be show over for you. Let's see. I'm in Hudson, Kentucky, and I see Hardinsburg and I see Elizabethtown, but I don't understand where I am as far as I-65 and I-64. So let me just show you. I'm going to bring this up. And what I would suggest is for all is make sure that you know where your county is, where your location is, where you are with respect to. So you mentioned Hardinsburg and E-Town. So I'm going to put a measurement on both of these areas just so you can get a sense of what I'm talking about. I'm actually just going to draw some arrows. Hardinsburg, you can see in the middle of the graphic here, this is Hardinsburg. So where is Hardinsburg with respect to I-64? So it's a good question. Hardinsburg is south of I-64. So I-64 here, I-65 here. Elizabethtown is right along I-65 and about 60 miles south of I-64. So when I say the chance would be better north of 64, and if you're in Hudson, Kentucky, that means the chance is better to your north. And again, I'm not saying that knowing where you are on a map is definitely something that I know that there are many people that when they look at a map or they hear X county, they're like, I don't know. And what I would suggest is know the county names surrounding you. That way, if you see a warning for XXX county, you would know what that means. I would also make sure I know that just where the counties are the cities around me. And lastly, I would also make sure you can just use Google. It's super easy. Just get some of the major interstates, and reference points that we would use a lot are 64, 65, 71, and then the Ohio River. Another one that we use a lot is the Western and Bluegrass Parkways. So I would know where those are. If I say 64, what does that mean for me? If I say 65, what does that mean for me? If Mark says north of the Western and Bluegrass, or north of the Kentucky Parkways, or south of the Kentucky Parkways, what does that mean? Because those are reference points that we use quite frequently. So I think those are legitimate, fair questions. And I think that also just, again, knowing what's around your area certainly helps in these situations. So Natalie, it's a good question. I hope that helped to answer that one for you. Somebody said they're already hearing thunder in Orange County. And yeah, those storms are still about... the worst part of those storms are still off to your west. New warning just issued here. Let me get the latest on that one. New severe thunderstorm warning. And I'm curious again if this has the tornado possible tag on this one. So let me go. I'm going to use Indy Radar on this one. So this is, make sure that we get the right warning because sometimes this will choose the wrong. This is a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now includes the northern part of the northern part of Jackson County, northern part of Jennings County, and the northern part of Lawrence County. And that said, storms are, northern part of Jennings County needs to be a little bit more careful because that Boeing segment is heading right towards you. But be aware if you're in Guthrie right now, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. That will be heading towards Freetown in around 30 minutes from now, and that'll be heading into around 45 minutes from now into Jennings County, Indiana. New severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible in this part of our viewing area. Somebody asked if I can do a storm track on the Vincennes storms and the Odin storms. I absolutely can. So what I'm going to do here briefly, though, is just get the warning info, just so I can make sure the movement on them. Northern one is 30 miles an hour. Southern one is 30 miles per hour. So these on the southern part of that line are definitely not moving as fast as the north. But let me give you a track on those storms because, if we're on here, we might as well help regardless of where you are. So 30 miles an hour off to the east puts that tornado warning for the Bramble area in 5 minutes from now, 22 minutes from now in Cale and Mount Olive. It'll be in your area around 28 minutes from now. From here, let's do the Steen storm. We're going to move that one off to the east at 30, and you can see the southern part of the line is not moving as fast. That one puts it in Steen a minute from now, Maysville, Indiana, 9 minutes from now, South Washington, Indiana, 15 minutes from now, and 25 minutes from now in Black Oak, Indiana. So these are areas where we do have tornado warnings in Indiana right now. If you're joining us from any of those areas, obviously it is time to take your tornado safe precautions. I'm in Jennings County from Nicole, starting to hear thunder and lightning. Yep, you do have some action now We've got some lightning on that storm that is near Seymour. We've got our camera in Seymour. Let me see if I've got that easily accessible. Pulling that up right now so we can see, and that is, you can see some of the rain now starting to move in. I know we're looking west because I know that tower, that cell phone tower is looking to the west. So I'm going to leave this up for a little bit. There you go. Just saw lightning strike. This is looking towards the severe thunderstorms. Kimberly asking, can I talk about Madison? You bet. So if you're Madison, Indiana, I know you've been through a lot over the last couple of days. I know we're going to watch you. The time of interest for you is probably going to be around 11 through around midnight or so, give or take 30 minutes. Damaging winds are possible, and some spin up tornadoes are possible. I think that longer track would be more likely to the west, but very clearly there is still a tornado threat in Madison, Indiana. I know that's probably what nobody in Madison wants to hear, in particular after what you guys went through a couple of days ago, but we are watching you, and obviously we know you guys have been through a lot. West Baden, Indiana from Connie. Yeah, so Connie, those storms are going to be in your area probably about, we're looking at 7:49. I'm going to put close to 9. 8:30 to 9:30 is going to be the time frame. I think those storms would be in your area. Let's see. Somebody asked if we can talk about Brown County, Indiana. Absolutely, we can. Brown County, Indiana is very famous in our viewing area because Brown County, Indiana has a lot of people that go up there to peep fall foliage. So I'm going to go into Brownstown here, or excuse me, Brown County, Indiana, near Columbus. So I'm going to change radar sites just because Indy's got the better beat on this storm. And let me just make sure Indy is still scanning correctly. Yes. So the main part of that line right now has passed Nashville, Indiana. So if you have friends or family in Brown County, Indiana, remember this northern part of the line is moving faster. Nineveh, 4 minutes from now. Columbus, 12 minutes from now. Sand Creek, 18 minutes from now. Haw Creek, it'll be 24 minutes from now. Geneva, 30 minutes from now. And Greensburg, Indiana, it'll be around 42 minutes from now. North of that, there were tornado warnings. I want to see if the Weather Service has continued, though. They have not. So the main threat in Brown County, Indiana is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hopefully that helped answer your question. Let's see. Bedford, Indiana experiencing the front. So Michael, you're in Bedford. Can you tell me, I'm going to look for your comment again. Can you tell me what you're looking at for winds? You're south of the warning, so I would expect there not to be strong winds, but can you tell me what you're dealing with in terms of wind? Just estimate if you think it's damaging. Is it knocking down limbs, twigs, not knocking anything down? Those things would be highly valuable. Let's see here. Looking, anybody at Thunder in Austin? I'm just waiting for that response to that question. Just because I'd like to see what's happening there out of Brownstown, out of Bedford, Indiana. I really want to catch that report because that is an important one. I'm just going to look real quickly, by the way, and just checking on these storms and seeing if there is confirmed tornado signatures. So we have seen in the social media era of YouTube, social meteorologists, that you're getting this a lot where we're seeing there's a confirmed tornado on the ground when there is not a confirmed tornado on the ground. And we're getting this a lot now where it's causing a lot of confusion. And then the people will repost what they wrote and when there's a tornado that was actually on the ground, and then never repost when there wasn't one. And it's creating a lot of, I think, confusion. I think it's causing people to not trust the Weather Service sometimes on their warnings, and I think that's a dangerous one. All right, we do have a tornado warning here, guys. This is for Lawrence County. I'm going to go back into our studio so that we can do our tornado warn coverage. So I'm going to turn my mic on so you guys will be able to hear me. So you guys should still be able to hear me now on my other mic. I'm going to be walking back into our main studio so we can start our tornado warning coverage. I need to walk by our production area to let them know that we're going to be doing tornado warning coverage. If you guys are in production and hearing me right now, no guys, I'm heading over into Studio A so that we can do tornado warning coverage. Make sure that you guys are ready for the tornado warning coverage. Closing out in our Studio B now as I head over into A. You'll hear me knocking on the window. you guys, they gave me the thumbs up. They do know that we have a tornado warning in effect here. So we're going to need to cut in and start our tornado warning coverage. Matthew has our graphics ready. Bree, we're good in here? So Matthew, I'm going to walk into the back real quick and put a tie on, and I'm going to let you start this, and then I will come back in. So guys, Matthew's going to roll this. I'm going to go back, put a tie on. I'll be right back out.
Ready to go. We're going. Hey everybody, appreciate you all joining us. Mark's going to be in here in just a second. We have a tornado watch out until midnight tonight, and we do have a tornado warning that has just gone into effect for Lawrence County in southern Indiana. Let me show you what we're talking about here. Clear as day that there is rotation within this storm. You can see it spinning like a top as it's been moving south of Odin and going to be north of Shoals, Indian Springs as well. Now that's just one county over from us, but you can see those reds, those greens. I mean, just perfectly meshed together there, a very tight couplet as this thing is, you could just perfectly see the spin. In fact, I'm going to go over to the green screen, show you guys what I'm talking about in case you can't quite tell what's going on. And Mark will be out here in just a second, like I mentioned before. But we've been streaming on all of our platforms over the last couple of hours, talking about these storms as they've been heading our way. For the folks that are in far western Lawrence County, up into northern Orange County as well. We want you guys to pay attention to this one especially. I know that Orange County isn't underneath the warning right now, but it is heading your direction. Mitchell down to Orleans, you guys are probably going to be the ones that see this circulation most likely. Again, you see that red and that green. It does not get more textbook than that when you're talking about being able to see actual spin on velocity. That couplet, very tight, very bright. It doesn't have as significant of a hook as it did earlier, but you can actually see the inflow notch, so the greens, the lighter discolorations, the lighter rain that you see with that. Mark's paused it for just a second. Coming on the backside of the storm, that is the winds wrapping around the backside of the storm and then coming back in. So in the Shoals area, here is your inflow notch up into the storm, the air that's feeding into it. And then on the backside, that's where you get the winds coming around. So Mark's got his cursor directly over it. And Mark, maybe in a second here, if we could pull up correlation coefficient just to see if it has dropped anything just yet.
The one thing we're going to struggle on this one is we're looking 6,000 feet above the ground.
Yes.
So a debris signature would probably not show well here.
Yeah, and I can't tell if what we're seeing there is maybe a bit of a hail spike.
I would think it's a hail spike. I would think likely. That, but again, at 6,000 feet, very, very difficult to say.
Absolutely.
Very difficult.
And what I'm saying here when I'm saying a hail spike is that in the area of rotation, it looks like there's some discoloration where you would see debris. Now, 6,000 feet is fairly high. Be kind of hard to get debris up that high unless it's a really strong tornado, which we can't rule out tonight. But then you see it, this signature coming off the northwest side of that discoloration here near Indian Springs, right where the circulation is. And that is probably going to be where the updraft is throwing hail up really high, and then that hail is sending back a signal back to the radar saying, hey, there's a bunch of us up here, and that's why you're getting that weird feed off to the north and west. Now, Mark's putting a tracker on here for us. Again, this is one county over from Lawrence County and from northern Orange as well. So it's not necessarily in our viewing area just yet, the storm itself. but the tornado warning is. So for Kale, 10 minutes from now, it's going to be directly over you. Spice Valley will give it in less than 20 minutes. Morristown, 22 minutes. Bryansville, 25. And then toward Hartleyville, we're talking just a little less than 30 minutes. These are moving, what, about 45 miles per hour, Mark?
Latest on this one is moving to the east at 30.
Okay,
So the northern part of the lines. What's that?
That speed has dropped quite a bit from what we were talking about during our streams.
Well, I think what we're seeing here is the MCV, meaning where that northern portion of the line is near Columbus, has advanced more quickly. And on that southern tail, I think that those are just moving a little bit slower, which is interesting because this is something we saw in the data, that along the southern portion of the line, that severe weather risk would come in at a later point. And so you can see there's that initial area where we have the warning here for Jackson and Lawrence County, and then there's this secondary area that's tailing behind that. And that secondary area is our real concern for tornadoes now. The northern part of the area, it does appear it has advanced so fast that it may be outpacing the fuel. Now it's laid down a boundary. The southern part of that then will affect areas like Orange County further south. And some people are wondering, will a tornado watch be necessary south of the other one? I'm going to say that in my professional opinion, my answer would be based on where we are now, yes. I think that we're probably going to need a second tornado watch here issued.
So.
And we are, remember, we do have cameras within our area that are watching these, and our Seymour camera looking west is certainly going to be a camera that we use a lot here this evening. And interestingly enough, they have a severe and a tornado warning on that storm that's out of Lawrence County. So I would assume
they had put out the severe
that's
thunderstorm.
What I was going to say.
They had that one out originally with the tornado possible tag and 70-mile-per-hour winds within this storm as well. So a considerable tag for damage from straight line winds here. That's the 70 miles per hour is as fast as a weak tornado.
Absolutely. And you said this during our stream earlier. Does your house care if the winds are spinning or if they're going straight and it's 75 miles an hour? It doesn't matter. Matthew, I think one thing that's kind of becoming a little bit interesting, and I'm going to take this, let me slide onto this side. This is my spot. What we're starting to see on the southern part of that is that maybe showing a little bit of an arc into a bow.
Okay, yeah.
And
so more damaging winds on the southern side.
It could accelerate it. Now that could mean something for Louisville because you were showing that rotation moving earlier, and it did start to look like it's getting a little bit more of a south of east movement, which would mean it would breach the watch area and then could get towards Louisville. So those are things that we're going to have to watch.
Absolutely. These storms are going to, you talk about microscale dynamics within storms, they're going to choose their own path. They don't always follow exactly what they're doing right now. Sometimes you're going to see storms have these small components to them that influence the overall trajectory, which would bode well for some and then make it worse for others. So that's what we're going to be watching with this one especially. I know that warning is basically due east, but I do think that the spin has a bit of a southerly component to it. And so folks in northern Orange County, if you're watching right now and you're not getting an alert on your phone, it's because there's not a warning for you. But I really do think that you should probably watch this one closely because it's starting to take a bit of a southern jog.
There is no question. When you look at this, and I'm going to show that rotation is not moving east.
No.
In fact, one might argue that they're going to need a different tornado warning here shortly because that's going towards Orange County. Look, if it's me, I'm telling you in Orange County, I think you need to prep for a tornado warning, whether they issue or not, but that's going to breach the county line.
Now, I mentioned Orleans earlier. I think Paoli. I think you guys should absolutely be prepared for this because at minimum, you're going to get those winds that Mark was talking about on the southern side, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible here. But yes, a tornado could potentially impact the Paoli area. Somewhere between Mitchell and Paoli, I think, is where most of this is going to end up. And so if you guys are in Orange County, please hear us loud and clear. You're not underneath the warning right now. You very well could be soon. And I think that you need to just start acting like a warning is coming your way within the next 10 minutes.
And that would be, Orange County would mean that would be the National Weather Service Louisville.
Yes.
So the Weather Service Louisville is then going to have to make that call on whether they issue an additional warning. So the Weather Service said that they are in Louisville going to put out a severe for Orange County, not the tornado warning for Orange County. And I want to explain one thing here because I know this is going to cause a little bit of confusion. If we have a tornado warning that is in effect for, I'm going to head over to the weather wall if that's possible.
There you go.
If we have a tornado warning on this storm, then that's the area of rotation that is heading into Lawrence County, and it's going to come out of that. Why would you not go with the tornado warning? Why would you go with a severe with tornado possible? I'm going to answer this question. The National Weather Service Indy services Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings County. The National Weather Service Cincy services Carroll County. The National Weather Service Louisville services the rest of our counties. And you're seeing the National Weather Service Indy feels that this meets their criteria for a tornado warning. The National Weather Service Louisville, should they go with severe with tornado possible for Orange County, for them, they don't feel that it meets the criteria for a tornado warning. And this is, you know, a real dynamic that occurs, is that obviously we have a number of different meteorologists, and there are different Mets that view things a little bit differently. So this is going to be a scenario where the Weather Service is going to go severe with tornado possible with considerable damage tag, meaning 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I'm now going to make the argument. Fine. I don't care if it's a tornado warning or a severe with tornado possible, to be completely transparent. I like that they're saying considerable.
Yes.
Because that means this is not your normal severe thunderstorm. This means this one can be a destructive one. And I think regardless if it's a tornado warning or a severe with that considerable or 70-mile-an-hour wind potential, they're both saying this could be bad.
And it looks like they just came out with that warning, so maybe we could throw that up.
Absolutely,
on.
Matthew, there you go.
Here's northern Orange County, as mentioned before, all the way down to Paoli. In fact, even further south of that, past French Lick, down along 145, almost to, and you're going to have to remind me, the lake down there. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Is Patoka?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the one up there in Orange County, almost all the way down to Lake Patoka. So you guys through the northern half of Orange County, please go ahead and get into your safe place, because even if it's not tornado warned right now, you don't see a red box, you see an orange one. That orange box still says that a tornado is possible. It's coming out of just south of Mitchell Tree, excuse me, and it will be very likely moving through or south of the Mitchell area, Spice Valley, within the next couple of minutes. You're just now starting to get that really heavy rain. Orleans down to Paoli and French Lick. I think that you are all under the threat for at least 70-mile-per-hour winds and potentially a tornado.
And I'm going to take a page out of Mr. DeLuca's book. So since we know that this is going to probably get into our area with tornado warnings, it already has. Charge your phone.
Absolutely.
Matthew is doing this right now with his phone. Charge your phone right now. Second, if you don't have it, download WDRB+ or the WDRB News app. Why? Because you can stream the coverage. If you can watch us on Facebook. If you don't follow me on Facebook, Mark with a C, Mark Weinberg, Matthew Wine, you can follow us that way. But what I want to do is, if you need to go and there's a tornado warning issued for your area, the world has changed. 15 years ago, we would say, leave your TV on, turn the volume up as loud as you possibly can. You still can do that, but in the world of today, you can take your phone or your tablet with you, and you can bring us with you. We're going to be there with you. We're going to walk through these storms, and this is a way that you can get that information. Matthew, let's do a track on this. I'm going to head over to the weather wall real quickly on this one, and let's do 2 tracks. I would first like to scope this, because I want to see where that area of rotation is. And I'd like to scope near Spice Valley. Yeah, you can actually see the inflow and dry area wrapping in there just exceptionally well. Spice Valley, that area of rotation right now is 3 miles to the southwest of you. If you're in Halbert, this is 2 miles to the northwest of you. Notable area of rotation. This will breach. The Weather Service Louisville has determined, I'm going to go with severe with tornado possible. And I'm going to say that this could produce destructive winds. And I think I have no problems with that move. But I like that they put an elevated warning out there. Now, how do you deal with this? If you're in Orleans, if you're in French Lick, if you're Paoli, if it's my family that's there right now, I'm going to say, you know what? This could produce a tornado. I'm going to go ahead and go to my safe place. I'm not going to take that risk, because really, what's the penalty? You go to your safe spot, you let it go by, and then you're safe. So let's do that track one more time here, Matthew, so I can call the towns.
Absolutely.
And let's call it right off that area of rotation.
Now, you said it was at 30 miles per hour?
That one is, let's just go 35 to play this one safely.
Probably a good idea, but that's a pretty small area because it is so slow.
And what we can do is we can do the area rotation, and then we can do the storm.
Sounds good.
So Willow Valley, it's going to be 9 minutes from now. Bond, 17 minutes from now. Northwest, 20 minutes from now, and the Orangeville area 26 minutes. I know what you're saying is, Mark, that area of rotation is going to go south of that tornado warning. You're right. There may become a point where it gets south of that tornado warning. Now, Matthew, let's take the scope off and everything, and let's track that little Boeing segment, because we know that this Boeing segment can generate strong to destructive winds all across it. And you'll notice Matthew's grabbing that, and let's go 4-0 on that one.
Yeah.
And just again, keep it in the general vicinity here, give or take 2 minutes. So around 10 minutes through around 13 minutes from now in Mitchell. It's going to be in Orangeville around 14 minutes to around 16 minutes from now. That's going to put it right around 8:20 to 8:23. So that puts it in French Lick around, I'm going to say 18 minutes to 22 minutes from now. That's going to put it around 8:20 through around, 8:30 or so. I'm just going to call it around 8:25 to 8:30 in the French Lick area. We'll call it 24 to 30 minutes from now in Paoli, which would be around 8:35 through around 8:40, and then Stampers Creek around 30 to 35 minutes from now, putting it in your area around 8:45. So this gives you some sense of when this is going to be moving across the area. Matthew, I would like to take this out a little bit wider.
Sure thing.
And I just want people to see the scope of what we're dealing with, because it's not one tornado warned storm.
No, there are a ton of them out here, and the models did a pretty good job of depicting that at some point we would see storms start to train over the same area time and time again, and we saw this in Illinois. We talked about it on the stream. There was tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, tornado warning, west to east. It was crazy how many there were in a row. So people would go underneath one warning, it would expire, another one would pop up west of that and then be extended into their area. So there were people that probably went underneath 3 or 4 different warnings over in Illinois today.
And you brought this point up earlier. This then, obviously tornado warnings are elevated.
Yeah.
But don't underestimate the flash flood threat.
Absolutely.
And you brought this up earlier, that if you go into a tornado multiple times warning, that means that you're going to get repeated strikes of exceptionally heavy rain. And that means that's going to start to bring that risk of flash flooding up, which we think is rising, in particular in southern Indiana through around 64 in Louisville.
Absolutely. So if you're along and north of 64, you've got that best chance, not just for tornadoes over the next few hours, but the flash flooding potential as well. And this is falling on already saturated ground.
Yes.
We just had that flash flooding a couple of days ago. We've had a few other instances of it recently. I mean, we've had some drought conditions in Kentucky in it, and then we just got hit with round after round after round of rain, and this is just another big one. So again, if these storms, which they have, do this training action from west to east, you're going to see tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warning.
You got it.
And we will probably have quite a few of those. We already have over in Illinois so far this evening. So don't be surprised if those start to come up. And we wouldn't advise anyone to be driving through severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings especially. But when you get the flash flood warnings, please be extra careful on the roadways. You see water over roads, don't even chance it. You'll find another way to get home. Mark has pulled up here the flash flood warnings that you see in red. Those aren't tornado warnings out there, but flash flood warnings that you see extended from central Illinois over into southwestern Indiana. We don't have any here just yet.
But they're close.
It's only a matter of time. We do have the flood watch in effect all the way until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for all of these counties north of the Ohio River, all of our southern Indiana counties. Mark, it wouldn't be surprised me if they extend that into some of our Kentucky counties as well.
I mean, this is intriguing stuff, because you can see what that is what's called a mesovortex. It may not necessarily be producing a tornado. It is definitely a very distinct mid-level rotation.
Oh yeah, spinning like a top.
And that will enhance the convection or thunderstorm action near that, and that's going down 150. Now, if that weakens a little bit, that would probably allow those storms to weaken a little. But while that thing is going, that is going to enhance those storms notably. The one thing I note about that, Matthew, is where the brightest reds are and the brightest greens are, it's highly displaced, which says that this may not necessarily be a tornado vortex, but it may be something a little bit more broad. Either way, it can go into a tornado with little notice. So you've got to watch this one closely.
It was looking like when it was just south of Odin that maybe it was tightening up a little bit, but yeah, you're right. It has broadened, but they are very bright colors on each side of it.
Exactly. So it's rotating hard.
Yes. So it's rotating, but it's a larger area of rotation. So it still bears 100% eyes all on that one. They did just issue a tornado warning for Orange County. So let me the exact places that we said, Paoli is included, just north of French Lick. Those that are in Orleans, you guys are all included in this tornado warning.
And what they're saying is that mesoscale vortex that we're seeing there is too much, that they do not want to just go with severe. So Orange County, you're now under a tornado warning. And Matthew, if we could, let's stop that so we can get that in where it is and where it is with respect to. So this includes Orleans and it includes Paoli. And this is that area of rotation that Matthew and I were watching very closely. It is broad right now, and you can see the interesting things here. Very obvious inflow notch on that. So that is this thing right here near Huron. That is that little area where you don't have rain, means it's sucking dry air in. And what that's telling us is that it is rotating pretty strongly. And that area rotation, while broad right now, is basically between the Huron area and Shoals, Indiana. That is moving off to the southeast, and that gets that thing pretty close to Paoli. If I'm in Paoli right now, Matthew, I think we would agree on this one. I'm in my tornado safe location.
100%. And that's what we were trying to say about 10 minutes ago, that it didn't matter that Orange County wasn't included in a tornado warning. Didn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning out 10, 15 minutes ago. We said you should absolutely put your safety precautions into play immediately, because this is the direction it's heading, and that is what's ended up happening. So for the folks up near Bedford, I do want to call them out really quick. You've got a tornado warning just south of you. It's for this storm, but it's moving away from you in the Bedford area. For those that are up there, what is that, near Williams as well? It's moving away from you. You're still getting gusty winds, but your tornado threat, it's not there, all right? It's further south, most likely. Again, we are looking fairly high up into the storm. You said about 6,000 feet earlier, so maybe 5,500 at this point, Mark?
Right now we're at 5,200 feet. So as it gets closer, it'll drop.
So we're going to know more about the storm when these beams going up into it are hitting it at a lower level. We're going to know a lot more about what's happening at the surface. But right now we're really seeing more of a mid-level of the storm, almost a full mile. It is a full mile off the ground, 5,280 feet. It's about exactly where it is. We need to see closer to the surface to tell exactly what's happening and if it is dropping a tornado. That would also go for, is there debris within this? Kind of hard to see when it's that high off the ground. If it were a really strong tornado, you would. But in one of these instances, might be tougher to see unless it's closer to the radar. Crossing over 50 right now in Orange County, or excuse me, that should still be, yeah, that's Lawrence County. And then Halbert to Spice Valley. We've talked about that before. That's where the rotation is. It's heading into northwest. It should stay just north of French Lick. You're going to get some super fast moving winds, likely upwards of 70 miles per hour in the French Lick area. But I think that the rotation is going to be closer to Paoli to Orleans, maybe as far north as Mitchell. So Bonds, you guys are right in the heart of this thing. It's going to be moving that mesoscale vortex, moving directly over your area within the next roughly 5 minutes or so. I understand you guys are going to be there in less than 10 minutes, and Orangeville, 15 minutes, about 25 minutes for the Paoli area. So as we've said before, it's not a super fast moving storm. You've got time, but you got to remember where your safe place is. Bring your phone in there with you. Go ahead and put that outlet in the wall just in case you lose power, and you can keep watching us live, whether it's online, you're streaming it on our website, you're streaming it on my Facebook page, Mark's, the WDRB Facebook page, YouTube. Pull up one of those on your phone now before the TV and the electricity goes out at home. So crossing over 50 right now, as I mentioned before, coming out of Lawrence County, and you go south toward northwest, 150 there in Orange County. In between these two major roads is where that rotation is going to end up here, Mark.
And as we look, one of the things I want to mention is we need to now start to consider about whether a new watch is going to be needed.
Oh, yeah.
I messaged the Weather Service about this. This is going to breach the watch at some point. So I think that now is the time. Maybe it's not a thick watch, but maybe from Crawford through Meade over to Spencer and then north to Carroll is maybe where we put that new watch out. But we need to put a watch out further south that includes the Louisville metro area. This storm is going to breach that watch, and we need to be prepared for that. Looking at Storm View 3D here, the rotation continues to be broad. But you know where the most intense wind is near Shoals, which is interesting because that's going to be right along 150. I think that if you're saying who is going to get the core of the greatest winds. We need to be concerned about Orleans through around French Lick through Paoli.
100%.
That area, 70-mile-an-hour winds are entirely possible. So we need to watch that really, really closely as that storm is moving towards there. Interestingly enough, look at just south of Williams, Matthew. You can see this right here. This would be one that some may trip on. Watch what happens when we look at the correlation coefficient.
Okay.
It shows that hole there, but that's the hail spike,
Yeah.
I think. So I think you're looking at a hail spike that's right there south of Williams. Still under severe with tornado warnings, and we have the severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern part. At least there were severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern part of our area. I just want to refresh on that to verify. Still a severe thunderstorm warning here in effect for near the North Vernon area. I'm going to take the Indianapolis site here because that's going to do a little bit better job on this particular storm. Good call. So the area of rotation right now is going to go, the strongest winds right now are going to go through Clifty, through Sand Creek, but that may be able to get Geneva in the northern part of Jennings County, and then obviously the rural northern part of the county we would watch. We also note that there's an embedded tornado warning now near Taylorsville, Indiana, north of Columbus. That's embedded within that area of strongest winds. And then we go southward. We've got the severe with tornado possible that is in effect for parts of Orange County through around Washington County. And then the tornado warning is going to be Lawrence and Orange County. And Matthew, it is worth noting that while not under a tornado warning in French Lick, the Weather Service still has that severe with 70-mile-an-hour potential winds.
Did they just expand that warning a little bit further south, or no? I can't tell. It may be the same one.
I think one of our systems is picking up that warning and one's not, is my guess. That's what I think, and that's why I've kind of gone over to this radar version, because it does have that other warning outside of there, which we know is still in effect.
The National Weather Service has said that they're going to issue the tornado watch, not warning, but watch for all the rest of the southern Indiana counties. So they're expanding that here over the next few minutes.
Okay.
And that means everybody that's in Crawford, Harrison, Floyd, Clark County, you guys will all now be included in the tornado watch that comes out next.
Do we know if that's an expansion of the current watch, or is that a new watch? Because if it's not a new watch, then that would mean the time would still be
They
until
specifically
midnight.
said that they're going to expand.
Good. Okay, so that means that this would be till midnight, and it sounds like they're going to expand that current watch along the Ohio.
Yeah.
Worth noting, or to near 64. Worth noting that south of Patoka, Indiana, north of Evansville, there is not a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible. There's not a tornado warning. There is a tornado confirmed on the ground in Fort Branch.
Yeah.
And that one is heading towards Barton and towards Oakland City, and that thing is nasty. That is a mean storm right now.
And you know, this is different than the ones that we've been looking at that are warned for our area. The ones we're looking at are a big group. This is an individual storm. It's all by its lonesome, has better fuel and feed going into the storm, and that's why it's looking the way it does. It definitely has that hook on the western side, crossing over 41 in northern Fort Branch right now. That is a mean storm.
That is a even more dangerous situation than what we have in our area. Not obviously to play down, but if you're in our northwest counties right now, if you're in Hartleyville, if you're in Spice Valley, if you're in Bonds, if you're in Northwest, if you're in French Lick, if you're in Paoli, if you're in Orleans, Bono, Indiana, all these areas, you've got to be prepared for, at minimum, I think 60-mile-an-hour winds are almost a lock here. But at worst case, this thing drops a tornado. And you know, the reason, if you ask, Matthew and I talk a lot. Matthew knows that I'm not here to take the show. He knows that's not the way we function. But at the same time, Matthew and I also, as a team, understand that when there's a lot of information coming in, like now, when we have multiple tornado warnings, who's better? Is it better Mark or Matthew alone? Or is Matthew plus Mark better than the individuals? Our logic is the two minds are better than one. And that's why we bring more people in as things escalate. And that's why both of us are here. And that's why you're going to hear both of us talking. This is not about either of us. This is about just trying to help. Spice Valley, good solid 60-mile-an-hour winds. Possible tornado. You're under a tornado warning. This one's heading towards Mitchell, Indiana. We're watching you right now. We are a little more concerned about the rotation a little further south. And what I want to do, Matthew, is briefly, let's put the scope on here just so we can look. But that arc of very strong, near 70-mile-an-hour winds is near northwest right now. Where you see the greens turn to red right here is what we call the gust front. This may, Matthew, be a rear flank downdraft coming underneath it. And when you go northward, let's just take a look here towards Bonds. I want to see.
You want me to zoom in a little further?
No, right along Spice Valley here. So this is going to be along Indiana 50. I believe there's still an area of rotation there as well.
Yes.
I think we kind of have two separate areas of rotation now. So that one, can you take me back 1 or 2 scans just so I can get a beat on that rotation motion? Okay, so that part of it is going just a pinch south of east. So right here, we'll move it forward.
Let me zoom out a little bit further with our scope.
Of course. So again, we're watching that area of rotation where it was. This was as of 8:13, and then we're going to take it into the now. And you can see that area of rotation is right along Indiana 50 right now. That is heading directly into the Mitchell area. So Mitchell, I need you to take your tornado safety precautions. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. Now, if you have kids, we use the term duck, and I use this in a lot of the school talks I do. I say if there's a tornado warning coming towards you, what do? You duck. Downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, keep away from windows. It's maybe an easier way to lighten things up for the kids and as they have to go into the tornado safe spot here. Then we have this other area that's under a tornado warning. It has a really nasty rear flank downdraft near northwest. That one we do feel pretty confident is going to produce 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And that is in northwest right now, heading towards French Lick, and it'll be in Paoli around 14 or 16 minutes from now.
Yeah, let me put a track on that for you.
So just now, let's be preparing. You're talking right at 14 to 16 minutes in the Paoli area. Let's go ahead and stay away from the western facing side of your home. Why? If there's 70 mile an hour winds, it could lay down a tree on that side of your house. It could blow out a window. If that happens, obviously you don't want to be there. Another interesting footnote here, Matthew, is will be interesting to see on the next couple of scans, but may even be starting to pull a little hook on the front side of that near French Lick.
Yeah, we should a couple of minutes or so from now. I know that the National Weather Service in Louisville said that they're going to start upping. Now, are we on Indy's radar on this one right now?
Which are on HD?
Yeah.
I believe, I would just verify, just go back over to Louisville on that one just so we know exactly what we're looking at. Yeah. So what we do, by the way, is we use different radar sites to get a better view into the storms, and sometimes an angle into the storm can help us see those winds a little better.
National Weather Service in Louisville said that they're going to be doing, I think it's MLRE, mid-level re-evaluations or something like that?
In English, it means that they're going to be scanning in a different strategy that gives us better data at the surface so that we can see if a tornado occurs, not in between scans, but during scans.
Yes, so basically what they usually do is they go from the bottom all the way to the top of the scan, to the top of the storm, and then they do that a bunch of times over and over and over. What they're going to do now, because of these storms, because of how many there are going to be in that tornado threat, they're going to go bottom through the middle of the storm, then reevaluate the bottom again, and then go to the top, and they'll skip over the middle level. So they're trying to get the bottom of the storm, and I mentioned that earlier. It's very important to see what's happening at the base, closest level that you can get to the ground, where that rotation is going to tell us more than the mid levels. The low level rotation is telling us whether or not a tornado is likely to touch the ground. They're trying to reevaluate that bottom portion of the storm as many times as possible in those scans.
Right, because how many times have viewers say, hey, Matthew, I don't care if there's a tornado on the ground. What's the rotation look like at 10,000 feet?
Never do they ask what's happening up at the top of the storm.
So the scan strategies then are appropriate towards that. Looking at what we have right now, we have the northern part of Jennings County remains under a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see there's a tornado warning north of Columbus. And you can see some of the problem. I think that this at least speaks pretty well. You can see some of the expansion there. So they now have expanded the tornado watch. So now this includes Perry County in Indiana, includes Crawford County, Harrison County, Floyd County. This now includes Clark County. I don't recall off the top of my head with certainty if Jefferson County was in the initial, but you are now. Will this need to come into Louisville? That is a challenging question right now. I cannot tell you with 100% certainty whether that's going to be needed or not, but I can tell you that it is certainly a possibility. It appears that the tornado warning that was in effect for Spice Valley has now been canceled.
It's the National Weather Service in Indianapolis, and we're bringing up our GR analyst here. It's updated that the tornado warning, which is what it says in our National Weather Service conversation here, the tornado warning for Mitchell, Huron, and those that are over in Williams, Spice Valley area, that has been expired early. It's been canceled by the National Weather Service.
I'm just going to make sure that, by the way, our crawl takes that off the screen just with 100% certainty, so that because that has been canceled.
They feel less certain that there is enough rotation up there that a tornado will actually be produced in Lawrence County. National Weather Service in Louisville is allowing the tornado warning in Orange County, French Lick area, Paoli, Chambersburg, those up in Orleans, anywhere in that area in the northern half of Orange County. You are underneath that tornado warning still. And Mark, I believe that goes out, and I'll have to double check here. So that goes for another 10 minutes or so.
And I do want to make sure that we're on the same page here. They're saying
30 minutes, excuse me.
They're saying they're going to allow it to expire. The verbiage sometimes, they do say canceled. Okay, so that is canceled. I'm going to make sure that's pulled off of our crawl right now.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, the northern one up there in Lawrence County has been canceled.
Okay, and that's now removed from our system.
Yeah, there you go. But the one, as mentioned before, Orange County, still rocking and roaring. Lawrence County, no longer underneath the tornado warning. That doesn't mean, Mark, that's not to say like we want everyone to just go about doing what they're doing, their normal daily activities. You've still got rotation. They just put a new severe thunderstorm warning on it, and it probably says tornado possible. Let me look that up really quick here,
And
Mark.
that's a tool they have in the toolbox. You know, you can go severe with tornado possible or tornado warning, and there are different levels.
Wow.
You just saw...
They chose not to.
So just severe. And the rotation has come down a lot there. So I can actually live with that pretty well.
1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they have brought down the winds as well. It's that southern side that we were fairly confident would have the 70-mile-per-hour winds, though.
And so you're like, well, Mark, I am seeing the reds and the greens next to each other. This is, and just make sure, Matthew, we're looking out of the Louisville site. Okay. So the Louisville's radar is coming in from here right through that thunderstorm. So if there was a tornado, we would look for the reds and the greens to be next to each other. We would not look for them to be red on one side of the beam and green on the other like this. What this normally means is that you have some type of a downdraft or strong wind. Second, we can see that the shape of this is more of a bow, which also supports the concept of a downdraft. This is very likely right in here, a rear flank downdraft that's hitting French Lick right now. West Baden through around Paoli. This is going to be 65 to 70 mile an hour winds. Matthew said it earlier, but who cares? If it's a tornado that's doing the spinny, or if it's a straight line wind and it's blowing at 70 miles an hour, your roof doesn't care. The tree in front of your house doesn't care if it's spinning or if it's straight. It does the same damage. And whether this is straight line winds or tornado, there's legitimate potential here for 70 mile an hour winds that's coming right down Indiana 150 into Paoli and into Orleans. And this right now is on top of the French Lick area. This is a populated area in Orange County, and this is on trajectory. You can see that very notable bulge in here, that bow is heading right into Paoli. Matthew, that is a very strong radar signature of very strong winds at minimum. 60 to 70 miles per hour is very, very likely. I'm still looking at some spots south of Mitchell, north of Orleans, where that looks like more of an inflow notch in that area. I know it does still have that appearance.
We do have a little bright blip here or there. What do you think the likelihood is on the northern side of what could be a downdraft that a tornado could potentially form?
So if this develops into a distinct bow, you can get an MCV on the northern side that can still generate tornadoes. So that concept that you just mentioned is meteorologically favored should that bow become a little bit more mature. And I think your point is very valid. We need to watch what occurs there because that can start to spin.
Absolutely. So again, I talked about microscale dynamics within these storms. They're going to do what they want to do. They don't always follow just what they've been trending recently. Sometimes small change impacts the storm dramatically, and you could see this evolve drastically differently than what it was 10, 15 minutes before. So that's why we're always watching every single scan. That's why I mentioned that the National Weather Service is trying to get as many low-level scans in here as they can, because we need to see how these storms are evolving, Mark.
Matthew, you called this a while ago, but we're starting now to get some of these flash flood warnings into our area. And I since we have you here, I think it's important to mention that there could be life-threatening flash flooding
Yeah.
here tonight. These are going over the same area. These are areas that have seen a lot of rain. The East Fork of the White is once again going to go back in a flood stage, as it always
100%.
does. But the fact that these are going over the same area shows a signal of what we call training. And this does have a signal of potentially creating a very dangerous flash flood situation.
So we've already had that multiple times. Lanesville, obviously, what was it, 2 weeks ago or so? Maybe a little
Lanesville
less
was a
than
week
that?
and a half ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was Wednesday of last week, the
Now,
week before.
that was slightly different than
Yeah,
this.
crazy.
It was just kind of like one storm that popped off. But this is groups of storms that are moving through the same area.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, you're going to go underneath multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, potentially multiple tornado warnings, potentially. But it's those flash flood warnings that'll really start to light up the map north of the Ohio River here over the next couple of hours.
And you could see, I mean, the target, if you look, obviously the flood warnings, flash flood warnings go from Illinois right into our area. And you can see if this continues on the trajectory of what is occurring, which it is, we got problems here. And there are tornado warnings, for what it's worth, that go west of our area. And this becomes a challenge for us moving forward, so that those storms on the back edge are going to track along the outflow. And Matthew, here's a very interesting point. We know that the strongest storm within our viewing area right now is in Orange County. Even if that weakens on approach to Louisville, that will lay down a boundary. That boundary could become the focus mechanism for storms then to train along it. Now, those storms that are all tornado warned, west of Jasper, Patoka, these are on the southern edge of that. They will not have their air contaminated by rain, and if they get on that boundary, they can rotate a little bit better. So that could, keep intensity and tornado threat a little bit up, even into Louisville, but also it could become a focus mechanism for training storms and an increased flood threat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's again, I've said it multiple times, the micro scale dynamics that happen here. You may have a front, you may have a boundary that's laid down by other storms. Sometimes you've got storms that pop up south of a group of storms, and that influences what happens to the north. So we have to take we look at the overall picture, we look at the very small details as well when we're looking at this. It's those storms that are along and north of 64 that tend to have the best and highest chance of producing a tornado, particularly a stronger tornado, larger hail. That is, again, if you're closer to the 64 corridor, just west of our area, closer to Jasper, Du Bois County, folks, please pay attention to those, especially in southern Du Bois County.
And let's do a track here on what's going on now in the northern part of our area. We want to go through all the storms where we have warnings. Obviously, we have you in here, so we can get you caught up. If you're in Jennings County, you're like, Mark, I haven't had an update in a while. And I'm going to say, you know what? Let's do that update. Matthew's going to track that storm, remember, fringing the northern part of Jennings County. So this really is extreme northern Jennings. Let me note a couple of things here. There's not excessive lightning on the southern side. More of that is near where the tornado warning was. That gives us a sense of intensity here. Sand Creek 2 minutes from now, the Greensburg area 7 minutes from now, that's in Indiana, and Salt Creek 18 minutes from now.
They
And you
just
can
got a
see
new.
what's interesting, Matthew, is that is right underneath where the enhanced area of lightning is, and that means the updraft is stronger.
let me do a quick scope of that for you here. Yeah, you see a little. It's just a tiny dot, ain't it?
There through the rotation, but the Weather Service India has been a little generous on their warnings. I'm not saying in a bad way, but they have. Let's go further off to the south now into where we have severe. So we now have the north, this little oddball that goes into the southern part of Jackson County as well. And if you look, it's this little skinny warning because it's the northern side of that line that the Weather Service put out that warning. And the reason, in case you're curious, the Weather Service Louisville here, the Weather Service Indianapolis here. So again, you can see how these warnings are trying to work together. We'll watch Mitchell. If you're in Mitchell, find me on whether it's Facebook or X or wherever. Just let me know what you're seeing. I think Bedford may be just a little bit south of the most intense winds, but Mitchell's right in there. What's interesting about this is where Matthew noticed there was an inflow notch. And Matthew, let's go back over to the Louisville site on this one.
Yeah, sure thing.
But over Mitchell is where we have the enhanced lightning here. We don't have a whole lot of lightning here near Paoli, which may say that that area is weakening a little bit. Let's look at the scope of this, and we want to look Mitchell Orleans. maybe a small area of rotation here right over the Orleans area. Remember, you're under a tornado warning, so I would take that seriously. That could be a spin. It doesn't scream that to me. And then let's move south to see if those colors are as bright near Paoli.
No, I don't see as much blue in there.
I don't either. So that lack of lightning tells us the air's not rising as quickly. The updraft may be a little bit weaker, so that wind energy may be coming down a little.
Do you think that might be contaminated a little bit by what's happening down in southern Orange, southeast area? Maybe that extra rain down there is just a touch.
I think it's an interesting one because, you know, when we were talking in our video, we knew that it's going to reach the edge of the highest fuel at some point. I don't know if it's reached that. What I find interesting, though, Matthew, is a lack of lightning. That, to me, is the most interesting. Also, over Orleans, where we did see that little area rotation, there's an uptick of lightning right now.
True.
So that means in Campbellsburg, look, let's watch this one real closely. That rotation may come up a little bit New Orleans and into Campbellsburg. Now that we're getting an enhanced lightning, it means the air is rising a little faster. The area near Paoli is weakening just a little bit, but still good solid 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that warning has now been extended into Washington County. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Washington County. That is the same storm, and I'm curious, are they going 60s on that?
60-mile-per-hour winds.
And are they doing Tor Possible?
Tor Possible,
Okay,
yes, sir. They've got both of those on there. So they have brought down the winds originally. As they were moving into Orange County, they listed them at considerable damage possible, 70-mile-per-hour winds.
And that matches
with what's the radar trend right now.
Right. You know, that is one of the things that we want. We want the Weather Service and us to be on the exact same page. Matthew, I am a little concerned about what I'm starting to see now near Orleans.
Yeah.
That area of rotation has come up, and the lightning is enhanced now. This may be trying to drop a tornado here near Orleans. This is 1 mile to the northeast of Orleans right now. Rotation here is not out of control. It's about 50 to 60 miles an hour, but it is gate to gate, which means that it's closer. And the next thing that we would want to do is see, is there one of those debris signatures in that area? Nothing. Nothing that would scream that there is a tornado on the ground doing damage. So that is something that we're going to watch really closely. That is where the tornado warning belongs right now. If I'm in Campbellsville, I'm a little bit on heightened alert.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a little bit more careful because the next scan will get halfway to Campbellsville, and we're going to get more information on that. And as you noted, the Weather Service is in a scan strategy that will give us more data, which is valuable in these scenarios.
And this is a little bit closer, not a ton, but a little bit closer to Louisville's radar now, just a little bit. And so we're getting slightly better information the closer it gets to a radar. However, it is going to be moving still well north of Louisville, well north of the actual radar. So you can't get a perfect view of the bottom side of this storm. The lowest levels, that latest scan just came in. So let me see. I'm gonna scope this one for us, Mark, because of that latest scan that just came in. I know you're eager to see this one for sure.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So
it looks better.
Okay. Yes, better as in less likely that a tornado is forming, is what Mark is saying.
Yep. The rotations come down just a pinch.
So that's really good news. It's still in the Orleans area. Right along,
there it is.
There's
That's
that latest one just came in. So it updated on reflectivity first, but now you see the scan on velocity. And there's still a very obvious, very clear inflow notch on this thing.
100%. You are 100% right.
In fact, our winds may start coming back up, do you think, Mark, here on just south of Orleans now? So between Orleans and Paoli, it looks like our damaging wind gust threats coming up.
Yeah, and it does look like maybe it's outpacing some of the better wind energy a little bit, and what happens is you would then be favored for wet microbursts. These wet microbursts can be stronger winds but more localized. And to Matthew's point, I would agree there is one of those that may be occurring south of Orleans. Either way you look at it, the science is the science, but it's simple. If you're in Paoli, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. If you're in Orleans, we saw an area of rotation move to your north. That has weakened a little bit, but we're still watching that. Matthew, favored areas, if we're to get rotation on this, are going to be exactly where you mentioned on that inflow notch, which would be right here near the Orleans area. It's east of Orleans and heading in towards Campbellsville. And I'm just going to get that road so we can get a couple of spots here very specifically. So 337, it's going to be north of 337 along North County Road 500. Basically, where North County Road 500 matches East County Road 800, basically near the Lipsick area. And then that will get on to 60 in the next 3 to 4 minutes and then take 60 right into Campbellsville. Now, What we're telling you is not that there's a tornado on the ground. What we're telling you is this is a favored area if we're to see an uptick in rotation, and I would be on a little bit higher alert if I'm in that area.
Absolutely. In fact, with that latest velocity scan that just came in, we get a lot of these a lot faster now with the mode that the radar is in. You can see again that very clear inflow notch right over northeast, north of 37, I believe that was, Mark?
North of 37, approaching 60.
Yes. So again, now I think that may also be called East Washington Street that comes out of Orleans. So in between there and 60, that is where the most likely area of rotation would be if there is a small tornado that can form out of this. And the National Weather Service has actually just chopped back quite a bit of this tornado warning. So French Lick, you're now out of it. You're out of the severe weather threat. Paoli, let's go south of 150, Paoli. You guys do not have a tornado threat on the board right now. But if you're still in northern Paoli, let's just go ahead and stay in our safe place, especially if you're between Paoli and Orleans. But it's really a little bit further north of that we've got a couple different areas we're watching. Mark is also watching an area of rotation.
Matthew, there's an area of rotation over Cusco that's come up right now. That came up really quickly. And notice, to your point earlier, you talked about the tail being on there. There is a very notable tail on this storm right now. That may require a tornado warning should that strength come up a little bit, right directly over Cusco. If that was to get a tornado warning, that would include areas like English, Birdseye, and maybe Whiskey Run, maybe Southeast, maybe Fredericksburg, but that is definitely conspicuous, that area.
Yeah, so here's that tail that Mark was talking about. So you've got all this light green that's really light rain. Your inflow notch is right here where there's this dry area, so dry air going into the storm, but it's going to start pulling, potentially pulling this backside further to the south. That's the tail of the storm, and it lines up perfectly. I mean, you've got the city name on there. Cusco, red, green. That's right where the tail is. It's perfect. I mean, it looks like a really, really messy supercell, basically, like a baby one. It's kind of dirty looking, but that's where we would expect a supercell's circulation to be, is exactly there. So you've got winds that are rolling right up into Cusco, winds that are wrapping around the other side of Cusco. So you guys, and we just got that again, you're going to see reflectivity update a little bit faster than velocity usually does. So give it another 30 to 45 seconds or so, and velocity is going to push that couplet closer to the Orange County line.
That hook looks more conspicuous too.
I would say so. So they may throw up a tornado warning here anytime soon. It's actually inside the severe thunder, so it moved into the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible, which is why they haven't issued one just yet, because it's already technically covered by that warning. And it does look a little bit tighter, would you say, Mark? Just a touch.
Let me go back to the prior, and here's the current. I'm going to agree with Matthew. It looks like it's tightened up here a little bit. I think that at this point they could justify going with a tornado warning. I think they can also leave where we are. Either way, I think
the
we're
shear
close.
Values, yeah. What's that last scan look like for shear values?
Prior scan, you can see east of Cusco, there's that little blue with the green in the middle. That's the area rotation.
Yeah, so it's come
That's the prior. So the rotation is a little bit stronger. It is on almost a due east trajectory, which would put it then towards Chambersburg, Valine, and then towards ultimately Hardinsburg, Indiana. So these are areas that we are indeed watching. Obviously, it's on the verge. I will say this, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I think that we get so focused on, is it under, or is there a tornado warning on this? Oh, it's only a severe with tornado possible. No, it's not only with a tornado possible. That severe with tornado possible means that they're saying at any moment, this thing could speed up and drop a tornado. They're normally using that as a precursor, and then if that rotation comes up a little bit, they're going to, boom, drop that tornado warning. So they're very close out of Du Bois County that is about to move south of French Lick. Still a very notable area of strong winds coming through Paoli, moving down Chambersburg. Can we just let our newsroom know? Can we have them call to Orange County, check out a Paoli, French Lick, and Orleans? If we have any damage or power outages, check with the emergency manager and maybe the sheriff in county, and that way they can update us. A little bit of an uptick now on rotation.
Actually, can I head to the green screen and talk about that one?
This thing needs a tornado warning.
You know, so there are two. There are multiple areas that we're watching.
That needs a tornado warning.
Yeah. So. Again, we mentioned this earlier that it looked like the velocity, or excuse me, the couplet, that velocity couplet, the red, the green, started to tighten as it was crossing over the Orange County line, and now it definitely has. So within the next probably minute, you'll see the red box pop up. That tornado warning is going to pop up south of French Lick, east of Cusco. Now, if you are in Cusco, go ahead and tell us. Put it in our in one of our streaming chats. Wherever you are, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, we're going to be monitoring that. Let us know what you just went through, because it was over you as it was strengthening. Did the winds pick up? Did you start to hear that roar? What were you experiencing? Because we need that for folks that are going to be south of French Lick to give them a heads up. Mark, very, very, very briefly.
I think we're getting the tornado warning.
It's coming out.
Orange, Washington County, that would line up with what we're seeing. Let me head over to our other radar system here, Matthew, so you can see there is the new tornado. Okay, so this is exactly what we'd expect. A good job by the Weather Service, again, in Louisville, staying on top of this and getting that warning out, Matthew. That is exactly what we're seeing.
All right, so you just saw at the bottom of the screen, the map and the crawl went away. That was Mark updating that there and making sure that that new warning was in the system. So tornado warning not confirmed, but it is radar indicated, right, Mark? I haven't looked at correlation coefficient on this one.
Let me just verify to that point here. I'm going to just view the warning here while I'm talking to you to make sure that we know exactly what the warning is. 3/4 inch hail, Matthew. It's moving 11 miles southwest of Paoli, going east at 40 miles an hour. So this is a radar indicated tornado, not a tornado confirmed by radar. And I'm going to head back over to analyst. I'm going to do on the left part of the screen where the area of rotation is, and right we're going to do correlation coefficient, so you can look through that and explain what we're seeing. What's the sea of pink saying there?
Oh, well, okay, sea of pink actually is a really good thing for us, because that means when we're looking at a product like this, it's trying to determine if everything in the air is the exact same size. Do they correlate well with each other? Correlation, not causation, right? You've heard that phrase before. But when things correlate with each other at 100%, that means that they are the exact same. They're perfect. Every single raindrop in the sky is going to be the exact same in a storm like this. 100% correlation. But if there is no correlation, if everything is a different size, you've got debris like leaves, trees, 2x4s, shingles, lots of different stuff being lofted in the air, that value drops to 0 or pretty close to it, and that means that you've got a damage-causing tornado. So we want to see pink or this maroon color across the entire map. What we don't want to see is a little green, blue, or black ball pop up here, or yellow discoloration at times. The darker it gets, the darker blue or black color that shows up, that's when we know that there is an extremely strong tornado causing damage on the ground. We don't want to see that, but sometimes we do. In this scenario, we don't just yet. We did just see this little velocity signature pop up there, Mark. I don't know if you want to speak to that briefly.
So that's what we call tornado vortex signature. This is an algorithm within radar. Radar, many years ago, we tried to teach it so that it would be able to tell where there's area rotation. When a tornado vortex signature is indicated by radar, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a tornado, but it's triggered the algorithm that we created to then determine where's an area to watch. When it turns to yellow, that algorithm is saying the rotation is very strong. When it turns to red, it is almost a virtual deadlock that you have a tornado that is on the ground doing damage. So the area we're watching is south of French Lick by 2 miles. This is crossing Indiana 145 right now. There it is. It is on top of Indiana 145 as we speak right now. It is not necessarily a tornado doing damage. We don't know that. Radar is inconclusive. When Matthew showed you that sea of pink that we were looking at there, that is not to say that there's not a tornado. It's to say that the radar is not seeing debris. So this could in fact be a tornado. This is rotating very strong along West County Road 575, where that junctions with 145, Indiana 145. So Matthew, that then takes this right into Pine Valley.
100%.
If you're in Pine Valley, you're listening right now, you're like, wait a minute, Mark and Matthew just mentioned my town. Right. This is that moment where you're like, you know, I want to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to get injured. I don't want my kids to be a danger. You know, I'm not going to go out there with my camera. I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to try to get into a safe place in my house. Where? Remember the word duck. And I use this because I think it really helps with kids. Downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, keep away from windows. And you could even buy a stuffed animal that is a duck and say, you know, if there's a tornado warning, we're going to go get with, maybe you just name whatever duck you want to, but we're going to go duck. And so that is downstairs for D, underneath something for U, C is center of the house, and K is keep away from windows. That's going to go along Indiana 37 into Pine Valley. Matthew, can you give me a track on this one?
Thing,
going
partner.
off to the east at around 30. Actually, I think 40 on this one. So let's do around 37, 38, just as an in case.
And I really do think that this would basically be directly between Chambersburg and Southeast.
Okay.
So this is moving basically due east very, very quickly here, Mark.
Okay.
Orange County, Indiana, reporting in Orleans that some down power lines. That's about all that they've got for us on that one. That was tornado warned earlier.
Okay, and that
And
at
still
least
is.
verifies that that was a damaging thunderstorm.
Absolutely.
So we know that the storm now has a history of producing damage. So the area of rotation that we're looking at now is south of that. Youngs Creek, 8 minutes from now. Pine Valley, 12 minutes from now. 17 minutes from now in southeast. Matthew, let's take the trip up the road and see what the storm to the north is doing. Interestingly enough, these storms intersect, the tornado warnings intersect one another. So are we looking at significant areas of rotation here? So let's look up and down this. Here's the Lipsick area.
It's actually outrunning
Campbellsburg.
it.
There's northeast and there's Bromer. Matthew is making a valid point. The gust front down here is appearing to undercut that storm now. That said, Matthew has that area of rotation right over the Campbellsburg area. I'm in full agreement on that location. That puts it 3 minutes from now in the Campbellsburg area, 7 minutes from now in the Smedley area, Hitchcock, Indiana, 11 minutes from now. If you're in Salem, Indiana, the rotation area will be over you in 18 now. It's possible you never go under a tornado warning. It's not intense rotation, but nonetheless, there is an area of rotation that we're watching. Matthew, it is worth noting, that's about to breach the box.
Yeah,
so that'll breach out of the tornado warning, and either way, there will have to be something after. It does appear they've already got the severe for Salem. The severe, I'm curious if that's severe with tornado possible.
It is the same one from earlier, so it absolutely should be. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, so severe with tornado possible does include the Salem area.
Okay.
And this is what we feel like is the beginning of a long evening for our area. And part of the problem is there's a lot of storms that go back to the west, and we're going to transition at some point and see less of a tornado threat, and then go with an uptick in the threat of seeing flash flooding because the storms will train over the same area. And I would say that there's multiple threats that we're going to deal with. Now, just so you know, we will stay live when we have tornado warnings on TV. If a tornado warning was canceled or allowed to expire and we had no more tornado warnings, then what we would do is return you back to your programming. Just so you know, I mean, I hope you know this. Our goal never with any cut-in that we ever do is to take your choice on what you want to watch. At the same time, our mission in what we do is to protect life and property. And so if we deem that there is a threat to life and property, obviously with the tornado warning, we stay live. And our greatest concern right now of all that we have out there is going to be the area south of French Lick. There's no question. That area of rotation is the strongest. But that said, that may have come back just a pinch here as well. It still is notable rotation, but maybe a downtick by a fraction over the last scan or two.
Let me go back a little bit, and it does look like, especially as it crossed into Orange County, that really picked up for a split second there.
It really did, and that's when they issued the warning.
Yes.
That's a really good warning, though.
Crossing over 145, holding together, but now it's gotten to the eastern side of 145. I'm not saying let your guard down. You're underneath the tornado warning for good reason. I think Mark and I would just agree that, yeah, it doesn't look like it did when it first got into Orange County. It's not quite as tight and bright.
And that's what we do, is we do live analysis here. New tornado warning now just issued here. That's for the rotation Matthew and I were noting over Campbellsburg. The problem with that, Matthew, is that this continues to be, and I'm going to take over one more
that's State Road 60 that this should be running right along, and we had that southeasterly trajectory towards
that
Salem
thing's
on
buried too.
Yes,
like if you're sitting in your house and you're like, hey, I got a chance to see a tornado. No, you don't. It's buried.
Yeah.
You will only see rain coming towards you. You will not notice anything until you see something flying in the air, which may be the last thing you see. So this is not the scenario where you're going to get out there and be like you're in the Great Plains and you're a professional storm chaser. These are buried in rain. You're not going to see that. You literally will not. This also now puts this into, it's getting towards some of our more populated areas. So now we're going through Campbellsburg. This means Salem is now in a tornado warning, New Philadelphia. And I hate to say this, Matthew, I've been here, unfortunately, a long time, little relic of who I am. But I was here, obviously, in 2012 when Henryville and Pekin and Borden were hit. And every time that I know these areas go under a tornado warning, I know there's still a sense of uneasiness.
Yeah, the anxiety.
And I have always been really close to a lot of the people that went through what we all went through in 2012. So Borden right now, that area rotation, we're going to watch you. You're not under a tornado warning. Henryville, I've got my eyes on you. You're not under a tornado warning right now. I will call it like I see it as it approaches. What's interesting about this is that area near Livonia shows that push out.
100%.
And what is happening is on the north and on the south of the damaging wind push, we're getting that rotation area. So in Campbellsburg, and then on the south side of that was near the Cusco area, there's the strong winds in the middle, and there's the tornado threat on either side. And that Campbellsburg tornado threat continues to show as rotation has come up. And I think this is worth noting. The lightning has popped a little bit as well in that area
It
now.
has. Is this more of a similar to a comma head scenario here, would you
On
say?
a small scale, yes, I would agree with that
It's not
statement.
quite as defined when we're looking at it on reflectivity, but yeah, velocity kind of does have that. Again, this is, if you're along State Road 60 there in southern Indiana between Campbellsburg and Salem, right now, great time to go ahead and do exactly what Mark was saying, duck. Get down underneath, get downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, and then, what was the last one?
Keep away from windows.
Away from windows, thank you.
You need to start using that in school
You're right,
talks,
all
I'm
right.
telling
Yeah,
you.
I do a lot of school talks. That is a very, very good one, though. But kids, it's amazing how many kids know, get to the basement or get to that center part of the house. Usually they say bathroom or hallway.
I know.
They do it has been taught well around here, and for good reason.
I think that
because we have so many instances like this.
I think sometimes those kids make a better decision than the adults do because like you go out to a lot of schools and you teach this stuff, and the kids hear it over and over again from a professional, and I think that they hear it and they make better decisions. Sometimes it's the adult that goes out with their cell phone. It's not really a kid every time.
Yeah, I'm going to put another track on here, Mark.
So we're going to track the area where we have the rotation here. So we're going to focus now on where we have tornado warnings, and we'll take
the one for Lawrence, or the one for Orange and Orleans and Northeast is gone now.
And can you just drift to the north after this? Hold on.
Yeah,
so
sure.
4 minutes Smedley, 8 minutes from now in the Hitchcock area. Salem, you've got 14 minutes. So what do? Inside of 10 minutes, you go to your tornado safe location. Downstairs, underneath something, center of the house, keep away from windows. I'm asked this a lot. Mark, I live in an apartment building. What do? You go to the lowest floor. Mark, I live on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Just go down there and say, hey, I'm worried. I'm under a tornado warning. I'm scared. They're going to let you in. We live in an area where the heart of the community is really, really a big part of who we are. So I doubt anybody's going to say anything. And then you're like, well, Mark, I don't have a basement. Where do I go? Interior closet. Mark, I don't have an interior closet. Get in the bathtub. Really what you're trying to do is put more walls, the exterior of a tub, anything between you and the outside of the building. Because what you want is the debris, if a tornado was to form, to hit the outside of the building and not you. You can replace the building. You are not replaceable. So these are the warnings that we have. The tornado warning, I just wanted to make sure that this was not a tornado warning on the northern edge here.
Right.
So I just felt that was important to note. Best area rotation right now is going to be in 2 locations. One that is near Campbellsburg, Indiana, about now 13 minutes out from being in the Paoli area. And then our second area rotation, Matthew, can we go to that southern one real quickly as well? And let's track this back a little bit. Worth noting, by the way, before you go into this,
you want to see the one to the west?
Yeah, let's do this first, and then we'll come back. This is a very serious concern now for Du Bois County. So this is a tornado confirmed on the ground that's heading into Lockhart. I just want to mention, if you're in Huntingburg, Ferdinand, or south of Jasper, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now near Lockhart and heading in your direction. This is not, there's a tornado, maybe. This is a tornado on the ground, and your life's in danger. Du Bois County we covered for a long time. We don't determine what our counties of coverage are. That's determined outside of what we do, and we then just cover the counties that we are told are part of our viewing area. Du Bois County, up until last year, was technically part of our viewing area. Not now, but I know that a lot of people in Du Bois County still get us. And so I just want you to know, if you're in Huntingburg or Ferdinand, you must be in your tornado safe spot now. That is not, there might be a tornado. That is, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground heading in your direction. Now let's go back over to the southern part of Orange County, as Orange County is our hotspot right now, Orange into Washington County. And Matthew, what I want to do is take the scan back a few so we can see the evolution of the area of rotation. So no tornado warning. This is 8:40 p.m.
Going through Cusco.
Moving forward, right there. Cusco, Weather Service sees it, immediately pops tornado warning. You notice the greens and the reds are literally married to one another. They are on top of each other. Now we start to move this east, still strong there. What we can see on the latest scans is that area of rotation is spreading out a little. So what's happening is the rotation, which was tight, has now broadened a little bit. If it's broadening, that means the chance of dropping a tornado maybe has come down just a pinch here. This is important to note, but all of these storms, I think we're starting to get into what we know is the reality of this, Matthew, and that is, this is on a trajectory, a lot of these storms to get, if nothing else, storms into Louisville, some gusty winds, damaging winds. We hope we don't get tornadoes, but a lot of the high resolution data at least suggested a conceptual model that somewhere near 65 is where the intensity would be coming down. Now, does that mean that they come down after they get to Louisville or before they get to Louisville? I think it's going to be very close.
Very close.
It's going to be probably within a county either side of Louisville. So this storm could be in its peaking phase and hopefully coming down in intensity on approach to Louisville. But it is indeed possible that these still hold the potential for damaging winds and even a tornado. But I would say, as we said in our video earlier, north of 64 has the greatest potential of getting
everything.
Tornadoes.
Yeah.
North of 64. And someone in Louisville's like, well, you know, I live near 64. So, yeah, it very well could get to near Louisville, but north of 64. And also it's worth noting that the new high-res data is focusing an area of extremely heavy rain along 64, coming down where these tornado warnings are, and that conceivably could affect Louisville. So flash flooding will become a legitimate concern overnight tonight.
Yeah, let me show that really quick. Some of these values look like they may be off the charts here, Mark. You know, sheesh. I don't know how accurate that could be sometimes, but 6 inches per hour. Yeah, that's pretty insane. So extremely heavy rain, even if you only get it for a short time period, you're going to be smacked with this rain here, and you could see some localized flooding. But if you get multiple storms in a row, which is very likely up there in Orange County, in Washington County, because you've got what's over Reeve and Lost River and Halbert heading your way, you're going to get another round of potentially 4 to 5 to 6 inch per hour rainfall. And so you get that twice in a row. Yeah, you're going to get multiple inches of rain. I think that the flash flood warnings will start to pop here soon for southern Indiana, especially up in Orange and Washington County.
And let's look at that, by the way.
And they just put a new tornado warning out just west of Orange County.
Okay, so briefly on the flood warnings here, we have flood advisor for Lawrence County, northern Jackson County flash flood warning. Flood watch covers a huge part of the area. As Matthew noted here, we just got a new tornado warning that's west of Orange County. You get the idea. Look at all this. Everything here is generally north of 64. If it's me, I probably would have extended to Oldham and Trimble, but like I said, I think we're splitting hairs here, but this is getting close to our metro now. Clark County, 1 county off, and Floyd County, 1 county off. We've got tornado warnings that are in Orange County, west of Orange County, east of Orange County. We have a tornado confirmed on the ground that's moving now into around Holland. It's going to be near Selvin very specifically, but just south of Holland right now, that is a tornado warned storm. There's just a lot going on a dangerous night in our area. That cell that is near Holland is absolutely wild looking on radar. Let me show you. This is Du Bois County here, and you can see the massive hail on this one too. Yeah. So south of Holland, very notably a hail core there. Emergency managers did report a tornado on the ground in this area. So we know that this is doing damage, but I will say what's over Holland is not the tornado. That is a hail spike, and that is a notable hail spike that's showing up there. And that area rotation is near Selvin with a spotter emergency manager report of a tornado on the ground. This is a life-threatening situation if you're Holland, south of Huntingburg near Ferdinand, and then you can see the Weather Service even put a secondary tornado warning just south of that in case it gets deviant motion, meaning just in case it starts to move south.
For folks that made a trip over there for Father's Day, maybe for Santa Claus, Indiana to Holiday World, by golly, you're in for it tonight for sure. Hopefully they're watching us as we're talking about this, because yeah, we're going to hit our area hard, but sometimes we know that there are places that other people are traveling to that are nearby, and you may want to get that information. So yeah, Santa Claus, Indiana folks, I would say this storm is so close to you, go ahead and get into your safe place. Don't be traveling north anytime soon if you're going to be leaving Holiday World.
Oh, so there's one west of Orange County, there's a new one in the northern part of Orange County, new one in there's the southern part of Orange County, and then there's Washington County.
What was that? National Weather Service Louisville just put out the one in Orange County, that newest one extension?
We've got 4 of these now in effect for our area here. Now, or is that, I need to see on that one.
It's an extension of the one that's along 150 right now.
Is it? Let me just check briefly to make sure we verify with 100% certainty on that. So just checking the newest tornado warning. This one is just issued at 9:06. Matthew's 100% spot on. So that's the storm coming out of the Halbert area. This is a wild night where now we've had 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings in Orange County now.
Yeah.
Is there a 4th one I'm missing? Is it at least 3?
Yeah, 3 so far.
Okay, so 3. I mean, you've been under a tornado warning for probably over an hour in Orange County, and then remember, these are countywide sirens, Matthew.
Yes, we said this at the beginning. We said this during our stream. We said this at the beginning of the show, that you may go underneath 1, 2, 3, 4 different tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then at the end of it all, it will be flash flood warnings.
So let's spend some time, Matthew, now on going through and doing some legit hardcore tracking on what we have out there. So we're going to start, let's go from east to west.
Okay.
I want to start on what's approaching Salem. I want to go on what's getting over Indiana 137, and then we'll get western part of Orange County, and then we'll take a look at Du Bois County. So our area rotation here, maybe.
I would say right along 60, yeah.
It's definitely along Indiana 160 regardless of how you view this. This is moving almost into Salem along Indiana 135. Salem, I need you downstairs, underneath something, center part of the house, and I need you to keep away from windows. That tornado, if there is one, would be very close to you, right near where the arcing towards the northwest meets the arcing towards the east. So it puts it in Salem in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to say in the now. Canton within 5 to 10 minutes. In New Philadelphia, 10 to 15 minutes, and in New Salem, around 15 to 20 minutes. You need to take tornado safety precautions, putting you in the lowest floor of your home or underneath something. That would be the safest spot. Let's move now down towards southeast Indiana. Okay. So this is one of many tornado warnings. This is in Washington County. We have a second one that includes southern Washington County. Let's scope the area here to see how that area of rotation is doing.
It has decreased quite a bit.
Massively decreased, massively. I like the trend that I'm seeing, but let's move it over to Hardinsburg and to Oregon Springs. I just want to make sure and verify with certainty. Matthew, can you come back to Hardinsburg here briefly? And what I want to do is let's stop the scope, move it a little bit further west, and let's just take it back a couple of scans. I want to see what this over Hardinsburg, Indiana looked like a couple of scans ago. Okay, so that was not any rotation.
Straight line, yeah.
And looking at it, radar is coming in from this side. And let's also look at this area near southeast and back that up a couple of scans as well.
That was the one I think that we were originally warned for. Yeah.
That was it. So, okay, so let's take that forward now and move to, I want to just again focus on where that, okay, that area rotation is weakened markedly. So I don't think that it's an imminent threat of a tornado right now in southeast or Hardinsburg. That said, you're under a tornado warning. If you're in Hardinsburg, Indiana, please still take it seriously downstairs, underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house and keep away from windows. You're like, this makes absolutely no sense. It's not raining near French Lick, but there's a new tornado warning, correct? But that is for the storm that's near Lost River. Let's then scope and move to that storm near Lost River, Indiana. Okay. And once we look at that storm, what we're going to do is look at the rotation. A couple things to note here. This area of rotation still has significant lightning on it, meaning better updraft. Radar shows the rotation right over the Natchez area. Weather Service extended that tornado warning because this area of rotation has been ongoing for some time. So that's why that area of rotation moving into Orange County is under a tornado warning. Let's track that into Orange County. This will be, Matthew, this was a storm track if we could.
Yes.
From Natchez into Orange County and get a sense on who and when for that one. Roland 4 minutes from now, Prospect 10 minutes from now. So that puts it near Orangeville around 12 minutes from now and near French Lick around 12 minutes. And Matthew's going to just do a wider
Get a few
track.
more places.
Only reason we're going to do this is it'll give you some more towns. Lost River a minute from now, 10 minutes from now, Prospect, Indiana, French Lick 10 to 15, and Paoli 20 to 25. Again, Du Bois County we know does get us on TV. And I just want to make sure that we cover Du Bois County as well. So let's then go to what was and still is probably the most beast supercell of them all. Why? It's alone. It has all the fuel. It doesn't have to share it with the other storms. That fuel's its own. And it's going to spin harder, and it's going to have a better chance of producing a tornado. And this is a confirmed tornado that has been reported by an emergency manager. The area of rotation right now is very close to Selvin, and that is moving towards the Johnsonburg area. So Holland also is getting a nasty, nasty hail core moving through as well. And can you take me back over to reflectivity? Let's pull the scope
Absolutely.
here briefly. Just kind of want to see what that hail core looked like. A few scans ago, it was absolutely nasty. Okay, it's come down a little bit on the hail. I'm glad to see that.
You want me to go back a couple scans or no?
Yeah, let's actually look at that because the hail core was mean right there.
Yeah.
That was the hail core right there over Holland, Indiana. And that hail core was probably producing some quarters to maybe ping pong. That is now heading towards the Johnsburg area, but it has come down in intensity a little bit. The hook is where if there's a tornado, and Matthew, versus the other storms, one of the things we really note on this one is massively more lightning on this one.
Oh yeah, yeah, quite a bit. And we, lightning in and of itself is dangerous, but we also use it as an indicator. Is the storm strengthening? Is it weakening? More lightning, if you see a big lightning uptick, that means that the storm is strengthening, the updraft is probably strengthening, and it may drop a tornado any minute. Over the last few years of me doing this job, quite a few times when I saw a storm without lightning and it was just kind of an individual cell, and you saw a huge lightning uptick, often dropped a tornado.
100% right. And Matthew, let's track this one off. So this one is exceptionally problematic. It's along 64. This is a major interstate with a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. Again, tornado confirmed per the emergency manager. Puts it in the Johnsburg area 6 minutes from now. Ferdinand, please take your tornado safety precautions 13 minutes from now. And the Adeyville area around 19 minutes from now. Two things that really bother me about that is we have a report of a tornado on the ground and it's on 64.
A major interstate. That's crazy that it's literally running right along the interstate. It's not just crossing it, Mark. It's driving it at this point.
And it's not showing any change in direction.
No,
this
not
is
one
moving
bit.
due east, which,
let me put
look,
that,
we obviously need to be aware down line. This is one of those that could get towards Louisville.
100% here. I'll put it back into motion for you guys.
God, that thing is nasty. That is a mean storm.
Yep, as soon as it latched onto 64 north of Hart, it just stayed on it. So again, we know that this has produced a tornado reported by an emergency management director out in that direction. And at this point, if it's still on the ground along 68, along 64, south of Cass, south of Johnsburg, or going to be moving through the Johnsburg area, not pretty, man, not pretty. Just to think, I mean, it's bad enough when you see a video of a tornado crossing a major highway and the cars that it hits, but this isn't just going to hit a few. Like if it's on the ground and it's on 64, it's going to catch everybody on both sides. Crazy scenario right now going through Du Bois County and eventually into Perry and eventually into Crawford. So if you're in Crawford County, let's give you a little extra heads up. You're about to get a nasty storm that's going to go very likely the northern edge of it, the heavy rain and maybe some hail up near Birdseye, English, Whiskey Run. But the tornado threat is going to be along 64, West Fork, Riddle, Carefree, south of Grantsburg, south of Kirby, Beechwood, Leavenworth. You guys are going to be the ones that we really think have the highest threat of getting a potential tornado here along either side of 64.
And Matthew, I'm going to, by the way, get our cameras aiming northwest.
That's a great call. Great call. In fact, I would say particularly if you're along in south of 64 in Crawford County, just because it looks the trajectory of the storm, and because of the way that 64 lifts a little bit north compared to where the storm is now. So, as the interstate moves north, that means that the storm, if it's riding due east, is going to actually stay along and south of it. So Leavenworth folks, those that are again in Beechwood, West Fork, Riddle, I think that you guys, Carefree to Wyandotte, you guys have got to be in your safe place soon. No, remember where it is. Be paying attention to this. Don't change the channel. Don't stop the stream. If your phone's getting ready to die, we've said it before, go ahead and plug it into the wall, because you're probably going to be losing power over there in Crawford County, and you're going to want to get this information.
And one of the things that we're noting here that is on the storm coming into Orange County is that we're seeing an uptick now in the intensity of the rotation. So here's reference point, French Lick. That right there is going to be along Indiana 150. So that area rotation on the right, that green, is coming right down Indiana 150. So that then would put that just near or north of French Lake, Indiana. And you can very clearly see the greens, reds very, very close together in this particular area. Weather Service has noted that they are watching Clark County, the rotation coming out of Washington County. They have not made any decision about whether a new tornado warning would be needed. But we need to now think, if we're in Clark County, a tornado warning is possible. So that is an area that depends on how this rotation continues, what that is going to mean. And that is this storm that moved past the Salem area. The area of rotation right now is basically on top of Salem.
Yeah.
And I just want to check, because that would have a debris signature if there was a tornado doing damage, and we are not seeing one now, which is a good thing.
So again, when we pull up that radar product and it is all purplish pink, great sign. We don't want to see any discoloration in there.
We just got a report of a tornado on the ground near Spencer County, Indiana, near the Dale, Indiana area. So Spencer County, Indiana,
north,
that's
I believe.
Spencer would be the west. I think that's the storm. Yeah, I think that one, that's why they extended the tornado confirmed. So that is a tornado on the ground right now near the Johnsburg area. This is along 64. I cannot tell you how incredibly dangerous this is right now. 64 in Du Bois County. Guys, there is a tornado on the ground doing damage. Severe thunderstorm warning is coming for Clark County and Scott County of Indiana. That is going to be, so that would then replace the tornado warning near Salem. And I'm just curious on this one, if this is severe with tornado possible. Would seem that's the way they're going to go. That is. So they're going with severe with tornado possible. Matthew, we agree on this one. The rotation has come down a little bit, and it certainly doesn't look as strong as what it once did.
I would say you're right with those two, and that's why they decided to put a large severe thunderstorm warning out for both of those tornado warnings, the one coming out of Orange into Washington, the one in Washington that's looks like it's heading into Scott, heading into Clark County. That's why they put tornado possible there. In fact, there could be a couple areas of rotation. I also want to mention you got this tail north of Birdseye heading toward English now.
I saw that too.
The velocity looks like it started to come up a little bit there, Mark.
Yeah,
crossing
a little bit
over 145, Newton Stewart area.
And what's going to be interesting now is we're getting into a scenario where that could start to interact with the confirmed tornado that's on the ground in Spencer and Spencer County. Just so you know, I mean, you're talking, it's lit like it is on top of Dale right now.
Yeah.
The tornado is on top of Dale, Dale, Kentucky right now. I believe, is that on the Kentucky side?
No, that's still in southern Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah, it's north of Holiday World.
Got it. So I mean, that is basically, we're talking about the Holiday World exit now.
Yeah, yes. So for folks, again, we know that Holiday World isn't technically our coverage area anymore. You know what, Mark? We've got so many people that were probably celebrating Father's Day over in that direction, and we're letting you know, if you're leaving Holiday World, do not go north towards 64. Go south. Mark, I'm going to head to the green screen. I really just want to reiterate that point. I-64 is not a safe place to be right now. Not a safe place whatsoever. I-64 is not a safe place right now because you have a confirmed tornado on the ground that's moving west to east. It is riding the interstate as if it belongs there at this point, and it has been for like the last 15 miles or so. Again, here's Santa Claus, Indiana. That's Holiday World. Maybe you're watching on your phone, you just had a really great time there, you're celebrating Father's Day, and you're like, I'm gonna go ahead and run up 162 towards 62, and I'm gonna take 64. Absolutely not. How about you go ahead and head south if you're trying to get home from Holiday World, because these storms are riding along and north of 64, have been severe warned, have been tornado warned, and you've got a confirmed tornado on the ground there in Spencer County that's riding along 64 as we speak. It's either along and north of 62 or it's along the 64 corridor. And again, I know you're watching on your phone there in Holiday World, and you're like, I just want to go home. Either stay where you're at or head south, because it is not safe to hit 64. We talked about this earlier, that sometimes tornadoes cross interstates and it goes from one side to the other, north to south, right? And it's, you know, it's like, okay, that's a scary scenario because it hits a few cars that don't see it coming. But it's even worse when you have got it riding directly along the interstate and it's just hitting every single car. If that is exactly where it's at right now, not a good scenario there in Spencer County, Mark.
So we've got tornado on the ground here near Dale, Indiana. Matthew covered the fact that this is getting very, very close to the Santa Claus, Indiana exit. This is heading directly towards the St. Meinrad area. You have got to be in a safe spot if you're in this area. As you can see, it is literally on top of Dale, Indiana. We've got to watch that storm. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing here for our area. So what we want to do, because again, Du Bois County, as we noted, some get us out of Du Bois County. It's one of those counties that we call a fringe county. Since it's so close, we don't want to just let you go. North Vernon right now, rain and thunderstorms. Seymour, not severe. Let's take a look at our camera here out of the Seymour area. That's the view right now. Nothing looks like it's getting crazy, right? Is it all clear in Seymour, Indiana? Give me about 15 minutes or so more, but you can see still vivid lightning ongoing here. New severe thunderstorm warning, and this one is our latest. This one still shows a Boeing segment that is west of Borden. It has had some notches on it that we have watched here for potential strong winds. This one has a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning on it. We're going to go 3-5 on this one, putting it in Borden 14 minutes from now. Henryville 20 minutes from now. Henryville, I'm talking to you specifically. So this doesn't have what I would say is a slam dunk of a tornado. What we are seeing is some level of rotation. I don't think that this is a high-end scenario. And if you're asking for this particular portion of the line, does this support long track tornadoes? Unlikely. If we get a tornado here, it would be a quick spin. That doesn't necessarily make anybody feel better, but I do want to answer that if you're curious. 26 minutes from now in the Carr area, 32 minutes from now in Perry Crossing, and yes, you're on the map in Charlestown, 40 minutes from now, which would be approaching our newscast time. We've now been live with you for about an hour and a half, and we started our first video around 6. So this has already been a long day for a lot of people, and I'm sure that are a number of people that are feeling fatigued. In particular, if you're in Orange County, you've been under tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning. The area rotation, and I'm going to take you back because I think you're going to get a sense of why this tornado warning was issued. You're going to see the rotation was notably higher when this was in the western part, southwestern part of Orange County. As we then move into the now, there is some rotation, Matthew, but this looks like it's becoming outflow dominated here and pushing more air out than it's sucking in near Hardinsburg and Oregon Springs. This looks more like a wind producer than a tornado producer in that area. And of course, worth noting, the Weather Service is going to have to make a call there in terms of how they deal with that. And then this has had a tornado potential on it. This is probably our best area of rotation right now that is in western Orange County. This one's going to be about 3 miles southeast of the town of Northwest, or about 3 miles to the southwest of Orangeville. This is just north of West Baden Springs along North County Road 725, where that junctions with North County Road 625. That area of rotation is heading towards the Orangeville area. If I'm in Orangeville, Kentucky, I'm taking my tornado safety precautions. And an area that is just on the edge of our viewing area has had a tornado confirmed on this one via reports, via emergency managers. It is the strongest storm in our area, or our general area.
Yeah.
Because technically it is outside of the viewing area, but at least this is going to give some heads up if you are or have any friends in Du Bois County or in Perry County. These are counties that we're watching. And Matthew,
Absolutely.
beyond that, I'm going to put it into motion because there is more than just even what's in our viewing area. This shows a concerning sign of what we call training. If you look at what training means, is this unique concept of train tracks. So if you were ever to be on a train track and look all the way down towards the horizon, a lot of times it's just a straight area. So if these storms hook up and begin to train or get on the train tracks, the repeated strikes of exceptionally heavy rain can go directly over the same area. And you're probably thinking, Mark, those arrows are pointed towards the metro. They are. Louisville, we're going to have to watch this. Obviously, we have severe weather just to the northwest of the city right now. It is conceivable that gets into the city, and then it's conceivable what behind gets into the city. What one would expect here is the strongest storms to remain on the southern or the far front flank. Why? The area has not been rained down yet. These areas still have the highest fuel. Secondly, we know as the sun sets, the fuel values should come down. Fuel values are what feed the storm. Once the fuel values come down, eventually the updrafts weaken. That means they can't support rotation as much. They're not going to be able to tap into the stronger winds aloft. And we would expect a weakening to occur. But that weakening may not save that area from significant flash flooding. This is setting up to be a scenario that could cause flash flooding in the Louisville metro area.
Well, we got a new tornado warning, Mark, and I talked about this one earlier in northern Crawford County that was going to be heading toward or north of English, and that is exactly what we just saw pop up here. You may have seen it pop, that little bitty, that red box. That's, yep, there we go, we got it. So again, it hasn't shown on
that does look better.
Yes, it has not shown on our GR analysts right now, but I'm circling the area where we have rotation. I think that a small brief tornado could pop any minute now. Let me, I'm gonna check, okay, correlation coefficient hasn't popped up just yet, so that's good. We don't wanna see that. What we do know is that south of Ethel, there you go, yeah, crossing over, what is that, 450W there? So South County Road 450W, it's crossing over North Brownstown Road. I don't know if those are interchangeable names coming out of one county into another, but it's Crawford County into southern Orange County. Ethel area, please go ahead and get into your safe place. We were talking about this one about 15 minutes ago, said that that would be an area to watch because it was getting a tail on it.
You nailed that.
And it has absolutely gotten that at this point. You can see that small tail.
You're right. You can see what's referred to as a rear flank downdraft.
Yes.
And see how it has that little bow shape, Matthew? You're right. That's normally going to be when the rotation comes up. So this may have the best chance of tornado within the next 6 to 10 minutes because that RFD is wrapping on the south side.
100%, Mark.
So that was a good call, Matthew, on that storm. And, you know, again, we will say, if you wonder why we have multiple eyes on storms, this is the exact reason we have multiple eyes on storms. Now we're starting to get into the concern here with flooding. New flash flood warning just fired. This one fired out for Orange and Washington County. You know, we talked about this in our video, that there were going to be areas that went under multiple tornado warnings potentially here today and then got flash flooding as a peripheral concern. Don't lower the concern on the flash flooding. I'm going to tell you, some of this could be life-threatening flash flooding that occurs at night.
Yep.
At night. So if you're out driving during the day, you're like, I can see the road. I know about how deep that is. There's no perception at night.
Right.
And you drive into something, you think, I got this. It's just some water going over the road. Matthew, it's going to take me 30 more minutes if I have to take that route around there. I'm not going to do that.
No,
I want to get home. It's Father's Day. I want to be with my family.
I think your family wants you to get home as well.
They want you to get home.
Yep.
That's why you don't drive into the flooded roadway. We have seen it over and over. When you go in, sometimes you don't come out. And the last thing you see is the water coming over the windows and your car starting to move down. Please be very, very careful. Matthew's highlighting that area of rotation.
Mark, I've never seen that pop up before on our system.
That's the tornado debris signature on that particular system that we assigned on that one. And that's out of Ferdinand, Indiana. That is in Du Bois County. That's the storm that we're talking about that is now on the 62-64 interface where Santa Claus, Indiana exit is. It's exactly there.
You know, we've said Du Bois County, we've said Spencer County, and you're probably like, well, where is it? It's literally on the line of the two. I mean, we're talking, again, right on the line. Du Bois County, Spencer County, here's the interstate. And that's where our debris signature icon has just now popped up. Here's the hook. Here's your inflow notch going up into Ferdinand. So anybody that is in Ferdinand, south to 62, you have got a tornado that's on the ground causing damage right now. It has just moved to the east of Johnsburg. Johnsburg folks, maybe some of you are walking outside and you watch us and you see the debris, you see tree limbs down, things like that. Go ahead. If you're watching us right now and you're on one of our streams, send us a message. Let us know what you're seeing. I'm not saying that we want you to go outside, but if you have noticed something, if you did have damage near your place, give us that information. Do it safely, though. We don't want you to get yourself hurt trying to get that information for us. Ferdinand, folks, south toward Mariah Hill, 62. Please be in your safe place immediately because this is on top of you. Again, 64, it's riding right along it. Just to say, as I did earlier, for those that are leaving Santa Claus, Indiana, and they're leaving Holiday World, and you want to get home, we want you to get home too. Don't go north. Don't go to I-64. Go ahead and go south and then try and find a way back home that way if you're heading toward the Louisville area. Maybe just hold on for a little bit longer. Mark, do we have a new tornado warning that just came out?
Yes, and this now includes the New Washington area, Matthew.
Okay,
so that's why I was just trying to get your attention.
Yeah.
So new tornado warning now issued. This does include Henryville. So this is an area that has a history with severe weather and tornadoes. And you can see that area rotation, Matthew, has come up over South Boston.
South Boston, right along 160 heading into New Liberty, Mark. And we've been highlighting 160 for quite some time. It was 60 west of Salem, 160 on the eastern side. This is where the rotation has. It's amazing that these tornadoes literally look like they are riding the interstates and riding our major highways here across Kentuckiana as if they belong on them at this point. So not a good scenario when it's driving directly along some of these major roads, Mark.
Worth noting that we're not seeing any debris signature on this right now, which would mean this is a tornado radar indicated, not radar confirmed, not tornado on the ground doing damage.
I'm glad that you highlighted that. I should have definitely mentioned that.
No, I think that we're both on the same page here, but it's still worth noting that we are watching this area where we do have rotation. And there are multiple areas where we've had rotation. Matthew has highlighted this multiple times. Let's look further west and see what we've got here on the other flank of this where the tornado was. Oh.
It looks about the same in the Ethel area crossing over North Brownstown Road, heading toward Bacon. If you're in Bacon, you're in Southeast, go ahead and get into your safe place. Again, I know Southeast was already there earlier, and we said you're going to go, there was quite an uptick there south of Ethel. Let me bring that up on correlation coefficient and see if there was anything
the reason, what precipitated this tornado warning is an uptick on that rotation. So at 9:25, we saw an uptick of rotation near Ethel, and that rotation right now is on North Brownstown Road south of Ethel and approaching Bacon, Indiana, and then heading towards southeast. This is one of the stronger rotating areas within our viewing area right now, so it is something that we are watching. This is rotating notably just south of southeast. This is Crawford County, and this is Orange County. This is insanity thus far tonight. This has been what I have worked in this area for 21 years. In the month of June, I have never seen something like this. This is unreal for the month of June. And let's take a look at this other.
There's another very clear circulation between Orangeville and Orleans. In Orleans, you were underneath a tornado warning earlier. So was Orangeville. So was Paoli.
Unbelievable. It's intensifying the area rotation behind a rain shield.
Yeah. And so it's going to be heading up into Orleans. I believe it's pronounced Lipsick. Up there in northeastern Orange County. What is that? West County Road 700 North.
Right.
West County Road 650 North. 37 coming out of Orleans. If you live at that intersection, by golly, you've got a few minutes at most. These are slow movers, so you've got about 5 minutes or so until it is in Orleans proper at that intersection there of 37 and West County Road 700 North.
That rotation has come up notably here. This is This could be producing a tornado, Matthew. I'm going to take you over to analyst here real quick. If it is, we will know because it's buried. Can you give me correlation coefficient on there? So remember, we're going to be looking for the C of red.
I'll go ahead and let you get your finger on that.
Yeah, you saw what I saw. So a couple things first. What I want you to note is, Matthew, can you put a point on this? This is going into Orleans in the next 3 minutes. Can you give me a marker there? The only reason I want that marker is I want to know what I'm looking at here. So this is buried in rain right now near Orleans. Matthew, take me now over to correlation coefficient. That's the area we're watching. Let's go back one scan.
Okay.
And can you take me back over to velocity?
Sure thing. I'll go forward one.
Right. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, displaced.
Displaced. That may not be a tornado. But right now, let's now advance it into the now.
Sure thing.
It's not there now. So this is something that's conspicuous, but it is not a tornado confirmed right now via radar, not a tornado debris signature. That said, that is quite a bit of rotation ongoing that's moving into Orleans, Indiana. Orleans, Indiana, please, you've got 90 seconds. I need you downstairs. I need you underneath something. I need you in the center part of your house. And please keep away from windows. If you're in Orleans, Indiana, you've got to take this one seriously. It's notable rotation. If it hasn't produced a tornado, it could at any moment. So we need to take this one very, very seriously. Matthew, let's go further south, and I want to do this on a lot of these storms.
And here is the new tornado warning coming out of Du Bois and Spencer County,
okay, so that one
Perry and Crawford.
So that goes Perry, Crawford, and that is tornado warning, Matthew, not tornado confirmed, correct?
Yes, it is the red box. Now I'll pull this up very briefly here.
Let me get out of the way.
It does say radar indicated.
Okay.
But we know it has a history of producing a tornado.
Correct.
So that is the most serious one for our area, I would say, at this point.
And by the way, we have crews out there that are attempting to get into some of these areas so we can find out what has occurred. Matthew, let's do some exercises here. I want to go and look for debris just to make sure where we stand on English, Indiana, and then I'm going to go back over to the other radar source so we can track. Let's take it in tight on the storm north of English. Let's start off with our rotation first so we can get a sense of the location we're looking at. A couple things I want you to note here on this side. Remember when Matthew showed you this? This was a distinct hook with the little kind of C, the reverse C right here. The last scan that released a little bit, it came back a little bit now. Second, we see rain out ahead of that right now, so we'll see how that affects the storm. That area of rotation here is just north of English. Matthew, what road are we looking at here?
That is State Road 37 that it has crossed over.
Okay, so it's on State Road 37, 3 miles north of the English area. That's the area of rotation right here. Let's now look to see if we have any debris being lofted in this area to make sure. Good news is we don't, so this is something where it could be producing a tornado. And you notice that rotation may have even tightened up.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say so.
That rotation may have just tightened up just a pinch here as that is now passing just north of English. Let's now zoom out on the storm that's going towards Clark County. And this one's going to be moving into Clark County. The rotation had peaked a little bit the last time we viewed this. Let's look right now. So Matthew, can you take me in a little bit tighter? I want near the Henryville area, right in here. Can you take me back 1 or 2 scans just so I can get a sense of where we are?
We may lose it to the west. Okay, there's 3 scans back.
Okay, so here's our area rotation that prompted
it. Up there.
Let's move forward.
It's pretty weak.
It's pretty weak. This we still need to watch. It does look like, Matthew, because the radar is looking due north, that maybe almost everything along this line is now starting to rotate. But the area that prompted the tornado warning that is going to go between Henryville and Underwood right now has come down in intensity. Let's take a trip back to the west, and we're going to look at that one that was moving into Orleans, Indiana. Go back to the north here, because that one was almost on top of Orleans with our area rotation. That has a little bit of a reflectivity pop there. Can you take me in a little tighter on Orleans?
Sure.
Okay, so that is directly over Orleans now, the area rotation's right here. Let's do the same exercise and go to correlation coefficient right here on Orleans. Good news is I'm not seeing anything that confirms a tornado, and it looks like they actually allowed the tornado warning to expire. Worth noting that that area rotation now has come down over the last scan here. So watching, Matthew, a very fluid situation here tonight where We say this sometimes, but one scan can make a difference.
100%.
Like you're seeing it. You're seeing it happen.
100%, 100%. Again, I think that our biggest concern, while we do have 3 tornado warnings out there, I think that our main concern, well, we have 4 technically, but 3 areas of rotation. It's the one in St. Minard, that one running along, what was that, 62? And yeah, between State Road 62 and I-64. By golly, I mean, those folks have been through it there in that section of Indiana, between that major interstate and a highway. I mean, it has just not been pretty. Now it's going to be crossing over State Road 62 and heading toward, let's say, Cattail Road over there in Perry County. Folks that are in Cardinal Road, and those that are on Clifton, those that are on State Road 145. If you're in those areas in northern Perry County, we used to cover you guys very frequently with these things. We really want you to get into your safe place immediately, because this is a storm. It says radar indicated now for the box that's over you in northern Perry County, but it was confirmed on the ground just a short time ago, and it's still looking like a monster, Mark. It's moving into southern Crawford County. I'm going to give it, it's a slow mover, I'm going to give it about 20-ish minutes into southern Crawford County for the part that it's actually most likely to interact with.
Busy night here as we're continuing with multiple tornado warnings that are ongoing within our area here. We had a tornado confirmed that touched down near Dale, Indiana.
Yep.
That one was moving, and that one is now moving through Ferdinand into our viewing area. We have numerous tornado warnings ongoing right now.
There's
on what
so
is
much action, Mark.
an exceptionally busy night in southern Indiana, exceptionally busy night. And on top of all of that, you get the idea that there are multiple storms that are on the west edge of this. Matthew, let's do tracks on each one of these as you head over to the weather wall. And we're going to start off near Madison, Indiana, because Madison, Indiana is still cleaning up from an EF2 that was on the ground as a long track tornado. And unfortunately, now under a severe thunderstorm warning.
And is that just a severe thunderstorm? Is that a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, or is there tornado possible on that one? I think it's 60.
It's a good question, Matthew. 6-0 on the winds,
okay.
Tornado possible on the tag.
Okay, all right. So 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible here. I know that Milton folks, Madison, Milton on the southern side of the river, you guys just went through that storm a couple of days ago, had a tornado down and lifted as it was crossing over into Kentucky. You're getting flashbacks right now. This is not the same type of scenario. It is another tornado warning, or excuse me, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. However, earlier this week, we had a tornado warning and we knew we could see a debris signature there, and it was tornado confirmed, Mark. So just to give folks a little glimmer of hope, it's not the same scenario, but you have got to be paying attention to this if you're in the Madison area as it moves south and east. Now we're going to go a little bit further to the west, crossing over 65 now. I assume, yeah, Blue Lick up there toward, what is this? This is 160 coming, yeah, South Boston, New Liberty to Henryville. So right along 160, you have got this area of rotation. It's not the tightest and brightest it's been, but it sure is there, Mark, and that's why it's still tornado warned at this point.
And I think that belongs under a tornado warning
100%.
since it's somewhat a diffuse. There's multiple areas. I'm going to track the 2, Matthew, just for thoroughness here.
And so we're going to put this. These are actually fairly slow movers. You may have seen that little tag on there. It said 30-mile-per-hour movement with this storm. That's exactly what's happening. These are 25 to 35-mile-per-hour storms, really slow compared to what we had last week. So Henryville, a couple of minutes. I mean, it's basically on top of you. It's crossing over 65 right now. Runyon-Town, you guys in less than 20 minutes, less than 30 minutes in Hibernia, and less than 42 minutes over there in Oldham County. So again, this is going to be moving across the river slowly but surely. Let's go a little further to the south where we've still got the tornado warning that's crossing over County Road 375 East, East Valine Road. Valine is going to, in southeast, are going to be north of where this area of rotation is. But basically, I mean, you may have an address in southeast. You may have an address there that is underneath this tornado warning. So I would go ahead and in this area of rotation, I would go ahead and get into your safe place if you've still got an address on the southern side of southeast, north of Whiskey Run, south of Hardin. I can't remember exactly which one that is up there, Mark, but it might be Hardensburg up there. And then heading into Palmyra, yeah, Hardensburg. So if you're east or west of Palmyra, go ahead and get into your safe place because yes, we have another tornado warning with rotation heading directly towards you. Now the rotation has come down just a little bit here, Mark, on that one that's along 64 and is crossing over 62. It's not necessarily the exact same as it was. It undoubtedly, though, I think is our strongest rotation on the board here. So 10 minutes to Sassafras, less than 20 minutes to Salina, 25 minutes to Oil. I've really been trying to hit the Oil area up to St. Croix and then over there to Leavenworth. I know it's a slow mover, but that just means you've been given more time to think about what you need to do. If you're in a mobile home in the Leavenworth area, I would hate to see this cycle up and within 45 minutes it gets to you and you didn't do something. If you're in a mobile home in Leavenworth or Oil, I'd say that you've got time to call a friend that's got a brick and mortar or more of a well-built wood structure and say, hey, can I go ahead and hop into your place because I want to stay safe during this storm. Louisville obviously looking very ominous right now as we look off to the west here, Mark, from our Lynn Family Stadium camera.
That's the camera from Lynn Family here. The storm right now with the tornado warning near Henryville is going to be out of range and a little bit too far north to see that via this particular camera. Here's the view out of Corydon right now. Corydon, as we look towards your west and north is where we have tornado warnings ongoing for you. We don't notice a whole lot of lightning here, which is a good sign. If we were concerned that this was coming up in intensity, we would see a lot of lightning strikes. There is no question about it. Our storm with the most lightning strikes is that storm near Ferdinand. That is clearly our most powerful supercell. And interestingly enough, the Weather Service did put a new severe with tornado possible, and let me make 100% sure that that is severe with tornado possible they did for Orleans, and that is the area rotation that we were watching.
So you think that that's the one down near southeast, or do you think that's the area of rotation up near Orleans?
Remember, that warning was allowed to expire originally because there was a tornado warning, so I believe that that is for the area that went through Orleans. And we'll take a look at the rotation in there. What was near Orleans has clearly come down in intensity.
Yeah.
Nothing else out there that jumps out at me. Obviously, we still have that area rotation ongoing that is just south of southeast and north of Marengo. That one may even have translated a little bit northeast of Marengo. That one's about to cross 66 in the next 4 to 6 minutes. Fredericksburg, I need you in your safe spot right now. Hardensburg, Indiana, I need you in your safe spot. And what does this all mean for Louisville? Somewhat of an interesting one. We have seen in the data that the intensity would start to come down as this moves towards Louisville. Now, have we seen that? A little bit. I don't think this is going to be a cliff tonight. I don't think the storms are going to fall off a cliff and just fall apart. My belief is that they're probably going to be coming down in intensity as we progress each hour. But we're sitting at 9:48, just so our news department knows. Obviously, with all of these tornado warnings in effect, should these tornado warnings continue to be in effect, we would stay obviously live with programming. If we go into severe thunderstorms, we would go into our newscast. I do want to mention to our producer, if you can get any reports out of any of these counties, Clark County, Orange County, Crawford County, Du Bois County, please let us know what you're hearing. And if Joel can get any of those reports, even if we're live during newscast, Joe can still convey those reports to us on what we know is happening in southern Indiana. But the counties we're most interested in would be Clark, would be Washington County, would be Crawford County, Orange County. We did have in Lawrence County a tornado warning earlier. And then heading west towards Du Bois County, Perry County, that's ultimately coming back into Crawford. If you can check and let us know what the emergency managers are reporting. Matthew, auxiliary concern here is flash flooding.
Yeah.
I say auxiliary because it sometimes isn't viewed with the same level of intensity from the general public.
Yeah.
But that said, the flooding concern here tonight is going to be very real, and this may very well extend into Metro Louisville.
100%. And so we talked about this. You're going to go underneath multiple tornado warnings. There would be an area that would. 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then boom, you get hit with all the flash flood warnings. Orange County, you guys are the ones that have been hit with I mean, Orleans has gone underneath 2 or 3 different warnings.
It's unbelievable.
Southeast, Paoli, I think, has had 3 or 4, and then severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado tags.
possible.
And now you've got the flash flood warning. So we said it would happen, and it was you guys there in Orange County. It's extended into Washington as well, southern Lawrence County
Oh, they
too.
extended the tornado watch as well.
Yes, fine. So
Oh, that we thought that was
to
necessary.
our Kentucky counties for sure, very close to the 64 corridor, you would need a tornado watch. I'm glad that they did extend that. It is interesting that the National Weather Service up in Cincinnati has included far northern Kentucky and part of Indiana. Severe thunderstorm watch instead. So they're fairly confident that things will be weakening for them up there. But for us, it's holding together really, really well, Mark. And we still have more tornado warnings to the west where these storms are starting to become a west-east direction and linear here, Mark.
So it's worth noting that the watch that was expanded is not a new watch. So the tornado watch that now is including Louisville. We thought that they would expand it versus issuing a new one. Expansion means it still expires at midnight.
Midnight, and that makes sense.
So that's why we just mentioned that. I want to go to what's crossing 65 right now because this thing has a very notable hook on it right now.
It does look like it's starting to transition some here.
And that may be coming up on the rotation now. So this is County Road 160. South of Henryville. This crossed the Blue Lick, Indiana area. This is going to go south of Otisco along Indiana 3. And we are definitely noticing an upward trend in that rotation.
Yeah.
That area rotation went right through Henryville. If anybody is in Henryville, can you please let me know if you're on X or what used to be called Twitter? Please let me know what you are seeing. It would be very important to know if you're getting any damage. And Matthew, I really, really, really want to look at that. I'm going to head over to the wall here briefly, but I want to make sure that we don't have any debris. That is notable rotation right now heading into Otisco.
Yep.
Otisco, you've got to be in your safe spot now. If you're joining me along Indiana 3 and Otisco, I need you in your safe spot, not 5 minutes from now, not 60 seconds from now. I need you in the safe spot now. Remember, the radar is going to lag by a couple of minutes, so this may be on top of Otisco now. If you're in Otisco, I've got to have you in your safe spot. Matthew, can we go over to the analyst here to see if this area of rotation is lofting any debris at all? So this would take us from there could be a tornado on the ground to there is a tornado on the ground. And we are not seeing debris being lofted. There's the area rotation. I really want to hawk this. Can we put rotation on the other side? And I want to keep the correlation coefficient here because I really, 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 really am nervous about this one. So this is Nab, Indiana right here, and this is close also to the Marysville, Indiana area. The radar here is obviously identifying the same thing we are. The area rotation has come up markedly east of Henryville. And can you take this back one scan? I want to see what it looked like when it went through Henryville. One more. It's coming up. It definitely was weaker coming through Henryville than it is on now final approach towards Otisco. Then this is the current scan right now?
Yes, this is current.
So what we're looking for is in here. Understand what we're talking about. On the right side is a sea of pink. Who cares? Here's why you should. What it's seeing is rain or dust, whatever it happens to be. If you all of a sudden see something that changes color and in here turns blue, it means it's looking at something that's different. What would that mean? It's not raindrops because raindrops will all look the same. If it's inflow into the storm, it's all the same dust. However, if it now has done damage and lofts a 2x4 or a roof or a tree or limbs, now it's going to look different. And what would happen in here is you would see a blue hole pop out. If that occurs, we're now not in this could be a tornado. We would now be in there's a tornado on the ground doing damage. Rotation right now, here's the latest scan. If you could, Matthew, take me back one scan. Can you give me the minutes, by the way, too, on when we go back, how many minutes back the scan was?
This was, and let me go forward for you here.
Okay.
All right.
So we're just trying to get the exact moment.
Yep, 2 minutes ago, so 151.
Okay.
140.
Each is 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go now to the current.
Okay.
So this is going to move about a half a mile to on top of Otisco in the next 60 seconds. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot in Otisco. We don't see debris being lofted just yet, although that might Matthew, can you give me reflectivity on one of the sides here and give me a
Sure
marker
thing.
on that if you could first? So what we're doing is looking at what is here south of the Otisco area. We just want to make sure that that area is not debris being lofted.
It is quite the hook.
That is a mean looking storm right now, and that's where the marker is right here. Close. Inconclusive right now, but it may be a tornado on the ground. If I'm in Otisco or south of Otisco, I am absolutely 100% in my tornado safe spot. Matthew, can you keep an eye on that and take me over to the other radar?
Sure thing.
I want to make sure that we can get roads and get very, 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 very specific for Otisco, Indiana on what's occurring in Otisco right now. Be careful, Otisco. There may be a tornado on the ground or in the process of forming. This area of rotation, interestingly, there may be two areas of rotation, but clearly the more notable area of rotation is right here. This is Henryville-Otisco Road. So when you drive out of Henryville, you get to the fork in the road, you go Henryville-Otisco Road, which would eventually take you towards Marysville. The area of rotation we just got is just south of Otisco. And can you zoom me out a little bit on this?
Sure thing.
But that area of rotation is almost just south of Otisco right now. It does look a little broader than it did on the last scan, but nonetheless, a very notable rotation here. And then when we put on reflectivity, you can see a marked hook on this storm as it goes into Otisco. If this has not produced a tornado, it is trying really, really hard right now along Indiana 3 near Otisco, Indiana. Here's Henryville-Otisco Road. Again, the reason I know this area well, it's not a story I enjoy telling, but after the Henryville tornado, the Pekin Borden Henryville tornado in 2012, I went in the day after and surveyed, and I drove along Henryville-Otisco Road into Marysville, where I was horrified by what I saw. And so I know this area extremely well from the damage surveys I was doing that day. That's the new scan here. RFD surge may be wrapping now, so this would bury, if there's a tornado, you would not see it. Can I get...
Mark, really quick, can we actually visit a new tornado warning that just came out?
Briefly, in a second. I just want to look at
after
that
this one.
rotation on the latest scan
Sure
and just
thing.
make sure we don't have any debris here because we just got a new one. Area rotation here, Matthew, can you just briefly take me back over to analyst and then we'll go on to the new tornado warning.
thing.
Just, okay, not...
No, you want me to leave up correlation?
Yeah, not looking at anything in there that screams tornado for sure. I'm going to come back over there, Matthew, because I want to make sure we have two. I want to keep eyes on this one constantly.
Okay.
You're looking at the second tornado warning. Let's update on that one as well.
I'm going to go out to the west here, and that one is for, and I've just been looking at this, over near Ethel and Youngs Creek to southeast. Again, you have another tornado warning out there in Orange County, northern Crawford. You guys have already been underneath multiple warnings, and here comes another one for you. In fact, there might be a couple areas of rotation, but particularly up near Youngs Creek, Pine Valley, South County Road, 450W north of Ethel, I would really be more concerned with that. But there's also one moving into the Bacon area. So there are a couple of different spots of rotation in there. I would say everybody that I just mentioned, if you live anywhere near any of those regions, from the intersection of West County Road 575 South, South County Road 450W, all the way over to State Road 37, south of Pine Valley, in Pine Valley, down to Bacon, go ahead and get into your safe place. I think that that's the best thing that you could possibly do right now because there are multiple areas of rotation within this tornado warning that just popped up. Mark is still analyzing the...
that one near Leopold,
yes.
That thing is absolutely beast mode. That is the nastiest supercell we have in our area.
And that should be moving toward oil here very, very soon.
So the tornado warning does include Crawford County, although the area of rotation appears that it would stay south. If you're in Alton, if you're in Concordia, if you're in Leavenworth, if you're in Carefree, basically if you're near 64, and south, you've got to watch that one extremely closely. We've got a tornado confirmed on the ground right now. Matthew, take me back up to Otisco. This is the one I've been really, really, really worried about. Tornadoes on the ground now. Otisco, you've got to be in your safe spot. This is a life-threatening situation. Tornado is on the ground right now. And can you check and see what the Weather Service noted on that?
That's a great, I don't know if it was a spotter.
That's what I'm curious about because it's been a little bit inconsistent.
Okay. They said that they believe that they had a CC drop
So they
is
saw what
very
we saw.
faint. However, they
Yeah.
said that there's another 911 caller reporting that they see a tornado north of Charlestown near 2400 Market Street as well.
I have no problems with this. I agree on this one. We said inconclusive, and the Weather Service in their verbiage, you just heard what they said. Maybe.
Believe. Yeah.
Maybe. They're not saying is, they're saying maybe, but this is in a densely populated area and they're not going to take a risk, and I don't mind that. Let's go back over to the rotation here.
Good call.
The velocity on that in Otisco here. That area rotation is just all over Indiana 3 right now, south of Otisco. If you are near Otisco, you have got to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Not in 5 minutes, not in 90 seconds, now. This is a life-threatening situation where the National Weather Service has issued a tornado confirmed on the ground. They have a spotter report that's reporting a tornado on the ground. We don't know radar-wise, it was close. It could go either way. I am always transparent when I look at and analyze radar. Is it a guarantee or is it a maybe? This one was on the verge. I cannot say with 100% certainty, but my guess is the spotter report pushed them over the limit.
Yeah.
And it is buried.
Oh,
it is
100%.
buried in rain right now. Let's track this and where exactly it is going. If you're in New Washington or Hibernia, these are areas where we need to be thinking. And we're gonna, because it's a area of rotation, we're going to track the whole thing.
Let me go a little bit further out here, Mark, so we can get a few more folks. Sound good?
I mean, but it is a narrow area. I mean, right? It is what it is. The area that it's going is not over a huge area, so we may just not get a ton of towns in there.
Yeah, this is true. So it's basically heading due east, about 30 miles per hour. It's a slow one.
So the Runyontown area 4 minutes from now. Tornado safe spot, Runyontown. Vesta, 11 minutes from now. Tornado, safe spot. Hibernia, I can give you 3 minutes if you want to wait 3 minutes until it gets a little closer. But prep that tornado safe spot to get in there. This is buried. Don't think you're going to be able to go outside and video this thing. It is now buried within the updraft of the storm. Then it's going to be in Oldham in 24 minutes. Wait. Oldham's not under a tornado warning. Correct. If this holds together as a tornado warning, if it's just a regular storm, that doesn't stop the fact that it's going to be there in 24 minutes from now. Otisco, Indiana, just off to the south, there is a tornado that the National Weather Service confirmed. I will tell you that what we know is there may have been a debris signature. It was inconclusive, but I think the spotter saying there was a tornado pushed them over the level. Let's go back over to the analyst here as well. I want to check the rotation versus are we seeing debris being lofted, and that will help us to get a sense of where we stand. Well, one of the things we note is the rotation area is a little bit more diffuse right now.
It is. I'm going to put a marker, but I mean, it's just kind
I
of
would do it in the middle. Yeah, I'm with you. But that is buried, Matthew. So if there's a CC drop, it has to be a tornado. So
Nothing
again, I'm
crazy.
going to tell you inconclusive.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Let me go back a couple scans for us, Mark.
And that's what we noted. This
Yeah.
guy right here may have been a tornado. We're not 100% sure. Again, I tell you guys, tornado debris signatures are very, very rule-oriented. There are very specific steps that must be taken to correctly identify a tornado debris signature. Matthew, can you just check on the other storms while I stay
Sure thing,
here?
partner.
And just let me know if we need to make a move onto the others and take a look. Where we stand right now is a tornado confirmed by the National Weather Service. We will tell you that it is possible. We're not 100% certain, but the spotter report prompted this to go over the top. It may have done damage near Otisco, and I would not be surprised. The area of rotation right now is about 1.5 miles south of Otisco. So Otisco, Charlestown, it's right between, and it is east of 3. New update on the radar scan there. Area of rotation similar, hasn't come up in intensity. I'm glad to see that. And Matthew, I would like, if you could, on the rotation side on analyst, if you could briefly just take me back over to correlation coefficient, just a quick swing here. Just want to make sure again that nothing jumps out. Okay, so we are in a static situation. It hasn't upticked. We had a report of a tornado on the ground out of this area, hence the reason that we're watching that extremely closely. Weather Service then went to an upgrade into a tornado confirmed on the ground, and that's where we stand right now. Matthew, I'm going to view on analyst. I'm taking you back over to HD. Let us know what you're seeing.
You know, I do want to give, for folks that are wondering, am I good to go to bed? I'm not saying that right now, but I would say that there is a clearing up in Bedford, Seymour, Grassy Fork, folks that are further in our northern counties, Jackson, Jennings, Lawrence. I think that your severe weather threat has basically come down to 0 from here. This is what we expected for you. You guys are done. So if you're up in those 3 counties in southern Indiana, Lawrence, Jackson, Jennings, you're good. Now let's talk about those who aren't good. We're going to go over to the 3 warnings that are to our west. There's one warning inside of a warning. Sometimes we see that and we say, oh man, that is a tornado confirmed inside of another one, or we have PDS, something like that. That is not the scenario here.
It's just everything spinning.
The smaller one that you see stretching from just about southeast, Hardinsburg, Fredericksburg to Whiskey Run, that smaller one was there first. And then they issued the larger one around it for an area of rotation that was near Youngs Creek, Ethel, and is now over southeast. Let me throw you velocity on here.
Matthew, by the way, severe thunderstorm warning coming for the Louisville metro area as we speak.
So this is not super conclusive rotation here within this storm. At any moment, yeah, it could spin something up, but from Pine Valley down south to 64 there near Marengo, in that area, I would keep a very close eye on any little notches in there. Bacon and southeast, we got to continue watching to see if there's rotation. The original warning that I've got zoomed in on right here that encompasses part of Orange County, part of Washington, part of, what is that, northern Crawford and northern Harrison. This smaller one, I think at this point has basically run its life course, and I will double check on that for you here just to see exactly what it is. Excuse me.
And by the way, let me just note here.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Let me just note the severe thunderstorm for Louisville does include the storm that was near Clark County, so that includes the area that was tornado confirmed. They chose beyond that to go severe, and it is tornado possible. Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page, Matthew.
Very good, very good. So we'll go back to that one there that's east of Otisco, Zimmerman Road, north of Rolling Hills, Hibernia to New Washington. You still got some rotation in there. It's not quite as tight as it was just a short time ago. We haven't seen debris in a minute. Let me bring it up. Still not seeing any conclusive evidence, as you mentioned, Mark, of any sort of debris within that storm.
And what I think has happened is I think an RFD surge occurred.
Probably right on the southern side.
Yes. So Matthew, can you put me over to reflectivity on there? I just want to give you a quick analysis of what has occurred. So remember when we were looking at this, we looked at the hook. The body of the storm here, the hook. It appears, that's weird, the hook is larger than the body of the storm. Why? A rear flank downdraft came around the storm and surged cold air. That cold air is now pushing underneath that storm, and you can see it's a hard push here right now. That may have weakened that area rotation some right here near the New Washington area. So that hard RFD surge has appeared to weaken it. That said, we've seen pulses where it's gone up and where it's gone down. We do not let our guard down right now if we're in the New Washington area. I would say south of New Washington by 3 miles is where that area of rotation is right now. But a positive here, Matthew, a rear flank downdraft, cold push south of that rotation may have choked off the rotation, which is a good thing on this storm, if that's where we're going.
That's what we want. We want to see, again, the microdynamics of the storm system working against itself. That would be fantastic. It still does say tornado confirmed, but I think that there's less conclusive evidence of that at this point. However, I still really want folks that are along and west of 62 there in Clark County, please take this seriously. Go ahead and stay in your safe place. We're going to go back down to
new tornado
Crawford
warning.
County. And this is for the one that has been riding along in south of 64 for quite some time. Oil is in this in northern Perry County, Leavenworth as well. Alton, you guys are underneath this new tornado warning. Branchfield abandoned for folks over in Oriole to, I believe it's Dukers. You guys are as well underneath this new tornado warning. Alton, it's going to be in your area in about 15 minutes. Artist Point, a little more than 20 and a little less than 30 for those in Cedar Flat. These aren't real fast movers, so you've got time. If you feel uncomfortable where you're at and you're in a mobile home and you're in one of those areas that's 20 to 30 minutes out, call a friend that you're like, hey, I just don't feel comfortable where I'm at right now. And you can go there if you would like. I just wouldn't be going west by any means. Let's go south or east, all right?
Tornado warning for Clark County has been canceled.
Very good. All right, that's what we were expecting considering the way that things were trending there, Mark. We still have more warnings out to the west, and I think we've still got a long night ahead of us.
So we're now going on 4 hours and 10 minutes from when we started a live on Facebook. By the way, if you guys don't follow us on Facebook, we offer you coverage on TV. One of the things that's changed in the 2026 world versus 10 years ago, we used to tell you if you got a tornado warning, what we would say is turn your TV up super loud.
Yeah.
That way, if a tornado warning is issued, you can still go to your safe spot and not miss us. The world has changed now. Now you've got this. So what we would ask you to do is, if you can, download the WDRB Plus app. In Louisville, if you go into a warning, you can utilize that. You can use WDRB News to stream us. You can go to WDRB.com. If you want to get in that stream right now, you can go there now. On my Facebook page, remember, it's Mark Weinberg, Mark with a C. When you get there, click like. You will see the stream ongoing. Matthew Wine's page. This is a way that you can get those warnings when you're not in front of your television set. And the world has changed, Matthew. There are people getting warnings in different ways than they used to. Hence the reason we have a Facebook Live stream going right now, which is basically going on 4 hours where we've had this stream ongoing. This may be the longest stream that we have ever done, by the way.
You know, a lot of our warnings, our tornado warnings, have just come to an end, Mark, and I think they expired them early.
Remember we said near 64.
Yep, so a lot of them have expired early, which is great news. We wanted to see that happen. And so the confirmed tornado warning that you see in the purple box up there.
It hasn't canceled yet, but I will tell you, it's gone. The National Weather Service pulled it. There is a glitch, unfortunately, in this system, but that purple box is gone.
The one in Orange County that was part of, well, it was a larger box. That one has come to an end officially, for sure. And then there's also that smaller box east of Southeast, over into southern Washington County, northern Harrison County. That one, it still shows on your screen, but it's gone too. So all of these areas of rotation have started to decrease, but we're still keeping an eye on some things. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings that are tornado possible.
And Matthew, let's head over to the wall. Let's track on where we stand. I know a lot of people in Louisville are like, come on, give me some attention, Matthew. I'm going to start you off with our Lynn family camera so you can see what's on approach here.
Yep, it's ominous looking. Obviously, it is nighttime, and we just sunset about a little less than an hour ago. You got the long days this year. In fact, today might be the longest day of the year, Mark. I can't remember. We're pretty close to it.
I don't know what day it is anymore.
It's June 21st. Happy Father's Day. There's a little bit of lightning for you guys. And for all the dads out there, you know what? Go into protection mode, baby. Let your kids know, hey, I've got you. This is what we're going to be doing here. Mom, same thing. Let your kids know, I've got you. We're watching. We know what's going on right now. We're listening to the people that we need to trust, and we're showing you where all of these different warnings are. And it's good to see that as these storms have been approaching I-65, we've started to see a weakening trend. Not to say that folks east of 65 can't get something. In fact, you just had what was a tornado observed tag here on this tornado warning a short time ago. Has been allowed to expire a little bit early. So I know you still see the box on there, but the National Weather Service has taken it out. It's just not out of our system yet. But they're not confident that there's still one on the ground. 5 minutes until Jeffersonville, 12 minutes until Prospect, less than 20 minutes for Linden, and 25 minutes for Middletown. Does that mean in Middletown you need to get into your safe place in 25 minutes? No. I'd say that the better thing to do is 15 minutes. Give yourself a 10-minute head start there, getting into your safe place, making sure that your phone is charging, making sure that you're watching us on the stream because you had to leave the TV. That gives you a little bit of time to get yourself set up before it gets to you. That means Jeffersonville, you should already be there, and Prospect, same thing. So again, if you are in Louisville, downtown, along 64, in northern Jefferson County, go ahead and make sure that you continue to watch us, particularly in those areas, because this severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds is heading towards you. It also probably says tornado possible tag, but I don't think, Mark, I don't think that it's specifically for this area. I think it would be for places to the north. It does say tornado possible. While I was over at the desk earlier, I didn't see rotation here, but Mark is going to do a quick check on one of our other analysts and see what's going on in that part of the storm, because of course we would want to know, if there's rotation heading into our most densely populated areas, I don't see anything
I don't
whatsoever,
either, Matthew.
Mark.
That looks
So-
like wet microbursts in there.
Yeah, so we're just talking winds coming out of this that are probably around 60 miles per hour, still can cause damage and power outages. We'll check on those in a minute. But the more pressing situation is this cell, which is actually starting to morph into the line to the north. The line to the north is grouping or is coming south and is starting to overtake this thing, which would be good if it could kill it before it gets to Louisville, Mark.
Yeah, and that is probably the nastiest storm. And I think you make a super valid point on what's starting to occur here. That the northern part of that storm is going to lose its venting because it's running into, these storms are colliding.
Yeah.
So what will happen is instead of it blowing all of that air out aloft, it's now like putting a banana in the tailpipe. And so what that is going to do is cause that updraft to choke, and normally the intensity should come down. I think your catching on that is spot on.
However, I will say, I mean, look at the lightning intensity that we have in the storm right in the inflow notch, Mark. That still indicates that this is a strong storm that hasn't died yet. But as you mentioned, these storms are grouping together. So from the north, that cluster storms met this singular supercell. And as it has grouped together like this, you said it, Mark, we're going to see the venting capabilities of that storm die off. And so it should hopefully help weaken it before it gets all the way to Louisville. But it's still got a lot of ground to cover before it gets here, and a lot more people that are in the way of this storm along and south of 64.
And where we stand right now is there's still multiple tornado warnings. What you notice now is on the southern flank is the only place where there's tornado warnings, because everything is merging into more of a line. And so that puts the tornado warning for Crawford County, for northern Meade. That puts a tornado warning near Evansville, and puts a tornado warning near Carmi, Illinois, and then one south of Patoka. What's going to happen here, and Matthew said this earlier, I agree, we may be here for a while. We've already been here for a while. The reason we may be here for a while still is notice in areas like Brandenburg, E-Town, Bardstown, through Owensboro has not been hit by anything yet. Now that's not to say that these storms will maintain intensity, but because that fuel has not been compromised, it may allow them to last on that southern flank a little bit longer, in particular if they're not merging within that line.
Absolutely.
Once everything merges into a line, the tornado threat comes down.
Yeah, so there's that storm that's coming out of the Evansville area. That's tornado warned. We've got a couple more, like you said, near Carmi, Illinois, those that are just west of Greer, south of Patoka. Man, I mean, all of these are decent lightning producers. It's just, lightning is dangerous in and of itself, but we use that as an indication to determine, are these storms strengthening? Are they weakening?
Right.
When the lightning count's going down, we know that the storms are weakening, which we have seen on some of these storms north. But then you look at the ones along and south of 64, boy, that quick uptick in lightning on some of these, that shows us that the updraft is still rocking and rolling, and it's producing a strong storm.
What's interesting, by the way, is I've got this camera aimed west, and we're not really seeing any lightning here at Accord, and I'm kind of surprised. And that's looking towards the tornado-warned storm in Crawford County. I'm just going to verify that that is 100% looking west, because I would expect to maybe see some lightning. It is looking west, and there's no lightning whatsoever. So a little surprised by that. But those storms, maybe this is that signal that they're coming off in intensity just a little bit. Lightning, by the way, is a signal of how fast the air is rising in the storms, which then can tell us how much, how fast the air is rising, and it affects how well it can rotate. Weaker updrafts, weaker rotation. Another auxiliary threat here is we got a lot of flash flood warnings right now.
Yep.
Northern parts of Jackson County under flash flood warning, Washington County flash flood warning, Orange County flash flood warning, Southern Lawrence County, parts of Crawford, Perry, Du Bois County, and you're like, wait a minute. That kind of looks like that's lining up to go into Louisville.
Sure is, baby.
Bingo! So this is something we're worried about, that could actually occur. Matthew, how's that rotation? I'm going to head over to analyst. You're looking at the storm near Alton. This is one of our storms that still has a tornado warning on it. In fact, this is our only storm with a tornado warning on it now.
And so it's not as intense as it was earlier. This is the storm that was tornado confirmed. Dale, Indiana, Santa Claus, Indiana. Holiday World folks who may have been heading north to get to 64, and they ran into a mess I don't know exactly what was on the roadways, but I'm going to assume that there was some debris out there, most likely some tree limbs and things like that, some leaves being blown around at minimum, because this storm ran right along 64. Now, and I talked about this almost an hour ago at this point, Mark, I said that, yeah, it's following along 64 now, but we've really got to focus on the cities south of 64 because 64 itself does take a northerly jog through southern Indiana heading into Louisville. And the storm did have a bit of a southerly component. So yeah, now it is the Leavenworth area. Now it is, or is past Leopold, but Alton especially, New Amsterdam, north of Battletown. You guys, please get into your safe place. This is a storm that has produced a tornado before and is still tornado warned right now. There's not conclusive evidence that it's for sure on the ground, but it would not surprise me.
No, because it still has that very, very, very notable hook right now.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
if you're in Alton,
on
you've got to be
reflectivity.
in the safe spot immediately.
Absolutely, Mark. There's no doubt about it. It's got such an inflow notch. It's seen that uptick in the, or at least maintaining its lightning
I
intensity.
would agree with that.
Yeah, it's strong.
So the rotation on this one is not as strong as it was an hour ago. We said that we didn't think these storms were going to hit what we would refer to as a cliff. We would expect these storms to slowly weaken. I do want to note to our news department that this is the only tornado warning in our area. We're going to have to see what the Weather Service decides, but if they do not issue or continue a tornado warning, there is the potential that we would go back into news programming. So just want to make sure that news is aware of that if they do not issue a tornado warning. I do want to mention here, it's not specifically our viewing area, but it is one of our neighbors to the west. And east of Evansville, there is now coming out of Ohio, Indiana, near Dayville, a tornado confirmed. This is just north of Newburgh. A tornado confirmed on the ground doing damage near Ohio, Indiana, that is heading towards Bullocktown, and then off to the east. Another confirmed tornado. The mind-blowing thing out of all of this, look.
It's not the last one.
Here's my problem. There was a slight risk of severe weather today.
Yeah.
There was a slight risk in southern Kentucky on Thursday that did not produce a single warning.
Yeah.
If you're the average public, how do you know? How do you know what's the difference between the slight that produced a 23-mile-an-hour or 23-mile EF3 tornado and the slight risk on Thursday that produced nothing, and then the slight risk today that's produced countless numbers of tornadoes? They have got to get this better. They have got to get this better. This is not good.
And I think that the unfortunate thing is that there was so much uncertainty with the exact path of this MCV. I guess that's what
you got to upgrade when you know.
And so the one thing that I'll give him, I think I can give him some credit for sure, is the strong tornado verbiage. I think that was probably a good one. We'll see. Obviously, we don't know ratings out of any of these yet, but we do know for sure tornadoes have touched down because we've seen different debris signatures. Some of them brief, some of them were on the ground for quite some time, Mark.
And where we stand right now is I want to go through Louisville metro area, and then we'll go back. And I do want to check before I head over to the weather wall when the tornado warning would be allowed to expire, so news would know that. As we stand right now, the current tornado warning is in effect until 11 p.m.
And the reason that it's so long is because there's such slow-moving storms.
And it has a history.
Yes, it has been on the ground multiple times. So we're going to go up until the 11 o'clock newscast with a tornado warning, if they allow it to stay, yes. But then again, you've got that one to the west that's north of Owensboro. It's heading due east.
There still has to be a point where these outpace the fuel, right?
Yeah, you're probably right.
At what point that is, it does appear that near Louisville, everything is starting to come down.
Yeah.
This may still be able to affect our far western counties with that tornado threat, but that risk has come down. It's not zero in Louisville, but it has certainly come down. We still have a conspicuous inflow notch with notable lightning here that occurs north of 42. This is going to be right along Trimble and Oldham County. Let's scope.
Westport area is right where you're over right now.
And are you on analyst on that one?
Yeah, I can be if you would like me to.
You tell me, does it look good over there?
I'll scope it for you.
Okay. Little bit of rotation here. Nothing that jumps off the map, but Matthew and I have been doing this and watching these storms all night, and if you look at Matthew's eyes that are bloodshot, it's because we've been going at this for a while.
Yeah, I mean, like you strain your eyes just trying to find every single nook and cranny along these lines of storms.
It is so true, and really, if you wonder why Matthew and I are here together, it's because Matthew's a great meteorologist. Matthew can handle this by himself, but Matthew plus someone is going to be better. Mark plus Matthew is a better combination and a force. And what we want to do is, we are of the belief that this is, not a one-person show, that we believe as a collective we're a smarter group, and that's why we have multiple people here tonight. Matthew, let's do a track on this storm right now. Although
I can go back over in that direction for you, and then I'm going to do,
yeah, we can do both, and then we can go back to the Crawford County area. So this
I'm going to go about 40, somewhere close to 40.
Okay, so we've got it in LaGrange in 5 minutes. I've got friends here at Goshen. It's on top of you right now. Goshen in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Crestwood 6 minutes from now. Smithfield 15 minutes from now. 21 minutes from now in the Eminence area. 28 minutes from now in Pleasureville. And Gratz, it will be 31 minutes from now. This is a severe thunderstorm with tornado possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds we feel are the primary threat. If there was to be a quick spin, we believe that would be along 42 near Westport. That is where we believe that would be the greatest threat. And we're definitely seeing flash flood warnings continue to expand on a concerning flooding threat here that is evolving. Now we go into Alton, and this storm is not the storm it once was, but that said, there's nothing like it in the area. It's the most powerful. And Matthew is 100% right. You notice this one is an excessive lightning producer. The area rotation is over Alton. Alton, please take your tornado safety precautions immediately if you haven't already. And I cannot guarantee this is producing a tornado, but it is the storm with a history of tornado producing. So this is heading towards New Amsterdam and then ultimately towards Dixie, going off to the east at around 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, you want me to draw a track on that?
Absolutely. That's what happens when you work together too much. We think alike. So this puts it in Wolf Creek around 2 minutes from now, Cedar Flat 9 minutes from now. If you're in New Amsterdam, 15 minutes from now with a tornado warning in effect for you, 20 minutes from now in Valley City, and 27 minutes from now in central Kentucky. So what you're seeing here is, because it has an eastward movement, this is going to cross the river, come onto the Kentucky side, and that is a storm that we're going to watch the most closely. Weather Service has a long fuse tornado warning on that because it's been going for a while. Matthew mentioned this earlier, but we wanted to check power outages to see where we stand. I mean, power outages are an instantaneous metric of our storms doing damage. When we started our coverage tonight, we were at 6, so we've gone up 300. I'm not saying that's not a big deal if you're one of the 300 without power.
Yeah, but it's just now moving into downtown Louisville and northeastern Jefferson County.
But it's a good metric, right?
Yeah.
If this thing does damage, let's say near Prospect, we should see the numbers go up. If this does damage in LaGrange, in Goshen, we would see the numbers go up in Oldham County. So we are watching these areas really, really closely. Also worth noting, we've been talking about this, the flood threat is huge. So now most of southern Indiana has a flash flood warning. Du Bois, Orange, Lawrence, northern Jackson, Washington, Clark, Scott County under a flash flood warning that includes parts of Floyd, northern Harrison, and then west towards Perry County. A massive part of our area with nighttime flash flooding is a significant concern when we see that.
Yeah, Mark, this is, and the unfortunate thing is, Mark's pulled it up here for us. You don't see it stopping west of us. It's still smashing the 64 corridor on either side, but especially the southern side of it. Man, it is hitting it hard. You see, this is our tornado warning for the Alton area, Leavenworth as well. It's going to stay north of Brandenburg, so if you're in Brandenburg, you don't have to worry about this one. But let me go further off to the west. You see north of Luce, this came out of the Evansville area. It'll stay well north of Owensboro, but that one is still heading off to the east. Now, could the storms from the north group together with it and help weaken it? Yes, but man, you can see actually it looks like the hook is detached there along 61 Mark, potentially east of Ohio. It's odd because earlier, about 20 minutes ago, Mark, you said this storm is coming out of Ohio, still coming out of Ohio. So it is a really slow moving storm. A lot of these are only going somewhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour. That's slow moving for around here's type of standards. We're used to seeing, especially spring storms, big line rolls through and it's 60 to 70 mile per hour speeds on these things, and it's a tornado that lasts just a few seconds and it's gone. These storms are moving slow, so this is why the flash flooding threat has increased so markedly. Mark, what you got for me?
So the Weather Service has noted that they're now considering for Harrison County whether a tornado warning would be necessary because it's about to cross. Now, would that be west of Corydon? It's conceivable this could go slightly south, which also brings up the obvious point, Matthew. Southwest Louisville.
PRP.
If this thing holds, this is on trajectory.
100%. So again, it's a slow mover, so we're giving you a big time heads up here, not saying that a tornado warning for sure will come out for western Louisville, but we're letting you know that the storm will eventually get to you, and it could still be strong to severe enough to be causing damage, power outages, trees down, maybe a tornado that impacts homes as well. So this storm has produced a tornado before, still capable of producing a tornado, still has intense lightning, which is one of our signs of a very strong storm that's still got a lot of life left in it, and it's moving due east, so I think it'll be along and south of Corydon. Mark, there it is.
That's the
warning.
new warning that
so
just
that
came out. Meade, and that is Harrison County.
Yep. And again, for Brandenburg proper, you guys are not included in this. Maybe to the northwest, maybe there is some of these, some places that are considered Brandenburg there in northern Meade County, but if you're in Brandenburg and south, this storm is going to stay north of you. I don't want you to have to worry about it too much. But New Amsterdam, it's your thing. Now, was that the latest scan that just came in, or were you flipping between?
I was just checking multiple products here,
good.
but for what it's worth, that is the new warning right there.
Okay, so again, I think, Mark, you can agree with me that this should be almost due east, and it doesn't have much of a southerly component. I couldn't even imagine if the storms to the north grab this thing that it will. I don't think that it would keep the circulation and push it south.
I'm going to give you 30 minutes of motion just so you can have that and assess that. There, it is definitely a little bit south of east now.
It is a little bit further south. All right, so again, so the Heath folks, so New Amsterdam down to Heath to Central. I really want you guys to be paying attention to this. Maybe a little less of a worrying scenario for Corydon. Yeah, you're going to get heavy rain. Yeah, you're going to get some lightning, some gusty winds. I don't think that there's as much of a tornado threat for Corydon, folks. I think Heath to Central, you guys should really be paying attention to this. And because you put that in motion, Mark, I would say, I know Brandenburg's not included in this, we're going to pay attention to this one a little bit more. So sometimes you have to put that into motion and see what's going on. Mark, I'm glad that you did that for me, so that way I'd hate to give an all clear to somebody that it is going to be potentially a dangerous scenario for them. So Heath to Central especially. New Amsterdam, I mean, it's knocking on your doorstep. It's slow, but 10 to 15 minutes, it's in New Amsterdam, most likely crossing over into Harrison County, Mark.
And we're going to look at this from our other radar source, what we call the analyst. You can very clearly see that area rotation is on top of Wolf Creek right now. That's the area rotation. Is it an incredible area rotation? I'm not going to say it is, but it is definitely rotating, and you can see it. I'm going to put a marker.
Okay.
And just what I want to do is look at the intensity of where it was versus where it is. I'm going to switch over to a different radar way of looking at this. We're going to go over to what we call storm relative velocity. This kind of is going to help you to find where the greens and the reds are even better. And now you can see that it is on top of Wolf Creek.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, as you noted, the original warning it will breach, and the Weather Service at least recognized that. And they put that second warning, if you notice, they pushed it a little further south of that.
Now, all right, so I have a friend over in Carmi, Illinois. We were talking about that earlier.
Oh, wow.
That's clearly, that is
Big
a tornado.
tornado.
Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. So again, I've said this before, we're not done tonight. There's still numerous tornado warnings out to the west. I'm not saying that all of those storms will produce tornadoes here, but as long as they keep heading basically due east, it's going to hit somewhere in Kentucky, Anna, Mark.
We now have the new tornado warning us until 11:15, so I want our news to know that right now, as it stands, the coverage would go through 11:15.
Yeah.
As it stands right now, we're not 100% sure whether the warnings would be held until that time. It's all assuming that the storms maintain strength as they are. So somewhat interesting there, if you're wondering what this kind of garbage is right here, there is what we call a signal-to-noise ratio in this area. It is a scientific term for an issue because you have to understand the radar is still an antenna. and kind of like an antenna, like your TV. You know how the TV sometimes if the signal gets bad, it'll kind of go in and out. That's signal to noise ratio. We have a signal to noise ratio issue here right now near Battletown, and that's what's showing up there. I'm gonna actually turn off what is removing that, and it still doesn't show that that's the area rotation. That area rotation is over Wolf Creek. It is buried, so if there was to be debris being lofted,
Do we have it?
That's buried in there.
Okay.
That's a tornado. I think that's a tornado on the ground.
Of...
I'm going to just message Weather Service. I think that's a tornado debris signature showing up near Wolf Creek right now.
Okay. We're going to go over to the green screen, guys, in just a second here. Mark has got a marker on there, Wolf Creek area, right inside that hook. You see that red and that green. Mark, you want me to change it over to correlation?
I want to just explain real quickly what we're going to do here. So there is an operation that has to occur to determine if there's a tornado on the ground. So this right here is where we have the marker. You see the red dot. The red dot is buried within an area of high reflectivity, meaning right here this should be all rain. Everything should be the same particle size. If it's raining, all the raindrops are the exact same size. Second, is there an area of rotation? It is right here. Let's now turn on correlation coefficient.
Gotcha.
And let's see under that area, is there something? It is directly underneath Wolf Creek. It just went over Wolf Creek and now moving east-northeast. Is that it right there? Can you take me back one scan and forward, because we got a new scan in that moment. That is what appears to be a tornado. It may have lifted. So it may have lifted after that and go forward. This right here is outside of the rain, right?
Right.
Okay, so that may have briefly touched down and then lifted, because it doesn't show that buried now. But nonetheless, it does appear that a tornado debris signature did show up south of Wolf Creek. I'm not sure that could be anything else. That was under high reflectivity.
It was.
Rotating. It meets all ticks for a tornado debris signature.
And even if it's a brief one, then a brief tornado is a tornado, right? So I think that one was one of our better signatures. I know that we had the one, we had the one near, starts with an O.
Odin.
Oh, no. Sorry.
There's been so many.
Yes. East of it. Otisco. Thank you.
Otisco.
Sorry, there have been so many towns that we've been calling out today. Otisco area had what looked like, inconclusive evidence potentially, but then we got the phone call to 911 that said, I see a tornado on the ground north of Charleston. And so that's when the National Weather Service is making a decision. Do we go with another tornado warning, or do we say tornado confirmed? When you have eyes on the ground saying that they see something, that's when it's a little bit easier to say, all right, we're going tornado confirmed with this. So if we start getting reports, they'll probably change that red box to another purple one saying tornado confirmed rather than indicated.
And it was one scan. The Weather Service had to make a spot decision at that moment.
Right.
Is indeed there a tornado? They probably waited for scan number 2 to confirm if that was going to continue to move. It was not high end, but I do believe a tornado touchdown occurred. That was right over, let me get the location again here, Wolf Creek. So it does appear just south of Wolf Creek by maybe a half a mile. It does appear on the last scan that a tornado did touch down. And obviously the Weather Service in the coming days will be doing their damage surveying, but you can see still continuing with an area rotation right now heading towards New Amsterdam. If you live in New Amsterdam, you obviously need to take your tornado safety precautions this moment. Tornado safety precautions mean downstairs, it means underneath something, it means getting to the center part of your house, and it means keeping away from windows. That hook is absolutely impressive on this storm. One of the best hooks that we have and have seen all day long, a very notable area of rotation. And I just want to again continue to view this storm. The interesting thing is it will have breached the first tornado warning. You're probably looking at this and you're like, Mark, that's about to get to the end of the tornado warning. I understand what you're thinking. But remember, there's a second tornado warning that is now downstream from that. So that second tornado warning is what covers. New Amsterdam, I need you downstairs right now. Center part of your house, you must keep away from windows. This is obviously about to cross the Ohio River. I hear this a lot, which kind of makes me laugh. But people are like, a tornado can't cross the Ohio River. Remember 2 years ago when Milton, Madison were hit, that tornado crossed the Ohio River 5 times? Well, what about what happened a couple of days ago? Wednesday night, a tornado touched down, crossed over the Ohio River and died in Carroll County. So don't ever let that make you believe that a tornado can't cross a river. We have so much evidence that that is absolutely rubbish, and it happens all the time. So Matthew, I want to go over to analyst again here to once again assess where we stand on rotation and if this is a tornado maybe versus a tornado on the ground doing damage. So what we're going to do is look at the area of rotation here. Let's take this back to Wolf Creek because I want to just make sure that we are catching the exact same area.
All right, so go back a few scans for us and go forward 1.
Okay, rotation right here.
Okay, go forward a few scans.
Okay. Weakened rotation right here. That's broad rotation now. So green, red. What you saw when it was south of Wolf Creek is the green and the red were on top of each other.
Yes, you want me to, I'll take it back too, and you can put your finger there and we'll go to CC.
So, and are you on storm relative here on the right, or are you on base velocity?
Base velocity. You want me to go storm relative?
Could you?
Sure thing.
Because I think it just shows that area rotation here really good.
Okay.
So here's where we are. The green and the reds are literally on top of each other into the now, where we're going to be over here. And what you're going to see is as Matthew advances this into the now, the greens and the reds are no longer on top of each other. So Matthew, we've seen a pulse up and now a pulse down. This is a long storm that's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we just now fold in and let's turn the lights off. We're done. The rotations come down. Let's head in our cars and get home. We need to still watch this storm.
100%. And it's not the only one. We've still got some out to the west. In fact, you guys may have heard me say earlier in Carmi, Illinois. I'll take it out there very quickly. Let's see. Yeah.
It's been a crazy night.
They've had tornadoes. Yeah. So they're no longer underneath a tornado warning, but had a friend out in that direction that just sent me video, very clear evidence that there was a tornado on the ground probably within the last hour. And for our area, we just got a picture. I just saw it in my email, Mark. Just got a picture of the Orleans area. Let's see, specifically Brommer, Indiana, so a little further southeast of Orleans. And that to me, that's a heck of a lowering, and I'd say that is probably...
The hard part is on the picture is you can't see the ground interface.
Yeah.
Can we get that forwarded to our, is that on viewer submission?
It is. You want me to send it to our producer?
Well, the producer's in there. Can you look in the viewer submitted photos? What's the title on that one, Matthew?
That one is Picture of Possible Tornado from Tanner Gray.
Can you guys pull that into the system so that we would be able to show that here on TV? It was a viewer submission, so we do have permission, obviously, because they went through the viewer submission.
Webb has also sent in a video. I'm going to take a quick look at that.
While you do that, I'm going to look from Corridon and see what we have ongoing right now.
Go ahead.
So this is our Corridon camera here. From Corridon, I just want to get a sense of where we stand directionally. So we should be looking west-southwest out of Corridon. That is where we're looking. So we're looking into the supercell thunderstorm that is moving to New Amsterdam with a tornado warning on it right now. The rotation has come down some. Let me tell you, Corridon, you are under a tornado warning. You are hearing the tornado sirens right now. As it stands, the area rotation appears that it would go south of you. I'm not saying let your guard down, but I'm telling you right now, being on that edge, I'm not seeing an area of rotation heading towards Corridon. That concerns me right now. In fact, the rotation has weakened off on this storm some and is approaching New Amsterdam. So that's the view from Corridon looking towards the southwest, and you can certainly see this one has a lot more lightning than what we saw, out of Louisville. Let me actually show you from Lynn Family. This is what it looks like in downtown. Oh, there's a cool shelf cloud.
Yeah.
So looking for lightning from Lynn Family, and we're looking, and we're looking, and we're not seeing any. So the storm, did we get one?
Nope, haven't seen any.
So here's the view from Corridon, and what you're going to notice is it's a far more electrical thunderstorm. A lot more lightning strikes, not out of control lightning, but a lot more lightning strikes. What does that tell us?
It's a stronger storm, Mark.
It's a stronger storm, it's got a better updraft, and it has more potential to rotate. Now, if you're in Corridon, because you're on the northern flank of that storm, and there's some mergers ongoing, I would be more concerned about damaging winds. And you can see on the right side of the screen there, trees starting to do the wiggles just a little bit. Power is up. This is something we look for. So if there was to be damage, one of two things would happen. The camera might actually lose power and just go out. Or second, we would start to see power lights, the lights going out in Corydon. These are things that we would be looking for and assessing if we were to get damage in Corydon where we know for sure that it was on the ground. This is the latest tornado warning until 11:15, 30 more minutes. It is on top of New Amsterdam as we speak right now.
And it's heading slowly, I said this before, along 135, central to Heath, central to Heath, central to Heath. I think that this is making a beeline for you guys, maybe as far south as Mockport to Laconia. You guys are included in this warning. Folks that are in Corydon, I know you're underneath the tornado warning. I always like to give it all clear if I'm really, really certain of it. Mark, I think you could agree with me. I don't think that Corydon has a tornado threat from this one.
I would say that something markedly would have to change for it. And I would say, yes, you're under a tornado warning with your sirens, but if it's me, I would not go into the tornado safe spot immediately right now, because it does appear that this is going to hug the southern part of that. And that's normally the case. We call them right movers. When a storm is severe with a rotating updraft, it normally does not move left at all. In fact, it normally starts to move right. The storms were moving northeast. The supercells that acquired rotation started to go east, southeast, or east, and this is one of those cells. Even if it started to lift north, it would lose its supercellular characteristics, meaning it would not be a tornado producer. So it's really the southern side of that box. Now, it's not going to hit Brandenburg likely as it stands right now, but it's going to be close. It could be a mile or so across the river.
Mockport, again, Laconia, I think that you guys are in the box for a reason. So, in fact, Mockport, you may be just like a quarter of a mile outside of it. I'd stay in your safe place. It's over New Amsterdam right now. We have said your name so many times, but again, it's because it's so slow moving. It's, what, 20 to 25 miles per hour? Check on that, Mark, but here you go. This is from Carmi, Illinois. This is the one that my friend sent me a picture of earlier, and that's obviously a heck of a lowering from the cloud, and you can't see past the trees, Mark, but when you have a tornado warning on a storm and you see something like that, you're fairly certain that this is something that's on the ground. We've also had some pictures viewers submitted from our area. If you guys are able to get those ones in a little bit.
Yeah, there's an Orleans picture that we'd love to see if we can get that one in as well.
Brommer, Indiana. That one looks very similar to this one. In fact, you could see that trees are off in the distance and there's a hill in that one. And you guys can bring us back to radar for us for our area now. But again, you're going to see more of these pictures and videos come in, and we're going to be able to show you what has happened throughout the day. It's just not necessarily what's happening right now with some of these.
And Louisville, we're not ignoring you. I'm going to head over to the weather wall here real quickly, and we're going to assess what we've got. That's a view from Lynn family. Louisville, you're hearing the heavy rain right now. Why have we not been talking about Louisville? Why are we ignoring Louisville? Because there's no warning for Louisville anymore. The storm now that was severe is no longer severe. Don't underestimate the concern for flash flooding tonight. Don't underestimate this in the metro Louisville area, because there is potential for what we call training storms. Matthew, let's go from Lynn family back over, if we could, to radar. And I want to give an update on what's occurring in the metro Louisville area. It's 10:47. This is the tornado warned storm, but you can see we've got a lot of rain and thunderstorms ongoing. Heavy downpour in downtown Louisville. I've got a friend that I spoke to in Goshen. He says the pool's flooding. This is what's happening right now. There is extensive heavy rain ongoing, including areas like Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Charlestown, New Washington. Downtown Louisville is starting to get in on this. And I want to put this into motion, if we could, and take this out a little bit wider, because what you're going to see is a signal where there's going to be an area where repeated strikes of heavy rain occur. The high resolution data that we showed earlier in our stream that's now been going for 5 hours, Matthew nailed this. It nailed this going into Louisville, and then these supercells creating a line that generates extremely heavy rain. So this may be able to produce a flash flooding all the way through Louisville, and in particular, that could make it even into Bullitt County. And there's still tornado warnings firing on those storms near Tell City, near Evansville, and then the one that's in our area right now that is south, let me say that again, south of Corydon near New Amsterdam.
All right, let's bring up that flooding threat here, Mark. Look how much of our area is underneath the flash flood warning, stretching from central and southern Illinois all the way through southern Indiana. What is this, like a dozen of them on here? There are so many, it's hard to count because they're all overlapping each other. And a lot of these are the same spots that had tornado warning, and then tornado warning, and then severe thunderstorm warning, and then tornado warning, and another tornado warning. That's exactly, again, if you were watching our stream, we said that that would be the scenario. Somewhere in our area is going to get hit with everything. And southern
really
Indiana
true.
really has been hit hard here tonight. So I do want to say, if you guys are like, hey, you know what, I stayed in the gas station for a little bit and I got to go home. Well, you know what, I can't blame you for that. If you've gotten all clear, you're up there in Jackson, Lawrence, Jennings County, even now I would say Orange County up into Washington, you guys are looking significantly safer. Scott into Jefferson County, Indiana, not Jefferson County, Kentucky. You guys, I think that your severe weather threat has come to an end tonight. You'll get some more showers and storms, but you can go home. You hit those roads though, so many of them are underneath flash flood warnings. Please take it slow, because not only could there be trees on the road, there could also be roads that have water rushing over them. Both of those are bad scenarios at night. Take it slow. It doesn't matter who the person is behind you riding your tail. Your safety comes first. Mark, we still got more of these warnings to talk about.
Yeah, so we're still under a warning in the southern part of Harrison County, and what we're going to do is take a look at that storm ongoing right now. Last time we looked at it, the rotation had come down some on it. It is near New Amsterdam. Obviously, this is on trajectory to get into Louisville. My guess is, as we stand in this current moment, is if the Weather Service had to make a decision, which they don't until 11:15, they would probably go with severe with tornado possible if they had to put it downstream right now. But we'll see how things, how that changes as we continue here. But the rotation is not what it was. It's definitely not what it was.
No, it is looking significantly weaker, but it still has, especially reflectivity presentation here, Mark, it still very clearly has
does
that
have a good hook.
That's gone through Battletown, now crossing back into, so a lot of that rotation was on the Kentucky side in northern Meade County. Now it's going back into southern Indiana, southern Harrison County, going to be crossing over, what is this, 135 in Harrison County. I say 135, it'll take quite some time before it actually gets there. It'll likely be in and south of Central and then to Heath. Been really trying to hit those two cities, in between those two and on either side of them. If you're a mile north, 2 miles north, or let's say a mile south, 2 miles south of Heath, go ahead and be in your safe place, because this is a tornado warned storm. It doesn't give us conclusive evidence that there's a tornado on the ground, but it did produce one further to the west. So we take this much more seriously than some other tornado warnings that are just, oh, you know, kind of. This one has done it before. It could do it again, Mark.
It's interesting when you look at radar. It clearly has a little RFD surge or cool air showing up now on the south side of the storm. I'm going to head over to Analyst. I'm going to show you what I mean. Again, if you don't know, my background is in radar analysis. I worked with the Doppler on Wheels crew when I was in college for many years. Was part of multiple tornado research projects. So my graduate thesis work when I was in grad school, in transparency, I did not get my master's. I left before I finished. But it was in radar analysis and specifically de-aliasing radar. You're like, why did you leave college before you got your master's? True story. 6 hours before I finished my master's, huge tornado hits Oklahoma City. I was on a research path. I wanted to get my master's and then get my PhD and teach. That was my plan. Massive tornado hit the town I lived in 1999. Killed 43 people, and at the time I was like, you know, do I want to be more proactive in being part of the warning process? And it hit me really hard. And after that, I decided instead of doing research, maybe I could be on the front lines, and that's why I do what I do. So my expertise that I gathered over the years was in radar analysis. The area of rotation right now is near Battletown. What we can see is the body of the supercell through here still carries a hail core. What you'll notice here is extending south of the storm, there's this little green line. That little green line is what we call a rear flank downdraft. Now, if that rear flank downdraft of cool air that's coming off the back of the storm starts to advance out ahead of the storm, it will cut off this area, the updraft of the storm, from getting the fuel. You shut the fuel down, you shut the storm down. So we're watching closely that rear flank downdraft. If it can wrap underneath the storm, it then would cut this right here. This notch you see is where the warm air that we have outside is feeding into that storm. And if that RFD surge chokes that, it will be game over on this one. Now, All of that said, there still is some rotation near the Battletown area. It's not incredible. It's certainly not what it was earlier, but nonetheless, these are the intricacies within these storms that we monitor when we're doing true radar analysis of storms. These are the things that we're going to look at to try to determine where we stand. There is clearly still rotation on that. Weather Service has said that if this storm maintains intensity, we are starting to see it becoming more outflow dominated, meaning they're seeing what we're seeing, which is, that's good. When we all are on the same page, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that it's running into the banding or exactly what it's called. I can't remember it off the top of my head here, but the purple discolorations that you see on the map, that is, we can't tell what's going on in the storm on velocity there, but on reflectivity, we still have the shape of the storm, the look of it, and that does tell us a lot about what's going on in there. So it still has that supercellular look, Mark.
So I just got a report, and this is a good report from somebody at Fort Knox Base, and they said that they wanted to give us a heads up that the tornado sirens are indeed sounding on Fort Knox Base. Now, is there severe thunderstorm in Fort Knox? No. I can't tell you if Fort Knox operates on their own rule set. They may be able to fire the tornado sirens independently from the entire county should they deem a threat. But as you can see here, West Point, and then there is Fort Knox right there. So the base is not under a tornado warning right now, but nonetheless, again, I will tell you that what we are getting as reports is that the sirens are sounding in Fort Knox. It may be a preemptive strike, basically because there's a tornado warned storm to the west, and maybe they want to be proactive. What I don't know is if Fort Knox can independently, because they are an Army base, fire those sirens under different circumstances.
I'll tell you what, Mark, that hook, it's looking even crazier at this point.
It looks really good. And the rotation, it's over Mockport.
Yeah.
Literally on top of Mockport. Is that base velocity or storm relative?
This is base. Let's go to storm relative. So yeah, it's over Mockport right now, heading into the city, obviously from west to east, crossing over 135. South of Central,
Mockport. There comes the flood warnings too.
The flood warning now includes Brandenburg and Mockport area. Brandenburg hasn't even gotten a drop yet, and they're in a flood warning. That's because the National Weather Service knows that these storms are going to start training over the Ohio River. That's why you're included in it, Brandenburg. So again, this storm very clearly has a hook there.
It does have a hail core. I'm going to tell you, it's not over yet.
No.
If it was game over on this, Central Indiana would not show a hail core, and it does. If you notice on the left side of the screen there, that purple, if this thing had shut down, it has not. The hail core would go away. So this is still battling and fighting. It's trying.
Yeah, it's directly over Central. I pulled it up on the
trying
right
to
side of the
recycle. I don't think you let your guard down on this one yet. And if you're in Mockport, Indiana right now, you take your tornado safety precautions through Laconia, Indiana. That is where, if that is to produce a tornado, it will. And the hail spike has occurred.
Absolutely.
There's more hail now.
So this was, Mark, let me see. This was about 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. There wasn't much hail moving through New Amsterdam. And then as soon as it got through New Amsterdam, boom, that exploded. So like you said, that's an indication that the storm was strengthening. It had an increase in intensity. The updraft very likely increased, and so that storm was being fed good ingredients to keep it alive. And so, yeah, we've seen an increase in the hail now over Central. Unfortunately, it looks like folks are going to be needing to make some insurance policies there for sure. But, man, it's north of Mockport and in Mockport that we have got that hook that's moving through.
What's interesting about this, Matthew, is if you look at the reflectivity here, or the rotation potential here, I know what people are probably seeing is red and green right here, and thinking that's the area rotation. That is actually not it. Remember, the outbounds are red, the inbounds are green. This is the updraft base right here.
Yeah.
That is actually air rising into the thunderstorm. The area of rotation right here is just north of the Mockport, Indiana area. So don't mistake what you're seeing there as the area of rotation. And you can see that absolutely coincides right here very well with where that hook is. The rotation hasn't come up notably yet, Matthew. However, the inflow on that has come up just a little bit. So that may mean, and also showing hail, may be a signal that that storm is coming up a little bit more in intensity. There's the new scan right now showing even a better hook heading towards the Laconia, Indiana area. Central still has hail ongoing. This remains a supercell thunderstorm. I hate to say it, but there's more behind this. North of Owensboro, tornado warning right now. North of Rockport, this one heading towards Cannleton, which will put it in Perry County. And you can see here, obviously a lot going on. There is that area rotation and that absolutely, what was that?
Right overhead, their heat.
Yeah, heat there, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Classic hook on this storm that's north of River Road in the Heth, Indiana area heading towards Laconia. This is crossing Indiana 135 right now. The area rotation crossing Indiana 135. It's also worth noting that there is a notable downdraft signal showing up near New Amsterdam, which may be generating some 60-mile-an-hour winds beyond just the potential for this thing to drop a tornado. But you can very clearly see there the area rotation. It's not incredibly defined on radar in terms of the velocity, but it is exceptionally well defined in the reflectivity, showing that hook and numerous hail cores with also significant lightning from central Indiana. Let's go back over to our coordinating camera, which should have a view on this, and you'll see the lightning strikes here. I'm going to move this camera almost due south as the storm cuts under Corden, but it's continuing to produce excessive lightning on this thing. Clearly, this is the most intense storm within our viewing area right now. A lot of lightning strikes showing up on our camera out of Corydon. And one of the things that we're watching here from this camera is going to be, does the power go out? Do we see those trees that are flying around like crazy? You can definitely still see the trees are indeed moving, but we have not seen any power flickers on this storm, which is a positive sign. That's something that we'll look at. I'm going to aim this a little bit more westerly just because there's better lighting there, so we can get a view on that and see if our coordinating camera does indeed show any damage that's occurring. By the way, the emergency manager out of Meade County is checking on the Wolf Creek area for a possible tornado touchdown. They said that RECC shows almost 300 without power in the area. 911 just got a call now of a tree down along Highway 228 along Battletown Road near Cedar Flat Road. And that is the area where I noted that a tornado debris signature did briefly show up, which would match exactly with what we saw. Look at that lightning firing off now out of the Corydon area on our camera here. So this is the tornado warning that we've got ongoing within the area. It's the only tornado warned storm. The Weather Service is going to have to make some decisions here in the next 13 minutes to decide, do they want to go with tornado warning? Do they want to go severe with tornado possible? These are going to be the decisions they have to make. Notice the hook went from extremely defined to becoming a little bit more, it looks like the rain is starting to catch it up to it, and it may be occluding and weakening. So something that we are indeed watching. But Matthew, here's an interesting one. The emergency manager out of Meade County said that he is checking on the Wolf Creek area.
Yeah.
And he said that a possible tornado touchdown, which we do believe that showed up on radar. That's
at least briefly. You pointed right to it. You said, I think that this is the gate to gate. We see the red and the green, it's kind of blue discoloration at the time. Looked like very small, but very tight rotation. And then we took it over to our CC, correlation coefficient, and there was that one small drop right there over
I think
Wolf
it was
Creek.
a tornado. I think
And
that was a
it
tornado
wouldn't be
debris
surprising
signature.
for them to get confirmation tomorrow with the National Weather Service. Will probably go out in that direction. So emergency management directors are heading out that way. We've got a crew out in the field right now, Mark, and we're talking about this storm in particular, that if it makes it into Jefferson County, it would be folks south of PRP down toward Bethany, maybe even all the way down almost to that southwestern tip.
There it is.
Put a new tornado warning out.
So they had to make that call. We knew that. So that is the new tornado warning. That is going to be for southern Harrison County. And I want to be transparent. The National Weather Service was very clear that they very specifically and purposefully kept Louisville out.
Yes, because they didn't want the sirens to go off for the whole city just for folks south of Bethany, Meadow Lawn, down to West Point.
And it
that would
may
be
not
underneath
hold
this.
that far.
Right.
You can very clearly see they are very, very keenly aware of the Jefferson County border, because they want to make sure that if they turn the sirens on for the whole county, that they need to be on. They
Right.
don't want, in that rotation area, if you look at it, it may stay south, and also it does show that it's starting to bury a little. There may be an occlusion, or that rear flank downdraft may be in the process of choking it off, as we thought could occur.
So this one is going to go until, and I'll double check on this, Mark, but it's probably almost midnight that this is going to go for.
I've got it up right now, 11:30. So that puts us
11:30?
out of
Okay.
news. So news, while I would not leave, if this tornado warning continues through 11:30, we would obviously cover up the entire rest of the newscast. But stay in the booth until we get a little bit closer to the end, just in case they were to issue or cancel a little bit early.
All right, if they're going to stay in Jefferson County, Mark, we send a reporter out there. You think down near Meadow Lawn?
If we had a reporter going out, I'd head towards West Point. My opinion is get on Dixie, go south on Dixie, and go as far as you can before that storm overtakes you.
Yeah, that sounds good. And it is
But
a
they're
slow
gonna run
mover, so
into
they've got that
significant
time.
rain, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have heavy rain all the way down Dixie until they get almost to 44 down there.
And now we have Harrison County under the
Yep.
flash flood warning, Meade County on the Kentucky side under the flash flood warning, Crawford County, Orange County, Washington County, Harrison County. We've got Clark County, parts of Floyd County under the flash flood warning. And we have parts of Lawrence County, northern Jackson County under flash flood warnings. We've got a lot going on in our area right now. This is the view from our Corridon camera, and I'm going to head over to E-Town and see if I can get that on trajectory. Matthew, we've had quite the lightning show showing up here from our camera in Corridon.
Yeah, I mean, it is, the thing is rocking and rolling still. It's not done with us, Mark. And I know that it doesn't look like it did when it was in Dale, Indiana, when it was north of Santa Claus, the Holiday World area. And we knew that there was a tornado on the ground over there. But now, it still has that supercellular look. It still does have a hook. It still does have a ton of lightning. It's just that the velocity isn't as intense. Now, we have seen multiple times today, though, Mark, where the couplet was fairly broad. And then we got 911 calls of, hey, I see a tornado, or hey, I've gotten damage over in my area. So it doesn't always have to have that signature reflectivity and CC drop and that signature velocity couplet. Sometimes the broader ones are the ones that are putting down a tornado. And so we're not going to say, hey, you're all good over there in Heth or north of Brandenburg and Mockport or over toward West Point and Laconia. We're not saying, oh, don't worry.
And here's the other thing.
You have to take your precautions.
We're so close to the radar
Yeah.
that this is mid-level rotation shows up really well on this storm.
Yeah.
It just may not be in the bottom interface. It may not be in the bottom 1,000 feet. If this area of rotation starts to increase, right now we're under 700 feet. If you're getting that rotation under 700 feet, this is going to be a tornado.
Yeah.
So by the time it shows up on the lower scans, we will know that a tornado is likely already on the ground because we're looking so low into that storm. But I'll tell you this much, I'm looking 5,000 feet above the ground, and this thing has significant rotation on it still. So it is, while the radar is not showing much rotation down by the ground, it still has it about a mile above the ground. Also worth noting, Tell City's under a tornado warning again.
And they're, we said that out to our west, they sure weren't done out there. And I think that is just an example of things. Look at all that lightning, Mark.
You're starting to hear it too.
Hearing some thunder here in Louisville.
I know that people are waking up, or maybe they dozed off on the couch. In Louisville, let's just show you what's going on in Louisville. Obviously, we just heard the big lightning strike. There is extremely heavy rain right now in parts of Louisville. Northeast Louisville, it's torrential, and you see the lightning strikes. So if you're along 42 right now between the Watterson and Gene Snyder, that would include areas like Worthington as you get outside, Prospect. Goshen's got heavy rain, Crestwood, real heavy rain right now. J-Town about to pick up. That goes through Lynnview, PRP, and then of course, south of Corydon, we have excessive lightning that's moving into extreme southwestern Jefferson County, which also brings up the point, whether southwest Jefferson County ever goes under the tornado warning or not, there is still going to be excessive lightning that goes through, and it's going to be an absolute rumble fest. Also worth noting, Matthew, that area, that hook, is doing exactly what we would expect under occlusion. What I mean is, let me take you back. This was at 1056, Matthew. That is textbook. Textbook hook. Gone. Full occlusion. We're seeing more of the rain pushing now down around the backside of this thing. My hope is that it is playing its last hand, and it will weaken after this, but we're not there yet. It's starting to show signs that its best days may be behind it. It is starting.
Yeah, Laconia, it's knocking on your doorstep. Buena Vista, you guys as well, down toward Davidson and West Point. Go ahead, think about where you need to go. Laconia, you should already be there. Buena Vista, West Point, down toward Davidson. Start thinking about where you need to go and get ready to go there just in case this does ramp back up. But I think, Mark, you're right. If it's occluding, let's just hope that this thing has had its last gasp.
You know, the thing that would tell me that there's more of an occlusion for what it's worth is if you look on the backside of the storm, there was a clear slot back here. That was between Andyville and New Amsterdam earlier. That clear slot is getting torched. And now you can see what's happened is it's basically full on rain back there.
Yeah.
I just think that we're seeing signals of occlusion, weakening, cold air wrapping around that. But that said, there's still a lot of lightning, and we would want to see those lightning strikes coming down. We've got our crews out there that continue to watch these storms. Can you tell me where our crew is and where we have a live shot coming in from right now? Can you two-box that so that we can make sure we keep the radar up here? Because along Indiana 111 right now, we have an area of rotation approaching and about to move into the Laconia area. But if we do have any crews out there that we can take, please let me know where they are so that we can take their live shot if indeed we get to that point. So Indiana 111 right now, Indiana 11, that area rotation right now is just to the east of Mockport and closing in on Laconia. So we do have a crew right now along Charlestown Road heading into New Albany. They're in the backside of this storm, so I suspect what our crew is going to be seeing is they may be seeing heavy rain and driving out of the rain. Where specifically, can you let me know where they're going? Okay, so they're going to be going towards PRP. So what they're going to be doing is trying to then get out to the south, out of the rain, and then into the front of the storm. So for me as a storm chaser, if this was me, I would obviously be diving south hard on 31W. And the approach, my attempt would be to try to get in front of it before it gets into the Fort Knox area. If you stay on the northern side of this thing, you're just going to be buried in lightning and maybe even some hail. But the storm right now is so close to radar that if this thing does show an uptick, it will drop a tornado instantly. It is very close to the radar. I'm going to show you the rotation here because I want to take a look. It is not ultra strong right now. If there was an area of rotation, it would be right here near Laconia, and I'm just going to take that up a few scans and go higher into the atmosphere, because you do notice that even the rotation that was there is weakening. This is looking 9,000 feet above the ground, and you can see near central Indiana there's what we call a mesocyclone. This right in here is the area of rotation in the mid-levels of the storm. You're probably thinking, well, that's north of where the storm is. You are right, where the rotation is at the surface. The reason this would happen is storms tilt away from where the wind energy is coming from. So we know right now we have about 50-mile-an-hour winds about a mile to 2 miles above the ground. So those winds are out of the southwest. The surface, if we had rotation, would be here north of Brandenburg. The mid-level rotation goes north of it because it's tilting, because the mid-level winds are at 50 miles an hour. So it lays the storm down a little bit. Because this is a supercell, this is the norm. Now let's take that rotation, Matthew, on the right side here back down to 0.5, because the surface, if we're getting rotation, would be just north of Brandenburg. Actually, not great, but it's come up just a pinch. And I know people are probably looking at this right here and saying that's rotation. No, those are actually downdrafts that are occurring right there. So that also may be a sign that if that downdraft pushes cold air into the inflow trajectory, Matthew, that'll choke the storm off too. It's got some things stacking up against it.
Absolutely, it does. And that's what we want to hear is it's moving into Jefferson County here soon. And, you know, we had made a comment earlier saying, hey, look, it's not tornado warned for southwestern Jefferson County just yet because it's going to take a long time before it gets there. And we don't want the sirens to go off for the entirety of the county. The same thing would happen if it's in the east end. If you have a tornado warning in the east end, it's going to go off for the whole western side of the county as well. So that's why they're trying to play it very smart right now. And we're on TV telling you, hey, it's heading your way, but there's not a tornado warning for you yet because we're uncertain if it crosses the river over into Jefferson County. It's not because you guys don't matter down there. It's because we don't want everybody in the county to hear sirens when this thing may not even survive making it into Jefferson County, Kentucky. Mark, you're looking a little bit further to the west.
So we just got reports out of Spencer County of power flashes here. So this may get upgraded to tornado confirmed. This is a very dangerous storm that's heading into Perry County. That could ultimately then get into our area. So these are things that we obviously have to watch. This has been one of the longest coverage scenarios that we have had all year long as we started on our streams earlier and then we went into our tornado coverage. Matthew, the Weather Service may have played their hand.
I think that this is probably a really good decision. Let me double check and see what this says, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning for what I believe.
It's got to be a tornado possible.
Tornado possible, that's right. Yeah. So they're saying, hey, there could be a tornado within this. We're just not confident enough on shooting off the sirens for all of these different places and seeing the trend downward with intensity with the storm. There's still lightning, but not as much on the southern side, Mark.
And that front flank where I just said that there was it's pushing southward. So notice the front of the storm is really starting to go due south. Once that overtakes and you can actually see what's occurring here, this arc right here is trying to form into a bow. If this occurs, you shut down the rotation and you turn this more into a damaging wind producer, which of course doesn't mean show over, it just means a different type of threat. And Matthew, we said this all night. I don't care if it's straight line winds that are 60 or 70 miles an hour or it's rotating and twisty.
Right.
Your roof doesn't care. It does the same damage.
So again, this is a scenario where it may not be rotating like it was, but it could still very well produce 60 plus mile per hour winds possibly within this storm. And you know, whether it's a downdraft or it's straight line or it's a microburst, a wet microburst or a dry one, Mark, it's going to cause damage, right?
Microburst?
I have not,
I'm
personally.
going to tell you that I have.
You have?
So I was doing a field project in Albuquerque, New Mexico. True story. I was stuck in the desert for 8 weeks. I was the ground truth radar for a research project. And all my job was to do is look for wet and dry microbursts. I'm sitting at the airport one day in the radar truck, and I'm in contact with the air traffic controllers so that we could assess if there was a downburst. I'm in there, and all of a sudden I'm looking at radar, and all of a sudden I see a Christmas tree of red and green next to each other in this monumental downburst. And I look out the truck window, and you could see it descending.
Really?
You could see it descending. It hit the ground, and then dust flew up everywhere like crazy. But there's these different scenarios, as you alluded to, that can produce these strong winds.
Yeah.
There's downbursts, there's microbursts, there's straight line winds out of thunderstorms. Each of us tells something about what the thunderstorm is trying to do.
Yeah.
The fact that this is trying to push cold air in front means that that supercell near Brandenburg may weaken, and this may also have downstream effects on that storm coming into Perry County. Because if that starts to push further south, that may take over everything.
Absolutely.
That may signal the end of the show for tonight in terms of the more organized tornado threat.
Right. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be a damaging wind threat down the line further south of the parkways. It doesn't mean that the tornado threat goes away entirely. But boy, are we glad when things weaken, when we see a trend downward in intensity. And yeah, that's what we're hoping for. That's the sign that we're seeing. Mark, can I give a quick all clear for folks in southern Indiana north of 64 of any tornado threat? I think that it's safe to say that. No tornado threat for anyone north of 64 in southern Indiana specifically.
We've shut down the fuel that's necessary there. By the way, let's look at the watches because I'm curious. They have kept the tornado watch.
Yeah.
That said, let's give them a little bit of pad on that. This has been ongoing for a long, long time. They have numerous warnings that they're dealing with. You also notice a new warning not tornado, but for Crawford and Harrison County. This is, I don't know what to say other than this is pure insanity at this point in terms of how long this has been ongoing. And you can see that new warning here. This one just issued here for, and I got to make sure we don't catch the tornado warning. This thing loves to catch tornado. Oh, and it's tornado possible.
Yeah, that one's been on for a minute, but it didn't look like it had much going on up there, Mark. It does expire at 11:30, so we got another 10-ish minutes on it. I'm just not confident in that being able to produce anything at this point, considering everything's been so overrun. We've lost our daytime heating.
But at least it's not a tornado warning. Let's take our victory here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to have to, when this is all said and done, get back and look at the tornado count. So in terms of the warnings, I don't think we've had more tornado warnings in our viewing area this year, which is insanity.
Probably a good point.
On one day, the amount of tornado warnings we've seen today has been absolutely crazy. We had one point, we were trying to count, we think Orange County went under either 3 or 4 tornado warnings tonight. I think it's 4.
I think you're right.
You tell me the last time we had a county that went under a tornado warning 4 different times in one night.
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Particularly in June.
In June.
Yeah.
This is technically not even really tornado season. We're moving back into the damaging wind time of the year.
We did have somebody ask us on the stream, why does it feel like we're getting so much more spring-like weather rather than summer weather? Well, this is a summer setup with an MCV, but I mean, man, it kicked off.
The wind energy's been really good.
Yeah.
And we're seeing on radar again, anytime you see that little circle there, it's a higher indication of rotation. And this one, unfortunately, is moving almost directly into,
Yep, Tell City and Cannleton area.
That's not good. If you have friends in Cannleton right now, they have got to be in their tornado safe spot. Tell City and Cannleton, obviously that area rotation is very, very notable. Now, this is much further away from the radar, so our radar is looking higher up in the atmosphere, meaning it may be catching more mid-level rotation, but there is a lot of rotation here ongoing right now that is heading basically, can you give me a slight push forward and backward on that? Just want to see where exactly the motion is, because some of them have been due east, some of them had just a pinch south. So there's the area of rotation. Okay, it does have a little bit of a push south of east still on this one.
I think you're right.
So that would put this, that means Cannleton is dead center on where this is going.
Yeah.
So if you have any friends or family in Cannleton, if you're joining us from Cannleton, be careful. There is a potential tornado moving towards you. We did have power flashes coming in out of Spencer County. This is heading right towards Cannleton. This is Tell City here where Perry County is located. And obviously, should this thing continue to hold together, we would need to be thinking then towards our viewing area. My hope is that the cluster of thunderstorms ahead pushes a little bit cold air south of this. Maybe it can, this will cross over into the cooler air and weaken. If and when that does eventually occur, we would then be moving more towards a damaging wind threat and then towards game over within these storms. So this is what we're hoping for. This is where we stand on the now. Let's take a look at some of our cameras that are viewing what's going on around the area. Downtown Louisville from the 800 building right now. You can see our storms continue here. Rain has let up in downtown Louisville. Now the heaviest in the south side. Interestingly enough, Louisville may end up getting and missing some of the most insane rain out of this, which I don't think anybody will complain about. We don't want flooding. Oh, that looked, oh no, that was lightning. So that was lightning. I was just making sure that wasn't casting upward. So that is lightning as we look from our coordinating camera right now. And you can tell from whether it illuminates the ground or illuminates the sky. So if it's going upward, that would indicate more of something like a tornado doing damage with power lines getting blown. But what it did look like is that still looks like the lightning coming across the sky, which is what we want to see.
Mark, we've gotten different videos and pictures submitted from our area. We've also had some further to the west with what very likely were tornadoes. I mean, I couldn't see the exact connection with the ground, but very likely tornadoes out near Carmi, Illinois. We've also got one in Gibson County, Indiana. In fact, that one, we can see the ground and we can see some, we can easily see circulation there. Would you be interested in pulling up one of those videos? I know that our producers got it ready to go.
Let's take a look at what we've got out there.
One of our partner TV stations out near Evansville. And yeah, you can see this going through the
my,
field.
look at that
The
rotation.
rotation in the cloud, but then you look at the ground and boom, there goes all that dust
Wow.
and everything coming up.
Oh, wow, that's really good stuff. Look at how hard that rotation is on the storm. So you can see that is arguably, while you don't see a fully condensed funnel, that is a wedge tornado because you can see it is narrower at the ground and wider at the base. Unbelievable, the amount of rotation.
Yeah.
This is
Wow, when it zooms out, man.
unbelievable. This is not what you see in our area in June. This is elite stuff for June. Now, that said, are we talking about like an EF4 or something like that? No, we're not, but that is incredible. This is the view from E-Town looking north at the storms that are going to go north of E-Town and through the Fort Knox area. And this is a severe with tornado possible that is approaching Fort Knox. Also worth noting, we have flash flood warnings all over southern Indiana, a couple of counties in Kentucky. The watch that remains in effect is until midnight. We'll see what the Weather Service decides on that. And here's where we stand. The best rotation right now anywhere in our viewing area or slightly beyond is going to be Tell City. Back into our viewing area, the tornado warning that was in effect for the area has now been canceled. So let me verify this just with the Weather Service. Again, always better to make sure that the Weather Service, or that we know exactly what was said here versus just saying the weather system says that.
Yeah, hey, Jasmine, if you could also check the emails and see what David just sent through a short time ago. Looks like we've got some video as well, maybe, of a Charleston tornado somewhere north of there. We had reports.
Interestingly, by the way, I'm glad I checked.
Yeah.
They did a status. They did not remove that warning. That warning, while I don't know why it doesn't show on that system.
They just chopped it back, but they didn't expire it, huh?
That's what it
Interesting.
appears. But interestingly, are you on the latest scan
Yeah.
over there too? Where it almost looks like they dropped off the severe. There's something going on a little weird
Yeah.
here. So what I'm going to tell you is the tornado warning remains in effect until 11:30, and until we get the all clear on that, we're going to remain with that.
I would say so. Jasmine, just to be clear, and for the folks at home, I know I mentioned that the tornado video from Charlestown, that's not right now. That was from hours ago. So if you're in the Charlestown area, you don't have any sort of tornado threat any longer for the rest of the night. Don't worry about that. We just wanted to show the video on air potentially. But Mark, you're still analyzing that storm heading into West Point.
So we still have a tornado warning on this storm until 11:30. This is heading towards West Point and Fort Knox. So this includes it includes the base. This one.
It includes the radar. I mean, it's going to hit it
So
dead on.
area of rotation.
You think we might lose radar out of this one? Possibly?
I don't think so. That site is a beast. But the area rotation is going to go right over West Point, Fort Knox. And it again, doesn't appear to be the storm that it once was. But nonetheless, if you're in Fort Knox or West Point right now, and this is an area that is absolutely notorious within our area of getting upticks. You'll have the storm look like it's coming down in intensity. And then when it comes over the hill, it will absolutely go wild. So we've got to watch this. But what we refer to is around the radar, there's what we call a cone of uncertainty. Cone of uncertainty is the storm gets so close to the radar that it actually loses a hole. You actually can't see what's going on in that hole. So we'll see if, you'll see when it gets over it, there's going to be like basically a clear circle around the radar where it's too close for the radar to actually see anything. A little bit of a hail here showing up near the Supio area, and then Davidson right now is where that hook is located. Matthew?
Can I ask you, we got our reporters down in PRP, and they've got that drive camera on. Is that something you'd like to see here?
I mean, we could take a look. We could certainly take a look.
We could do that. I just don't think that they're going to make it to the West Point area.
I know, that's my
We'll
problem. I don't know if they're going into the Bears cage, basically. And
right, and I wouldn't want to send them directly into that.
Plus, driving through, they're going to have to go
this
through
heavy
heavy
rain.
hail. I don't think they can get ahead of it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So there's almost no point for them to actually try and get down into that storm. Last thing we want to do is send our own people into a bad situation. I think that if they just kind of want to park it where they're at in PRP and
Pause.
It was an attempt, but unfortunately we didn't make it all the way down there, and that's totally fine.
And the tornado warning, by the way, is in effect for another 90 seconds. What I'm going to say is I don't think we're going to leave this immediately when the tornado warning
No.
expires, because it's 11:30 at night. This has had a history of trying to produce tornadoes and some damage, and I don't want to just release this instantly at that point. I want to also see what that storm near Tell City does before we go back into programming.
100%.
So, by the way, the area rotation right along the tip of the hook there's still a lot of lightning, and there's still a hail core here. So this storm it's still not completely done yet. The area rotation will come directly over West Point, Fort Knox. So this is severe with tornado possible, Fort Knox. My opinion, let's not play around. Let's just go ahead and get in our safe location. Downstairs, underneath something, I need you in the center part of the house, keep away from windows. Obviously, everybody on the base is going to make the calls, but again, my opinion is it's very close. There is at least some subtle rotation still on this thing. It's super close to the ground. It's severe with tornado possible. I would play this as tornado. I just would not take that risk personally. So,
Mark, can I say the severe thunderstorm warning along 64 right behind your head, that will expire here in 10 seconds as well.
okay, so
I know folks there were underneath tornado possible tag. I don't believe that they have a tornado threat anymore for the rest of the night, so that'll drop in a second.
let's see what falls off here as we reach 11:30. So tornado warning has fallen off. Severe thunderstorm warning has fallen off. This is the area of concern. It is severe with tornado possible near the West Point area. I believe that we will know something here pretty quickly. And obviously correlation coefficient. Let's go over to the analyst again and see, are we getting any visual of any debris or anything being lofted?
It's going to be hard.
You can see that it is on analyst, you can see the cone of uncertainty really well.
Yes, perfectly. And this little area right here where there's absolutely nothing coming back, south of West Point, northeast of Muldrow,
It's literally
that's the cone of uncertainty.
So
Can't see above it.
basically what we're telling you is the radar site at Fort Knox, if a tornado was to occur, it would be right there.
It would be right there.
Literally
And
right
so
there.
we're not going to be able to use correlation coefficient. There's nothing that we can use to tell you exactly what's happening there, unfortunately.
We could, we could still look at this from the terminal.
And this is true, yes. So we could switch over to that. You got that pulled up?
Let me see if somebody took terminal off, because sometimes that happens here.
Yeah.
So
And I will check on mine. I don't know, does
you
GR
can.
analyst pull?
Yeah, it does do terminal.
All right.
Okay, the terminal is scanning, but it appears to have junk data in it. So let's stay on the analyst for now. I'm just going to view. So what we're
I've got
talking
a
about, by the
little
way,
more.
is
Nah,
we
it
have
hasn't come in just yet.
we have many ways to look at radar data. Many ways. So that is what we call the terminal radar right there.
But I do see
It
the
does still
circulation a little
show
better.
it does still show rotation on the right.
Yeah.
Let's make the rotation full then,
Sounds
instead of going two panel, because the
Oh, well, we locked up now, baby.
oh no.
All right.
Good job, Matthew.
But hey, you know what? I appreciate
Way
it.
to break the radar. That's coming out of your paycheck, buddy.
All right, so for everyone looking at this thing looks like it's just spidered out here and it's gone crazy. Well, it's unfortunately the terminal not giving us our best view right now. We're back to our regular radar, the one that's in the West Point and Fort Knox area. This is the area of rotation that's moving directly over that cone of uncertainty. The reason that we call it cone of uncertainty is because we literally have no idea what's happening above our radar. So your first beam goes out like this, the next one like this, like that, and it continues to go up the sky, right? So you can see all parts of the storm. Right here, it doesn't go, the beam does not go directly up. It stops significantly lower than that. So this is the area above the radar that we cannot see in the sky. It's
Yes.
unfortunate. And I've seen this multiple times since I've been here, Mark. We have had multiple areas of circulation go directly over the cone of uncertainty. We just have to wait for it to come out the other side. And sometimes it does with a very serious wind signature on the eastern side of that cone of uncertainty. Not necessarily rotating signature, but wind signature with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So we'll watch that here and see if that's the case again down there in the West Point, Supio, for those down near Fort Knox as well. You might be getting the really strong winds right now out of that storm, Mark.
And I'm just taking a look at, see where we stand with the Weather Service on our warnings. Obviously, they expired the tornado warning. We continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. Let me give you the latest information on this one. Severe thunderstorm warning is until 11:45. Notice this is for 70 mile an hour winds. So if you're in southwest Louisville if you're in West Point, if you're in Fort Knox, this is not just a threat of a tornado only. Even if it produces a tornado at this point, you may not know the difference because it could be a weaker tornado, which 70-mile-an-hour winds or weaker tornado, there is no difference. So this is a dangerous storm with a considerable tag on the warning. So this is something we have to be seriously cautious with. Fort Knox, West Point, Muldrow, approach Pitts Point, Shepherdsville, 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible. Weather Service noted that because they saw some of the higher gates very close to the radar sighted about 500 feet above the ground, they chose to go with that considerable tag. And that is the basic reasoning why that has gone into an elevated concern. The remarkable thing about this particular storm, by the way, is this one has had the ability to be tornado warned or severe with tornado possible for probably going on 2-3 hours. These are not weak little storms. These have been very impressive. And for this time of the year, these have been absurdly impressive. You do not get 3-hour tornado warned storms in the central Ohio Valley in the later part of June. I have not seen this in the last week. I have not seen a week like this in June in our area. And that, you know, however you want to take that, it's been an absolute incredible weather pattern this week that has produced multiple tornadoes. We've had long track tornadoes that occurred here. One was on the ground for 23 miles. There were so many EF2s around our region on Wednesday night into Thursday morning, and now we've had long track supercells.
You know, I mentioned a tornado earlier in Carmine, Illinois. I misspoke there. That's where my friend used to live. It was Newburgh, Indiana, just a couple miles north of that, so it was very close to Evansville. We had numerous warnings out there. We had another video that was sent in, the one that was in the field, clearly had a crazy rotating base of the storm, and then you saw that dust and stuff being lifted up. So yeah, we've had multiple tornadoes out of this already, seen on camera, detected by radar as well. Mark, it has been a really long night for folks very close to the Ohio River.
And so a positive here is the Tell City warning is transitioning to severe.
There you go.
The bad news is north of Evansville there may be another tornado forming.
Isn't that not crazy? So again, that's where the video came from, pointed north of Evansville on the western side or eastern side. And now they're warned again. So the one that's in Tell City, I think, is where my picture came from a friend earlier.
With that hook too.
And then here's another one moving right through. What is that, Chandler?
That's over Chandler right now. Chandler, Indiana,
Chandler,
along
Boone,
Indiana 6-2.
Ash Iron Springs.
I mean, this is basically Evansville Metro. So not a good night under any circumstances that we can possibly come up with. Positive about this storm near Tell City is this is very clearly taking on a front flank downdraft. Meaning, I'll show you what I mean. Again, the beauty of having this. Notice the hook. That was when it was west of Lewisport. What I want you to note here is the front flank on this storm is going to start to overtake the storm. And why that matters is because you choke off the updraft. So now you notice the front flank has accelerated ahead of where that hook was, and that has now robbed that storm of the hook entirely. So this is a signature of a weakening storm. Now, what's going on near Fort Knox is potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds. This is a favored area for storms to intensify as they come out of. So I would watch this with a little bit more intent eye, because we have seen storms come through West Point and Fort Knox and go wild on the way out. It does look like, at least to me, Matthew, that this is an outflow-dominated storm, and I would say that because of this arc right here.
However, the National Weather Service, according to GR analysts, looks like our severe thunderstorm warning for that has been canceled early.
See, and I don't think it
was. I don't know if that's just a glitch in our system.
I know. That's why I stayed away from that, because there was something going on with within the feeds tonight that sometimes was erroneously canceling warnings. So that's why I haven't pulled that one up in a while.
So did they just chop the warning back potentially, make an adjustment?
I'm just looking. Perry, Breckenridge, Hancock. But that one's until 11 Central or midnight. So no, that thing is not. I don't know why.
That's the one over there in for Tell City. So the tornado warning was taken off that one.
Gotcha. That's the new warning that was issued. But here is this warning. The current warning is 70-mile-an-hour winds till 11:45, 7 more minutes. So I don't know why it fell off that system, but that's why I've been staying here on this one.
Makes sense.
Definitely seeing on yours as well a outflow push. That arc there is a very, very notable downdraft signal. Look, I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing because it can produce the 70s that the Weather Service warned for. That's heading towards Pitts Point. But from a rotational standpoint, I want you to look near. This right here is east of West Point. Look at this arc. So this arc emanating from the storm is an outflow pushing out. And what you notice is it is originating right over the radar. Matthew, let's go back over to reflectivity. I'm guessing what you're going to see is either the hook of the storm or a bulge right here, and that's it. So that is the rear flank downdraft surge that has absolutely overtaken any updraft here. It would lower the tornado potential on this, but as I said, who cares? I mean, if it's my house and 70-mile-an-hour winds, let's say lay down a tree in my front lawn, I don't care. If it's 70-mile-an-hour straight line winds or if it's 70-mile-an-hour twisties, that's a tornado, who cares? Your tree's down. You have to pay for that to be cleaned up. The damage it does to your home, it's still the same damage, and it's a terrible situation to be in. All of that said, again, on this scan, Matthew, even more notable on that rear flank downdraft surge.
Yeah.
You got to be careful in Pitts Point. This one may be able to produce a lot of winds. Also of worth noting, Matthew, we've almost voided out lightning now here on what would be the updraft portion of the storm. It's only now on the front flank downdraft into the core of the storm. So again, a signal that we may be seeing a weakening trend within this thunderstorm. It is 11:38 right now, 11:40 now. We do not have any tornado warnings in effect for our area. What I'm going to do is, because this is an elevated severe, is stay on air till 11:45. If the warning is no longer issued as an elevated warning, we'll go back to programming and try to recover our voice.
We do have the one severe thunderstorm warned storm coming out of Candleton and Tell City. I mean, my goodness, such a slow mover, Mark. What is this moving at?
It's got a good rotation on it too,
It
by
sure
the way.
does.
I'm taking
30
up the
miles per
animals
hour.
for you.
That's a good idea. All right, so again, this is going to stay north of Cloverport. Just came out of the eastern side of Candleton. That looks like the velocity couplet has come up. So they allowed the warning to expire, and now that velocity couplet right along the Ohio River. Let me see what road that is. State Road 166.
I mean, that's good rotation.
It is, and it wouldn't surprise me if they reissued it, and it would include Breckenridge County north of Hardinsburg, most likely.
And what we need to see is going to be is that forward flank completely surge and cut that.
What you were talking about right
it's
here.
not done yet. It's showing a sign that the forward flank downdraft may be trying to shut that thing down, but the rotation's still there.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, just to be clear for you guys, here's the area of rotation. You've got your red, your green. They're butt right up against each other, right along the Ohio River, east of Candleton. It'll stay north of Cloverport. I do think that another tornado warning is going to come out of this thing because that's just too tight and it's too bright. So, and it's had a long history of tornado warnings here, and I think this one did produce a tornado over near the Evansville area earlier. So I think this one will probably get another one here soon. Again, you do look at the structure of the storm, and that's the hook that's right over the Ohio River east of Candleton. And that is, again, State Road, I think, 166. That hook is just a little bit too convincing for me, even if, as Mark had mentioned, there is this forward flank downdraft. If that is going to cut off the flow into that hook, well then, yeah, we're going to kill this storm. But Mark, I just don't think that we're entirely done with it yet. Are we on storm relative right now?
We are.
Okay, all right, I figured so. So again, you can still see where that circulation is.
That pixel, by the way, is 54 on the north, and on the south side, we're at 14. So at 54, it's about 70 miles an hour rotation,
yeah, about 70.
And we're looking at 2,700 feet above the ground.
Okay, so again, that's the lower end of the spectrum there, but it could happen, right? It could happen. So, however, the National Weather Service does have tornado possible tag on the orange box on that severe thunderstorm warning around this area. So they've got it covered with, hey, a tornado could be happening. If a red box comes out here, that's when they're saying, all right, we're pretty certain that a tornado is about to happen or is happening right now. But this is I think a warranted situation where it was weakening. They put out the severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible. And now I'm saying that it wouldn't surprise me if they brought it back up a notch and put a new tornado warning on that one. So we'll watch and see if that comes out here with the next couple of scans. Mark, you've gone back to the storm that has crossed the river and is now moving into Pitts Point. And you mentioned that oftentimes we do see it strengthen as it's doing that. And I think that the new warning is...
I'm going to force the new warning. So it's coming
60,
down. No
60
tornado
instead of
possible.
70. Okay.
So this is the old warning. Severe tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds.
That
this
expires in 1 minute?
Expires in 1 minute. New warning goes beyond that. I just want to see...
A new scan came in on that one that's north of Cloverport. It's not as conclusive, Mark. So,
and that tornado warning that was out there is until 11:45. The tornado warning for Tor possible. It gets confusing with so many warnings out there. But as Matthew just noted, the rotation, while still there, on the storm near Cloverport is a little bit weaker.
is that relative velocity or is that?
That's storm relative on that
let's-
one
you wanna
for
see
now.
base?
Here's base velocity on there.
Okay,
It's still
okay,
rotating.
No, it's still, it's still pretty tight. Sorry, when I saw it originally, I was thinking we were on base. So yeah, I'd say, it's still something that bears watching very, very closely. It has a clear inflow notch, clear hook, clear rotation.
And then 4 minutes from now, if that tornado warning expires, what we're going to do, I'd like to give it maybe a scan or two more. So the tornado warning is now off of that storm.
Yes, that came out of
and
Tell
this is
City.
the area of rotation. We get updates about every 2 or 3 minutes. I just want to make sure that this thing's going to behave coming into Breckenridge County.
Right.
I don't want our friends in Breckenridge County to say that we abandoned you, because that's not who we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to give that storm one more push and make sure that we can get that rotation down. By the way, a tornado confirmed on the ground now. I
Northeast
don't
of
even know what
Evansville
to
again.
say anymore. I really don't. This is, I can't believe that we're seeing something like this in the month of June in the Ohio Valley. I mean, it's not the northern side of the Ohio Valley. This is the core, and you're getting just an unreal amount of tornado warnings and tornado confirmed. The most jarring thing to me is this has been on a slight risk today. This was a slight risk of severe weather, and we have had so many tornado warnings around our region here today. So just an update, if you are in the Shepherdsville area, be aware 60-mile-an-hour winds are inbound. Those will be in your area shortly. There's more rain developing on the north side that's going to move through Louisville. So this will give Louisville another push of rain. Some want it, some don't. Some have had too much, some have had not enough. And then our storm that we're watching here that is approaching Breckenridge County is indeed still showing rotation, and I'll show you. This is near Dodd. Dodd's right along the Ohio River, and Tobin would be on the Indiana side. So it passed Indiana 66. The area of rotation that we've been talking about is moving towards Addison, Stevensport. So this, if it holds as some level of rotation, would be moving towards around Addison. And Matthew, that latest scan has come in on the analyst. And I'm going to go over to your system, and to me, that rotation is becoming more disjointed.
I would say so. You're right. It doesn't quite look like it did. It's still got the structure of the storm on the left side of the screen when you're looking at reflectivity. It's still got that hook, still got an inflow notch. I mean, still got a ton of heavy rain with it, and maybe even some small hail.
So let's give it one more scan.
Yeah, you look at it on the right side of the screen. I'll go back a couple scans. You saw the red and the green real tight for 2 scans there. And this latest one, they're still right next to each other, but they're not as bright.
And one would expect this, partially because it's the outflow of that storm's running into all the other storms. Second, we can see that the forward flank of that thing is almost, from a latitude standpoint, south of where the rotation area is.
Yeah.
So we're watching that. And by the way, again, it is worth noting that if you know anybody or have anybody that is in the western, near Evansville, just east of Evansville, there is another tornado confirmed on the ground. This is going to be very specifically near Boone, Indiana, along Indiana 61. This is an area where there's a tornado confirmed on the ground. So obviously this has been a wild late June night. Even when I was coming in today, Matthew, I mean, I knew we'd have a couple of tornado warnings. I felt pretty confident we would.
Yeah.
And we even said it in the stream. I didn't think we'd get this many.
There's a lot.
I mean,
a lot going on.
The fact that we had tornado warning after tornado warning, and that we got 4 in one county, you knew that the wind energy still supported rotation and there was enough fuel. I knew we'd get some warnings, but this has exceeded what I thought we would get out of this type of a scenario, because it's been relentless. We started our stream on Facebook at 6 p.m. tonight. We're going on 5 hours and 50 minutes where we haven't stopped talking. So I may need you guys a little bit later in the week if my voice doesn't survive.
I totally understand. Just had a new flash flood warning that came up just west of our area. Said that 6 inches of rain has already fallen up there, with another inch possible. And those were spots that had tornado warnings. So yeah, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm, tornado warning, flash flood, flash flood, flash flood. Wow. So
Crazy
much
stuff.
happening tonight for sure. And so
let's get back over to that storm and look at the rotation on this.
Dodd, it's come back. Is that the latest scan?
So it says it is, but I don't believe that it's updating as frequently as it is on your interface. So let's take back your interface and zoom into that area again. I'm going to come over to the analyst on your interface. There was the Dodd one. There hasn't been one more update.
No, you're right.
If we get one more update and the rotation continues to come down.
Should be in about 45 seconds, because reflectivity just updated on that left side of your screen.
And it does look like that reflectivity little ball, the hook there, is making more of a push now into the rain area, which would mean that it occluded and it's weakening, which would mean the next velocity scan on the right there, where we have the greens and the reds next to each other, if this does what we think, it should show even weaker winds. So,
Addison, folks in Breckinridge County, we would love if you told us within the next few minutes what's going on near you.
Exactly what we thought.
You've still got some rotation, but it's not as strong as it was just, 5 minutes ago. So
I think that's where we're going to pull the plug tonight here.
I think that could be a very good call. Now, we'll be watching this very closely in case something comes back up. You may see us pop back on here. We're not saying that the entire event is done for the night. However, Mark, we mentioned that as these storms cross over 65, they'll be weakening. And when they go south of 64, how much longer can they really stay sustained? And my cutoff during the stream was when it gets to the parkways and south.
I think it's for sure game over.
Yeah, and so fortunately, that's the case that we're seeing right now. We haven't seen any rotation for the most part once it crossed over 71 to our Kentucky counties.
Let me say this. Obviously, Fox has the World Cup.
Yes.
If those World Cup games were not on FS1 tonight, we would have had a lot of angry soccer fans. Now, that said, would it have affected what we did? Absolutely not. No. Our goal is the protection of life and property. And
you may have just seen like a little box in the right with the game.
And people angry.
Well, we would have been taking, a large majority of your TV screen to just, because this is what it's all about. This is why we do what we do, is to let you guys know what's happening, protection of life and property, but specifically life. We would have never shown up on your screen if we didn't think that it was warranted, right?
So what I want to say here is I want to call out some all clears here before we end this. So Seymour, North Fernan, Bedford, French Lick, Paoli, Salem, Scottsburg, Henryville, Madison, I'm going to give you the all clear, Clarksville, Jeff, New Albany, I'm going to give you the all clear, Corydon, yes, but southern part of Harrison County, no. No in the so let's say no on Harrison County. Still, Crawford County, no, not yet. People are asking in Louisville, is it an all clear in Louisville? The likelihood of severe is low, but until that little last area of rain gets through, which is about 45 minutes, I'm not going to give you the full all clear yet. But I'm saying that you're trending in the right direction. Right. So if we do end up seeing something that pulses back up, we would cut back into programming and start another stream. But as it stands right now, we have seen a downward trend on every storm that was within our viewing area. Unless something drastically changes on that, we're going to allow this to you to watch your programming, and we'll end our stream here on Facebook and on YouTube. So for everybody that followed us here through a really long night of severe weather, thank you for trusting us. Unless we hope we don't see you again tonight, but we're going to continue to watch. We're not going anywhere. Keep it right here on WDRB for continuing weather updates.